Chapter 1. Naruto had never been a morning person. Mornings tended to be cold, even during the summer months, and they almost always signified the transition from the relaxing non-activity of sleep to the frustrating, unending reality of daily responsibility. For him especially, daytime tended to be a struggle. He rarely sat still, which contrasted with the policies of the classroom he was forced to attend. He was loud, which never failed to draw the ire of his classmates, and he was more or less without assistance. Indeed, each day was an 8 to 12-hour stretch that he traversed by his lonesome. For reasons he had been unfortunate enough to learn just the previous week, Naruto Uzumaki was a social outcast. He was rarely abused outright, but he was certainly shunned. Ignored by small children, denied services by workers, and routinely mocked by his own peers, the young ninjutsu had long been forced to be self-sufficient, or at least close to it. It was for this reason that his entrance into the classroom he had seen 1,000 times before represented a new start to the boy. He had, through somewhat unsavory means, earned a promotion to genin through the academy. He had matched his classmates, and he would be on an even field with them for the first time in their young lives. They would earn the same wage, fight for the same opportunities, and if worse came to worst, die for the same cause. It was perfectly clear, however, that Naruto's classmates weren't exactly enthused by that fact as he made his way to his seat. If anything, they looked flatly disappointed. Their final chance to be rid of him had fallen apart. He had passed, and he was still a factor. At this realization, Naruto let a slight smirk cross his face. "You're still stuck with me. Get used to it," he thought to himself proudly. He then settled behind his desk and boredly rested his chin in his hands. Irika Umino, the class instructor, tended to be on time most days, but he had warned them well in advance that the process of gathering the cell assignments for each and every one of them would likely result in his tardiness on the day of their final gathering as a class. For the following 15 minutes, Naruto considered the possibilities available to him in terms of teammates. 2 of his classmates would be paired with him as part of a 4-man cell including their jonin instructor, and with just over 30 people in the graduating class not counting himself, this left the prospect of prognosticating his most likely candidates almost entirely impossible. There were a variety of people in the room that Naruto knew he could tolerate, and an equal amount of which he knew he couldn't. On the more hopeful end of that spectrum, Shikamaru Nara and Shino Aburame had always been fairly pleasant, if a bit unengaged. For better or worse, in his present situation, apathy was a welcome alternative to the norm of his social life. On the pessimistic side, he had little patience for Satsuki Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka, or Sakura Haruno. The reasons varied for each of them, but they were all potent enough to make the notion of being forced to live and die with them the opposite of enticing. Satsuki was arrogant and prickly, and tended to call him names on the rare occasions that he attempted to make conversation. Kiba was overly confrontational, and Sakura was painfully irritating past a certain point. Of all 3, Satsuki was the person he most wished to be separated from. She was far and away the one he most directly clashed with in terms of personality. Kiba wouldn't be pleasant, but despite his general dislike of the Inuzuka heir, Naruto felt as though a friendship was possible given enough time and work, and Sakura could be tuned out with enough raw willpower. Satsuki, on the other hand, would be impossible to ignore. She exuded a confidence that aggravated Naruto to no end, and she was bound to needle him for no other purpose than to get a rise out of him. Before he could delve any further into these thoughts, Irika trudged into the room with a file in his left hand. He looked tired, which was to be expected, but beyond that, he looked a touch apprehensive. About what, Naruto knew not. With a clearing of his throat, the instructor silenced the room and drew the attention of the novice ninja to him. "Before I make these announcements, I'd just like to say that it's been an honor to be your teacher for all these years. I've known you all since you were very young, and I feel like I've grown alongside you, if only a little," he began, drawing a collective smile from his soon-to-be former students. "I'm proud of you all, and no matter where you go or what you become from here on out, I want each of you to remember that. Now, let's get to the cell assignments," he said as a segue into what he had come to do. The first 6 of 10 teams were fairly uninteresting. Just ragtag combinations of students, many of whom had been bang average all throughout their time at the academy. They would all likely be fairly successful, but not notable. Then came the 7th. Team 7 will consist of Naruto Uzumaki. Irika started. Naruto's gaze then shifted upward from the wooden surface of his desk to his instructor, now quite interested to hear what he had to say. "Shikamaru Nara," he continued. The blonde felt himself relax a bit. Of all the teammates he could have been given, Shikamaru was likely to be one of the most manageable. Naruto returned his attention to Irika. "And Satsuki Uchiha. Your jonin instructor will be Kakashi Hatake equals," the instructor concluded. Naruto instantly prickled and clenched his jaw. Of all the combinations available for him in terms of comrades, he had been given one of the least desirable of them. Keeping his calm despite his displeasure, Naruto shot a glare in Satsuki's direction. The raven-haired girl's expression was largely apathetic, but an edge of irritation was clear in her lips, which were pulled into a tight, angry line. In general, Satsuki Uchiha was hardly pleasant-faced. She rarely smiled, never laughed for any other sake than of ire, and tended to be thorny to all attempted engagement. She hadn't always been volatile, and everybody in the room knew why she had changed, but it didn't change who she was presently. Despite her negativity, and despite his general dislike of her, even Naruto couldn't deny that she was superficially attractive. Her hair was long and dark, her eyes were a deep black, her skin was pale, and her voice was soft, if incredibly patronizing most of the time. At these thoughts, Naruto snorted and shook his head. If your personality wasn't garbage, I might actually be into you, he thought to himself sarcastically. The final 3 teams were then listed off, all of which the blonde largely tuned out, as they did not pertain to him. Interestingly, Team 7 had been the only cell not told to go to a separate location upon their announcement, leaving the 3 of them alone in the classroom by the end of the announcements. Shikamaru, as expected, was lounging tiredly in his seat, and Satsuki was still as a statue, her hands folded in front of her face. Deciding that silence was a worse alternative, Naruto spoke. "Do either of you know who this Kakashi guy is?" he asked them both. Interestingly, Shikamaru was the first to respond to his question, and he did so with a shrug. "I've heard the name before, but I don't know much about him. Apparently he's late a lot. That's all I've got," he said boredly as he drummed his fingers on his desk. Naruto then glanced at Satsuki, who had yet to react to any of the recent events of the day. "What about you?" he pressed. The Uchiha girl finally acknowledged the presence of her teammates with a sigh and a slight turn toward them. "He's good at his job, apparently. What he's like as a person doesn't matter. All I care about is whether or not he can get me off the ground as a ninja," she said shortly. Shikamaru snorted and cast a calm look of humor her way. "Why so serious?" he joked, earning no response from the girl. The group then lapsed into silence as they awaited the arrival of their new sensei. In line with what Kiba had said prior, it took longer than any of the 3 had expected, nearly 20 minutes in total. When they finally heard footsteps coming down the hall outside the classroom, they breathed a unified sigh of relief. "You're late," Naruto said bluntly as a man with silver hair and a covered left eye entered the room. He was of average height and build, and his posture was fairly relaxed. In general, the man who had apparently been assigned to lead them appeared to be somewhat mundane outwardly. Not a bad spread of kids. "A Nara, an Uchiha," he began, his eyes drifting from genin to genin as he listed off their heritage. When he reached Naruto, he paused a bit longer, seeming to study him in order to gather his thoughts before speaking. "And you? Meet me on the roof of this place, you 3. Make it snappy," he concluded before vanishing into a puff of smoke, leaving the newly formed cell staring dumbly at where he had once been. Slowly but surely, they all rose from their seats and began the short trek up to the roof. Different though they were, each of the 3 could sense that the coming days would be long. Kakashi smirked under his mask as Shikamaru, Satsuki, and Naruto all trudged up onto the roof from the cramped stairwell they had been forced to take. They had made fairly good time, all things considered. There was little to take from it in any meaningful sense, but punctuality as a built-in feature of the cell was certainly a good sign. As they settled down in separate locations around the small area, Kakashi cleared his throat and stretched. "All right, let's get down to what we're here to do. We're going to run through introductions. When it's your turn to talk, tell the group about yourself," he said. Naruto, who was seated in the leftmost corner of the space, raised his hand. "What do you want to know?" he asked skeptically. The silver-haired Jonin shrugged his shoulders and made a wide gesture. "Just basic things. What you like, dislike, hobbies, maybe a goal or 2. I don't like the sound of your voices enough to want much more than that," he said nonchalantly. He then pointed to Shikamaru, who was staring off into space. "Start us off," he half-suggested, half-ordered. The Nara snapped from his daydreams and briefly appeared to consider his answers. Once he was satisfied with what he planned to say, he opened his mouth to speak. "My name is Shikamaru Nara. I like sleeping, food, and shogi. I don't like exercising a ton, and I'm not a fan of hypocrites. My hobbies are cloud watching and naps," he listed in a low tone. Kakashi nodded and chuckled a bit. "No dreams to speak of, huh?" he asked humorously, earning an honest shake of the head from Shikamaru. The Jonin then turned to Naruto and gestured for him to begin speaking. "You next, kid," he pressed. The blonde nodded and rested his hands on the overhang of the academy roof. "My name's Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen, weekends, and exercise. Unlike Shikamaru on the last thing, I guess. I don't like slackers, and I don't like smartass. I don't really do much other than train and eat, honestly. Not much else to do, he began, pausing for a moment in between thoughts. And my goal is to be Hokage. I'm gonna lead this village one day, whether you think so or not, he concluded firmly. Kakashi's mind briefly returned to the face of a long-late comrade. At the thought, he smiled. Another one. I guess every generation needs one, he mused. He then cast his gaze to Satsuki, who was sitting directly across from him on the roof with her left leg folded over the top of her right and her arms folded across her chest. A predictable picture of brooding. Go ahead, Satsuki. You're last up. Kakashi said. The raven-haired girl shifted a bit in place and tucked a strand of dark hair behind her left ear. My name is Satsuki Uchiha. I don't like very many things, and I hate quite a few. What I have isn't a dream or a goal. It's a conviction. I'm going to make it happen, she began. Much like Naruto, she paused in between sentences. Unlike him, however, her break in speech very much seemed to be for something resembling dramatic effect. Speed it up. This isn't a play. Naruto complained, earning a sharp glare from Satsuki. After the short exchange of verbal and nonverbal barbs ended, the Uchiha girl spoke once again. There's somebody I'm going to kill. Somebody I need to get rid of. I'll be seeing that through. Sooner or later, I'll have a body at my feet, she said darkly. Her words significantly chilled the atmosphere of the gathering, with each of her fellow cell members visibly growing uncomfortable. Only Kakashi remained unfazed. Well, that's a bit unpleasant. I'm guessing you're short on hobbies. Either way, that should wrap things up, he said calmly. Naruto frowned at the statement. You haven't told us anything about you yet, he pointed out. The silver-haired ninja stood up from his seat and leaned back against the lip of the roof. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I like some things, dislike others. As for hobbies, I'm pretty varied, I'd say. Goal-wise, I've never really thought about it, I guess, he said. Both Shikamaru and Naruto scrunched up their brows. You didn't tell us anything, the Nara said, his tone containing a trace of irritation. Kakashi hopped up onto the ledge and stepped back. You're right, and I don't have to. I'm your superior. I know the lot of you probably aren't great at following instructions, but you'd better get used to the chain of command pretty quick. You'll be better off for it. The rest of the day is yours to do with what you please. Just don't get used to days off, he said with a wave. A moment later, he disappeared for the second time that day. Naruto kicked a rock aside as he strolled through the streets of Konoha. It was roughly 3 in the afternoon, and he still had more time to kill than he knew what to do with. He had opted to briefly return to his apartment after Kakashi's departure to eat a late breakfast he had forgotten to eat upon his awakening that morning, but since the meal, he had done nothing but wander. During his somewhat aimless loops around the village, he had pondered much of what he'd heard from his teammates. Shikamaru's exactly what he lays out. He's fine with just letting things play out and going along with it. Rumor is that he's a genius, so he'll probably be fine either way, he thought to himself. Shikamaru had been fairly affable in their brief interactions, if a bit detached. He seemed like a person Naruto would be capable of making friends with, which was good. As a whole, Shikamaru's small recap of his interests and such had been fairly heartening. Satsuki had been another story entirely. Her monologue had been off-putting, to say the least. Her tone was cold, her eyes were vacantly uninviting, and her posture was unsettling. To speak so freely of wanting to murder another person was more than a bit concerning on more than one front, but as life would have it, Naruto was effectively stuck with her. He didn't like it one bit, but the fundamental truth of ninjahood rang true despite that fact. If he hoped to survive long enough to even begin working toward his goal of leadership and recognition, he would need to work with her. Conflict on the battlefield could, and likely would, result in their demise if worse came to worst. It would be far from easy, but it was less a choice than an obligation. Maybe we won't get along, but we're gonna work together, the blonde muttered to himself as he trudged along. Seemingly in scorn of his disdain for her, as Naruto rounded the corner, he caught sight of the exact person of whom he had been thinking. Sitting on a bench with a sandwich was Satsuki, and from the looks of things, she had yet to notice his presence. Though he initially considered turning around and simply taking another route, something compelled him to continue his trek forward. Predictably, the next step he took alerted the girl to the fact that he was present. Glancing up from her morsel of food, the raven-haired girl's eyes narrowed slightly. If you've got something to say, out with it, she said bluntly. The blonde pushed down his irritation at her tone. You could stand to be a little nicer, you know, he said as calmly as he could. Satsuki smirked and leaned back on the bench. Oh yeah? I take it that means I'm getting on your nerves, right, she said in needling fashion. The blonde bit back an insult and ground his foot into the dirt to distract himself. Never said that. I'm just saying, you should probably be a little less rude to your own teammates, he shot back. The Uchiha girl took a small bite of her sandwich. This won't be much of a team effort. I get the feeling I'll be doing most of the heavy lifting, she said. Naruto barked a short laugh. Yeah, sure. Keep on telling yourself that. Just try to keep in mind, the way you treat us affects how willing we'll be to bail you out when you're on the chopping block someday, he said sharply. Satsuki stared at him for a moment before shrugging her shoulders and standing to her feet. I won't need the help. Have a nice afternoon, she said with a dismissive wave of her hand as she turned her back to him and began walking away. Naruto scowled and took a step forward to follow her. Where the hell are you going? He questioned. His interrogative tone did nothing to slow her pace as she further widened the gap between them. Despite the increasing distance, her voice still rang clear to him. Home. I need some peace and quiet. You're a headache, she said before casually leaping up onto a nearby roof and zipping away. As she disappeared into the distance, Naruto let go of the breath he hadn't been aware he was holding. He then shook his head and shoved his hands into his pockets. So that's how it is, huh? Fine, I can play mean too. Chapter 2. Satsuki blew a strand of hair out of her eyes as she impatiently awaited the arrival of her teammates. The night of their assignment to their cell, a note had appeared at the girl's door ordering her to arrive at the training fields at 7 o'clock sharp. Logic dictated that her fellow genin had received the same note, which was why the fact that it was 10 minutes past the allotted time was so aggravating. Neither her teammates nor her sensei had arrived yet. The weather was far from freezing, but it wasn't particularly warm either, leaving Satsuki in a perpetual state of slight discomfort as she stood alone in the miniature plane. According to what she had been told several years ago, the genin exam was actually broken up into 2 stages, with the first of which being the clone test, and the second being a field exam. All signs pointed toward the present day being the date of the field exam. It's a smart system. Just being able to make a worthless copy of yourself shouldn't be enough to become a ninja. Merit in action is everything, she thought to herself. What exactly the test would entail was unknown to her, but no matter what it ended up being, she was fairly confident in her ability to perform. Of all the things she had struggled with over the years, showing up when it counted had never been one of them. What concerned her was the idea that the assessment would be judged in terms of the team as a whole. In that vein, it was far more difficult to be fully confident. Shikamaru was clearly intelligent, as he accidentally revealed numerous times throughout their years together in the academy, but he was also the opposite of decisive. Naruto was bull-headed and determined, but also lacked the ability to plan ahead. And even Satsuki herself was fairly poor at working with others. They were hardly a compatible combination of personalities, which made their placement together all the more puzzling. Broadly speaking, teams were put together to fill a particular niche, be it tracking, frontal assaults, or interrogation. There were other categories, but those 3 were the most prevalent. Team 7 didn't seem to fit any of them. Shikamaru seemed suited to interrogation due to his family's paralysis jutsu, Naruto was nothing if not well suited to attacking things, and Satsuki was something of a jack of all trades, master of none. They were mismatched puzzle pieces. Unless they're trying out an all-terrain unit, then I don't grasp their logic, the Uchiha girl pondered. As she considered the numerous lines of reasoning possible pertaining to the formation and selection of Team 7, footsteps caught her attention from behind. I'd heard he was late to most things, like I said before, but I was hoping I'd heard wrong, honestly. Satsuki glanced back over her shoulder at the sound of the new voice, catching sight of Shikamaru entering the training ground as she did so. The Nara certainly looked tired, as his eyes were half-lidded and his posture was hunched, but he had managed to arrive within 20 minutes of the scheduled time. His arrival also confirmed that all of Team 7 had indeed received the same note Satsuki had. You can't rely on anybody these days, I guess, she said as her teammate sat down on the grassy ground and leaned back to rest on his elbows. A slightly chilly breeze then blew across the field, drawing a slight shiver from both of them. Any clue where Naruto is? He's a lot of things, but Tardy has never actually been one of them. Shikamaru asked tiredly. The Uchiha girl shook her head and brushed a few blades of grass from her shirt. Nope. He's not my responsibility. Better if he doesn't show up, honestly. He might hurt our chances, she said bluntly. The Nara raised an eyebrow. Our chances of doing what, exactly, he asked skeptically. The raven-haired girl gestured to the terrain around them and then back to them. We're out here to be tested. The clone test was just a test to see if we're ready to earn the right to be ninja, she explained. Shikamaru considered the logic for a moment before shrugging his shoulders and laying flat on his back with his hands laced behind his head. Decent deductive reasoning. About Naruto, though. I don't think he'll be a dead weight. If nothing else, he's a hard worker. Have you seen how much he runs every week? He replied. Satsuki scrunched her brow and eyed him. Wasn't it something like 8 miles per day, she recalled. The shadow user shook his head and held up 2 full hands out in front of him. Apparently it's more like 10. Maybe a half marathon. Kid is a freak. Couldn't be me, that's for sure, he corrected. Satsuki pushed down her urge to whistle. It certainly explained Naruto's never-ending lung capacity. A few moments after learning of the blonde's cardiovascular prowess, the sound of a stray twig snapping drew her gaze away from the horizon and back behind her once more. Look what the cat dragged in. How kind of you to join us. Satsuki jeered as Naruto dragged himself onto the training grounds. From the look of him, he had overslept. His hair was slightly disheveled, his shirt was ruffled, and there were circles under his eyes. Save it. My alarm sucks. Naruto grumbled. He soon joined his teammates in the same general vicinity and flopped down on the ground in similar fashion to Shikamaru. Is he not here yet? He asked vaguely. Though his words lacked specific detail, their meaning was perfectly clear. Satsuki shook her head and glared at the entrance point of the clearing. Waiting was growing tiresome, especially now that peace and quiet were no longer an option. If he isn't here in the next 10 minutes, I'm going home, she silently vowed. For the following 7.5 minutes, it seemed that she would be forced to reckon with that vow, as Kakashi was nowhere to be seen or heard. Just as even Naruto began to mutter something about leaving, however, a puff of smoke off to their left broke the streak of uneventful stillness. It's a long story that involves a stray kitten, an elderly woman, and several bars of soap. Kakashi said abruptly as he exited the cloud of illusionary smoke, preemptively responding to the demands he knew he would inevitably receive. You're a bad liar. Naruto said with an edge of irritation. Kakashi shrugged and looked them all up and down. Once he was seemingly satisfied, he cleared his throat and cracked his neck. As I'm sure at least one of you deduced from the note, we're out here to finish up your genin exam. Unfortunately for you, your test is going to be a little bit old school, he said, producing a pair of bells, both of which were hanging on strings. Recently, the village has been shying away from hands-on testing for entrance into the ranks, but I quit being a conformist a long time ago. You're going to try to take these from me. If you succeed, you're my team. If you don't, you get shipped back to the academy. Are we clear? He explained smoothly. Shikamaru raised his hand soon after the speech concluded, and posed his question upon being gestured to speak by his superior. How long do we have to get this done? And why are there only 2 bells? He asked skeptically. The silver-haired Jonin held up 4 fingers. You've got 4 hours. I think that's reasonable, don't you? As for the number of bells, it's a filtering tool. Only 2 of you make it out of here, genin. The person who can't get their hands on a bell fails this exam, and has to try again next year. We have our ways of filling in that extra spot, don't you worry, he replied calmly. Satsuki opened her mouth to protest the ludicrous details of their test, but Naruto beat her to it. How the hell is that fair? We all earned our way in. Why shouldn't all 3 of us be able to pass? He questioned. Kakashi briskly tied the bells to his belt and hopped back a few meters. Life isn't fair, kid. Think of it as your first lesson in loss. Now let's get started. When I say the word, you can all begin trying to take a bell off of me, he said. Then, much to the confusion of the team, he took out an orange-covered book and flipped it open. Satsuki narrowed her eyes. What's with the book? She asked. The Jonin shrugged and turned a page in the strange softback. I'm a decent multitasker. I'm behind on my reading this month. Just give me a minute to finish this page. I want to really take it in, he said. At this, Naruto growled and lowered into an aggressive posture. Screw this. You can read later, asshole, he snapped, clearly sick of Kakashi's nonchalant demeanor. He then charged forward at his sensei. Shikamaru stepped forward to stop him, but faltered when he realized it was far too late. Are you dumb? He'll kick your teeth in, he called to his teammate, who paid him no heed. The blonde soon arrived in front of the Jonin, where he planted his feet and swung for his head. With an ease that almost seemed disinterested, Kakashi ducked underneath the wild punch, seized Naruto's wrist, and flung him back toward his teammates. Before she could react, Naruto landed directly on top of Satsuki, sending them both crashing to the surprisingly harsh surface of the training ground. The raven-haired girl groaned as she propped herself up on her elbows with Naruto painfully sprawled perpendicular across her. Get the hell off of me, she hissed as she squirmed her way out from under him. The blonde obliged and climbed to his feet, not bothering to offer a hand as Satsuki rose to meet him. You're a decent landing pad. I guess you're good for something, at least, he goaded her before turning his attention to Kakashi, who was looking on with great amusement. Watch your mouth. Satsuki growled, dusting herself off as she spoke. Shikamaru quickly snapped them back to attention with his voice. You can beat each other up later. Focus on what we're here to do, he said. The silver-haired ninja then shifted in place. I hadn't given you the word to start yet, Naruto. Learn some patience, he scolded the blonde, who merely stared at him in response. He then sighed and shook his head. If you're all so eager, then fine. Come and get me, he said. The moment the words left his mouth, Naruto took a step forward. Before he could charge again, Satsuki's hand shot out and gripped his shoulder. Unless you want to get tossed again, or knocked out, don't rush him. There's no way attacking him head-on is going to work, she reasoned as calmly as she could. Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Seconded. I've got an idea, I think. We do have to get close to him to get a hold of the bells, but we need to cover our entries into his range. Since you're so eager to get at him, Naruto, Satsuki and I will cover you. He then looked to the Uchiha girl. How many kunai and shuriken did you pack? He asked. Satsuki briefly sauntered back to her awakening that morning within her mind. 8 kunai, 24 shuriken. I'm guessing you want to keep him occupied with projectiles while Naruto rushes in, she asked. Shikamaru nodded. How's that sound, Naruto? He said to his male teammate. Naruto gave it a moment's thought before nodding. Yeah, sure. I suck with shuriken anyway, he said approvingly. The genin then all assumed their positions and prepared to begin their assault. It wasn't an especially complex plan, but it wasn't meant to be. A few beats later, Satsuki launched a shuriken straight at Kakashi's neck. For the briefest of moments, it seemed as though the serrated star would actually strike him. At the last second, however, he caught the shuriken on his finger without even bothering to turn his head. He then flicked it back at her, with Satsuki barely managing to move her head out of the way as it whizzed by. Just unload on him. I'll make sure he can't dodge them. Naruto ordered. The Uchiha and Nara obliged, rapidly launching their projectiles at Kakashi. As expected, the silver-haired ninja easily and succinctly dodged each and every one of them. In the midst of the fray, however, Naruto had succeeded in closing the distance between himself and Kakashi. I respect the effort, kid, but you've all got a lot to learn, the Jonin said as he pivoted around Naruto's attempt to swipe a bell from him. As the blonde stumbled past him, Kakashi kicked his legs out from under him and caught him by his collar. Lesson number 1, your own comrades can easily be turned against you, he announced to Satsuki and Shikamaru, who were fresh out of projectiles. Before either one of them could react, Kakashi bent Naruto halfway over with a half-Nelson and put a kunai to his throat. Your plan was sound in some ways. It provided a distraction, and had a clear end goal. The issue is that, in a real-life scenario, Naruto would be cold and dead right now. Never use your allies as a battering ram, even if they ask you to, he lectured them before releasing the blonde and kicking him in the back, sending him stumbling back to his fellow genin. Isn't there a cell specifically designed to be a battering ram of sorts? Satsuki pointed out. Kakashi nodded and took out his orange book once again. Yes, but they play a more conservative game than you're probably aware of. That unit functions as exactly that. A unit. If one of them falls, the rest retreat with them in tow. Coherence is key. It'll save your lives someday, he said. He then eyed the teens intently. You still have well over 3 hours. Either come at me again, or come up with something, he commanded. A collective nod from the genin signified the beginning of an absolutely hellish gauntlet. Satsuki coughed painfully as she flopped to her back. Never before had she been so utterly spent, both physically and mentally. For the past 3 hours and 55 minutes, she, Naruto, and Shikamaru had relentlessly pursued their Jonin instructor in the hopes of acquiring one of his jealously guarded bells. They had failed completely and utterly to even begin to approach taking even one of them. They had been outmaneuvered, outmuscled, and outsmarted at every turn. In short, Kakashi Hatake was every bit as skilled as his reputation dictated. More depressing still, it was abundantly clear that, outside of a singular exchange between the Uchiha girl and the more experienced ninja, Kakashi had hardly even been trying. He really whipped our asses, didn't he? Naruto breathed through his exhaustion as he hung upside down by a rope trap from a tree branch. Satsuki slicked back her dark hair, which was now damp with sweat. At least I managed to touch a bell. You were just a punching bag, she retorted weakly. The usually bold genin sighed heavily and glanced at Shikamaru, who was by far the least battered of the three. What's that make him then? He just sat back and threw kunai at him, he complained, eliciting a bored shrug from the Nara. Pick your battles. The one time I tried to play taijutsu with him, he kicked me in the ribs so hard I thought I was gonna break in half. Also, I did more than throw kunai. I managed to paralyze him once, he corrected tiredly. Satsuki winced as she rotated her sore wrist. You had him for all of 5 seconds before he broke free and decked me. Some plan that was, she said irritatedly. Slowly but surely, the three-way bickering gave way to silence as they awaited the inevitably depressing verdict from Kakashi, who had disappeared at the end of the 4-hour time limit. Though it took a painstakingly long amount of time, eventually, just as they all began to argue to pass the time once more, Kakashi returned with his usual puff of smoke. "Forgive the wait. I just had a few things to sort out," he said. He then glanced at the dangling blonde. "I hung you up there at least a half an hour ago. How are you still stuck?" he asked skeptically. Naruto wiped sweat from his inverted brow and scratched his cheek. "I'm way too tired to get out by myself, and these jerks won't help me," he explained. Kakashi sighed in response and flicked out a kunai that severed the portion of rope suspending him in the air. Naruto instantly crashed to the ground in a heap, groaning painfully as he sat up and rubbed his head. "I'll be honest with you all. I expected you to come closer to snagging a bell. Most of the kids I test make contact with a bell at least twice, and you three only got there once," he began, causing all three teens to hang their heads in disappointment. "But, you also just so happen to be the first group I've ever worked with to have grasped the point of this exam right from the jump. Your plans weren't perfect, and your execution was laughable at points, but you worked together. You acted as a team, if a dysfunctional one," he continued, drawing their gazes back up from the ground as he spoke. A smile then formed on Kakashi's face beneath his mask. "As such, I'm going to give you all a passing grade. From this day onward, you're members of Team 7. Be proud of that. You're my graduates," he congratulated them jovially. Satsuki furrowed her brow and pointed to the bells that still hung at the Jonin's waist. "The bells were just a focal point for us to bite onto, I'm guessing?" she asked. Kakashi nodded and detached the bells from his belt. "Spot on. The point of them is to be a common goal to unite behind. Unfortunately, kids your age tend to be incredibly selfish. They try to think up ways of taking a bell for themselves, because they actually buy into the lie that only two can pass," he replied. Naruto frowned. "You openly lied to us while you were explaining the test. That's a little fucked up, honestly," he said. The silver-haired ninja chuckled and pocketed the bells. "Watch your language, kid. And yeah, I lied to you. Deception is a way of life, and it's the way of life you chose when you entered the academy. You're going to be damn good liars by the time you retire. Well, or by the time you die. No guarantees you'll all survive," he said, a darker tone slipping into his fairly pleasant voice. He then swiftly changed the topic. "I'm guessing you're all hungry. Eat up," he said, producing a pair of bentos as he spoke. He promptly tossed the boxes of food at the newly formed team. "Why are there only two?" Shikamaru asked as he carefully took one of the bentos into his lap, leaving the other between Naruto and Satsuki. "You've all got a feel for teamwork, but you still don't get along particularly well. That much is clear. Learning to share is a great way to bond. Have fun, and try not to kill each other," Kakashi said before vanishing again. For a time, the team sat in silence. Shikamaru, having claimed one of the bentos for himself as soon as he could, broke the soundless streak by opening the box of food and beginning to eat. "You two figure it out. I'm not the one getting into shouting matches," he said between bites in response to the questioning glares being shot his way by both the Uchiha and the blonde. Though both certainly wished to retort, they found that his logic was sound. Once that conclusion was silently reached by both Naruto and Satsuki, they both eyed the bento that had landed between them. Strangely, Naruto quickly looked away from the food and scooted away a few inches. Deciding to test the nature of the reaction, Satsuki slowly grasped the bento and took it for herself. When Naruto didn't react, she frowned to herself. "What's with you? You're all for arguing with me most of the time. Hell, that's all we do. Why are you being so subdued? You're no more tired than I am," she pondered. It almost seemed as if Naruto felt as though he had no right to the food. Initially opting to take advantage of his apparent apathy, the Uchiha girl opened the bento and began to eat. She hadn't made it more than 5 bites when the obvious sound of Naruto's stomach grumbling alerted her. Suddenly feeling a pang of guilt, Satsuki reached into the bento and extracted a piece of chicken. "Hey, Naruto," she said, gaining his attention quickly. She then held out the chicken toward him. "Eat it." "I probably can't finish it all," she said a tad awkwardly as her teammate stared at the food. After a few moments, Naruto took the chicken from her and quickly consumed it, further giving away that he was indeed very hungry. "Thanks for that," he muttered under his breath. Satsuki then glanced into the bento, seeing that there was still a fair amount of food left inside. "Tell me if you need more," she said quietly. Although he stubbornly refused to ask for the following 10 minutes, Naruto eventually did request more chicken, to which the raven-haired girl obliged. Unbeknownst to the team, perched in a tree several meters away, Kakashi wore an approving smile. Chapter 3. Naruto fought the urge to wipe the sweat from his brow as he forced himself to complete his 98th push-up. 100 was the goal, as per usual, and the final 5 were always a struggle. With the targeted number so close at hand, it was difficult to maintain his willpower. He was tired, he was sore, and he was nearly spent. Slowly, painstakingly, the blonde lowered himself down for his 99th. 2 more. Come on, 2 more, he grunted to himself as he struggled to lift his weight. Though it took him a substantial amount of time, Naruto finally straightened his arms under himself, signifying that only 1 more repetition remained. Taking a deep breath to prepare himself, Naruto brought himself back down toward the floor. Quickly and predictably, he hit a wall on his way back up. Push through it. Make it work, he demanded of his body. His arms were shaking, his abdomen ached, and he was out of breath. He hardly possessed the strength to hold himself up anymore. To combat his failing physicality, Naruto searched his mind for motivation. The classics were all there. The glares, the patronizing smirks, the mocking laughter, all of it. Oddly, however, none of it fazed him. He remained even and calm, much to his own detriment. As a result, he dropped down toward the floor of his bedroom, only catching himself a mere inch from the floorboards. He was on the verge of failure. Then, just as he was about to give in and accept the fact that he could not complete the set, a memory from the prior day sent a surge of renewed adrenaline through him. At least I managed to touch a bell. You were just a punching bag. Satsuki's words had at least partially been in jest as an on-brand attempt to rile him up, but they had also been true. During the bell test, Naruto had done little more than absorb punishment from Kakashi. Satsuki hadn't fared much better in a broad sense, but she had indeed grazed one of the bells with her fingertip at one point, and had even forced the Jonin to put his book down once or twice. She had outperformed him, and they both knew it. This won't be much of a team effort. I get the feeling I'll be doing most of the heavy lifting. Over and over again, Satsuki had made it clear that she considered herself above both he and Shikamaru, and unfortunately, she had largely proven herself to be correct in terms of on-field performance. At this thought, Naruto's biceps tightened and rigidly forced his body upward from the floor. I'm not your backup. Screw you and your oversized ego. Naruto growled to the Uchiha girl, who was obviously, and somewhat thankfully, not present to witness the blonde's physical struggle. With his 100th push-up completed at long last, Naruto flopped onto his stomach. Though he had managed to power his way through the exercise, he made a mental note to avoid extreme exertion on days directly following intensive work with his team. They had been granted one final day of rest by Kakashi earlier that morning, as they were set to begin D-ranked missions the next day. D-ranked assignments were apparently incredibly mundane, civil jobs in which genin would be given orders to clean out gutters, find stray cats, or even remove graffiti. In other words, grunt work. Naruto was far from anticipatory of the activities he would be partaking in the coming weeks, but it was a necessary step. As much as he wished to be beyond the bounds of the village, doing worthwhile work, he was begrudgingly aware that being thrown into the metaphorical deep end right away likely would result in severe repercussions. The world was a dangerous place, and sending out entirely green genin to do jobs of any weight was entirely unwise. How long the D-ranked assignments would remain a norm for Team 7 was unknowable at present, but it had the potential to fluctuate widely depending on the cell's performance during said assignments. In terms of difficulty, Naruto was without worry in regards to the missions. Having engaged in his fair share of mischief, he had also experienced the consequences of having to clean and fix things. What concerned him, and always had about becoming a ninja, was the fact that he would be forced to somewhat be in the public eye. He had learned to calmly deal with the discrimination long ago, but to be placed right in the brunt of it once again, with his teammates present, no less, would be a daunting test of his self-control and confidence. That's how it was always going to be. Suck it up, he thought to himself as he rose up from the floor and stretched his upper body. He then glanced to his left, where his mirror was hanging over his dresser. During his morning exercise, his shirt had hiked its way up his abdomen, revealing just a few inches of the black markings that had always covered his stomach. Sighing somewhat, Naruto peeled the rest of his shirt from his body and looked himself over. He had worked himself into solid shape over the years, and in some respects, he was proud of his own self-discipline, but the tattoo on his stomach was a constant reminder that he was different. Each day, almost out of habit, he would check to see if it had somehow disappeared, that perhaps his determination to self-improve had mystically dispelled the curse placed upon him. Unfortunately, that fantasy never came to pass. Why do I even keep hoping for it? The tattoo isn't even the problem, he pondered. A quiet laugh then escaped him as he came across an odd bit of ironic humor. The old maxim of what lay within mattering more than what lay exposed had always been meant in a positive light. It was a confidence-building philosophy, a beacon of confidence for many, be it consciously or unconsciously. For Naruto, it was entirely inverted. What lay within him was the source of his condemnation, the base of his pain. The tattoo was superficial and meaningless, but its design was fairly interesting, if not outright appealing. I wonder if I can learn a jutsu to hide it, he wondered within his mind. The thought itself was only semi-serious, but the notion of removing the tattoo from view was certainly appealing. To not be reminded of his status day in and day out would be a great relief in many ways. The blonde then exited his bedroom and glanced over at his kitchen. I should eat, he thought to himself. He briskly made his way into the kitchen and searched his cupboards, finding the predictably mundane options of cup ramen or canned meat. A brief weighing of the options, he sided with the cup ramen due to trusting it more to not be rotten. Ramen it is. That makes a whole week in a row. You came a bit closer this time. Keep getting better and you might have me by the time I retire. Don't patronize me. A nonchalant laugh echoed through the Nara household as the clock struck noon. Shikamaru, for the 1000th time, had been summarily defeated in a game of shogi by his father, Shikaku. It was practically a tradition. Shikamaru would pose a pointless challenge, Shikaku would accept, and within the following hour, the younger of the Nara men would hang his head in frustration as his more seasoned father claimed a routine victory. You should write a book on this crap. I've never seen you even come close to losing. Not even grandfather could touch you. Shikamaru said only semi-sarcastically. His father began to put away the pieces of the game and shook his head. Writing a book would take more time than I'm ever going to have. As for my old man, most of that was him going senile. Even he'd tell you that much, he replied. Once the shogi board and pieces were fully cleaned up and put away, Shikaku eyed his son and relaxed his posture a bit. You haven't said much about your team. What are they like, he asked. Shikamaru sighed and uncrossed his legs to make himself more comfortable. Not sure, really. Naruto is about as far from calming as I could have ended up with, and Satsuki is pretty much what you'd expect at this point, he explained vaguely. The head of the Nara clan stroked his goatee. They really put her in with Naruto, huh? I'm tempted to call that a bad call, honestly, he said thoughtfully. Shikamaru snorted and cracked his stiff neck. Don't even hesitate. They just about tore each other's throats out yesterday. Naruto won't shut up, and he irritates her enough that she always goes after him. Oil and water, the lot of them, he said. Shikaku drummed his fingers on the matted floor. That might be the whole point. Naruto isn't as energetic as he used to be, from what you've told me, but he's still got a mouth on him, even if he usually means well. Parent-teacher conferences told me all I need to know about how that girl's viewed, he said, drawing a raised eyebrow from his son. What do you mean, he pressed skeptically. Shikaku cracked a humorous smile and shook his head tiredly. I only saw it twice, but more than once is enough to prove a pattern exists. They stare at her. Boys and girls alike. Boys, because they'd kill to help her start up that clan again, and girls because they're dying to know how exactly she does it. Classic teenage drama, he explained. Shikamaru shrugged and began fiddling with a shogi piece they had missed. She is pretty hot. Sucks that she's about as likable as an angry drunk. Kiba had it bad for her last year. Didn't end well, but I guess it proves your point. I still don't quite get how Naruto factors into any of that, though, he said in response. Shikaku tapped his forehead. Use your brain, kid. Of all the hormonal messes in your class, you and Naruto probably fawned over her the least, right? Can you imagine how terribly your team would operate if either one of you were attracted to her? It would be a nightmare, he extrapolated. Shikamaru then let out a genuine laugh at the notion. Man, what does that tell you about this year's crop? If you're even half right, they really put together a team solely based on who was least likely to get turned on by their own teammates. What a joke, he said through his laughter. Shikaku scratched the back of his head and rose up to his feet slowly. I didn't mean it quite like that, but that's one way of putting it. All of that aside, do you think you'll all function, he asked. Shikamaru stood to meet him and nodded. Yeah. We'll be fine. Naruto's a little dumb, and Satsuki's a little mean, but hey, I think we work all right, he said honestly. His father nodded and gestured for him to follow him, to which Shikamaru obliged. Surprisingly, he was not led to the kitchen as he had expected, but out into their backyard, which bordered the forest for which the village was famous. Are you making me go on a walk with you again? He asked boredly. Shikaku responded by doing something he rarely did, which was to untie his forehead protector from his bicep and refasten it on his head. At the sight, Shikamaru made a silent, educated guess as to what he would be doing for the next several hours. Since you're about to be out in the real world for the first time, I think it'd be good if I actually forced you to work on your ancillary skill sets. Your scores in taijutsu and endurance were horrible this year and every year before it. We're going to change that, he explained, assuming a stance as he spoke. The younger Nara raised an eyebrow and mimicked him. Since when are you good at either of those things, he shot back. Shikaku smirked and took a step forward to engage. I'm decent at best, average at worst. You're mediocre at best, and useless at worst. I can still teach you a thing or two, he said. Shikamaru sighed and strode to meet him. Of course, you choose the day I'm already sore to suddenly want to be young again. Showers had always been an excellent reliever of stress. Hot water was a more effective therapist than any licensed official could ever hope to be. It was due to these truths that Satsuki had developed the habit of remaining in the shower for an upwards of 30 minutes at a time. There were few other places in which she felt more comfortable than under her shower head, hot water dousing her skin. The present day in particular called for a long appointment, as her body was tremendously sore from the prior morning. Kakashi Hatake was an exceptionally skilled combatant. He was blazing fast in a way that starkly contrasted his slow and easy intonations, he was rigidly strong, and he was a ruthless taker of openings. He had been holding back considerably during the bell test, but he had still made sure to send a strong message. He was their superior, and Team 7 had a tremendous amount of growing to do. As a result of his harsh enforcement, both she and Naruto had absorbed a fairly substantial amount of damage. Naruto's jaw and lower leg had been badly bruised, and Satsuki's rib cage was black and blue. Beyond the actual minor injuries she had sustained, her body was incredibly sore from the exertion, and her lungs still burned when she breathed. In one way, it was fortunate that D-ranked assignments were all the cell was permitted to perform for the foreseeable future. It would allow them a bit of time to recover. They'll probably have us raking leaves or drying windows. It stormed this week, she thought to herself as she slowly turned the pressure gauge of her shower down to shut it off. Once the water quit flowing from the shower head, Satsuki rolled her sore shoulder and carefully made her way out of the stall and out into the main bathroom. As she stepped into the main area of her bathroom, she cast her eyes down to the floor as she always did. She had long avoided viewing her own reflection, only ever doing so to manage her hair, be it when she cut it, or when she loosely fixed it in the morning. It had ceased being a temptation to look upon her reflection for any other reason, but today was different. As of 2 days prior, she had changed. She was a genin, a kunoichi of Konohagakure. In a sense, it was a step toward adulthood, a link in her transition from mere girl to grown woman. Just this once. I'll only look for a few seconds, she vowed to herself, slowly turning her gaze upward as she submitted to her uncommon desire to view herself. What she saw was fairly close to what she had expected, but a fair bit had changed since her 14th birthday, which had been the last time she'd taken a long, hard look at herself. Well, I guess they only really started staring at the start of this year, she mused to herself, a touch of pride working its way into her psyche. The longer she evaluated her appearance, however, the more she came to a singular conclusion. She very much resembled Mikoto Uchiha, her late mother. Her face was a touch less rounded, and her figure was still younger in a number of ways, but the genetics of her mother were increasingly showing through in Satsuki's appearance. Their eyes were nearly identical, their lips were shaped the same, and their cheekbones were strikingly similar. As many daughters did, Satsuki had viewed her mother as the most beautiful woman on the planet. The gold standard of what she had hoped to become. To see herself slowly become more similar to Mikoto brought Satsuki a brief spark of vindicating joy. That happiness quickly gave way to something else. As she looked upon her reflection, the pleasant face of her mother in her mind's eye was replaced by an image she had forcefully repressed to the deepest depths of her psyche. To test the limits of my own ability. 8 words, 2 bodies, a single massacre. The imagery only lasted a brief moment, but it was enough to cause the girl to tear her eyes away from the mirror and grip her own face tightly. No more mirrors, she muttered to herself as her nails dug into her cheek and temple. Eventually, she calmed enough to move once again. With her autonomy regained, Satsuki put on the clothes she had set out for herself ahead of time on the bathroom counter, having dried naturally to the point of not requiring a towel. Once she was fully dressed, she exited her bathroom and leaned back against the wall of the hallway. Choosing to set her mind to other, more standard things, Satsuki reached behind herself and felt her lower back, where her dark hair just barely extended to. I need to cut it soon. This is as long as I've ever let it get, she decided. She then quickly realized that cutting her hair would require the aid of a mirror, at which point she shook her head and began a walk toward her porch at the end of the corridor. I'll do it next week. Chapter 4. The job description of a ninja was a fairly straightforward one to understand. One was to uphold the status of his or her village, by way of either diplomacy or combative mission work. Day in and day out, reports of fallen ninja of all ages and levels of competency were delivered to the office of the Hokage. It was a part of the job, so to speak. As such, one would expect even the lowest-ranking assignments doled out to those possessing the distinction as a ninja of Konoha to be at least somewhat perilous, or at least important. Fortunately or unfortunately, Team 7 had learned within their first week on the job that such notions were false. At present, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Satsuki were all positioned at different locations around the property of a wealthy local merchant. When they had initially been told that they would be working for such a well-off client, they had all, somewhat rightfully, assumed that their mission would entail security of some kind. As it turned out, they had simply been called in to locate the woman's cat, who had escaped for the third time that month. "We've caught sight of this thing twice. It disappeared both times. It knows we're after it," Naruto pondered as he slowly trekked across the property. The day was fairly hot, and the sun was beating down overhead, so every minute the assignment dragged on grew more and more uncomfortable. Taking a glance across the large stretch of land, Naruto pinpointed the locations of his teammates. Shikamaru was doing much the same thing he was, but on the opposite wall. Satsuki, on the other hand, had taken a different, possibly more intelligent approach. She had climbed a tree, and was surveying a large section of land. Every once in a while, she'd hop to another treetop. It had yet to create any sort of lead toward where the cat may or may not be, but it certainly had the potential to. A humorous thought then occurred to the blonde as he observed her. She sorta moves like a cat. The way she jumps and lands. It's quiet as hell, he mused to himself. A slight rustling to his left then caught his attention and drew his gaze down to the brush. When he inspected the direction from which the movement had come closely, he spotted a pair of feline eyes peering out at him. Past experience dealing with the cat had taught him that trying to chase it was a pointless endeavor. The cat was faster, more agile, and incredibly difficult to pin down. Turning his head slowly, Naruto locked eyes with Satsuki, who had apparently seen the same thing he had despite the great distance between them. They then exchanged a nod, which prompted the girl to begin crossing treetops to congregate with him. The cat then stepped out into the open ground just in front of Naruto, shaking rapidly to clear the grass and brambles from its fur. "Stay right there, you furry dumbass," Naruto muttered as he detected Satsuki in a nearby tree at the edges of his peripheral vision. Slowly but surely, his teammate silently positioned herself just overhead. "Not quite yet," he mouthed to her with a glance up in her direction. Surprisingly, Satsuki heeded his advice and waited a moment. Once the moment was past, she dropped down from her perch and landed just to the left of the cat. Predictably, the evasive feline scurried to escape from what it knew to be an attempt to return it to its owner, but Satsuki caught it by the collar just before it could scamper out of range. "Third time's the charm," she said proudly as she held the cat in place to prevent it from struggling and scratching her. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. "For something that took us almost 3 hours, that was anticlimactic as hell," he said tiredly. The raven-haired girl shrugged and attempted to calm the feline down by running a hand over its head and back. "It's still a paycheck. Besides, it's not like you didn't get your exercise in. Chasing it around and falling flat on your face had to have made for a decent workout. You're all covered in dust from it," she said jeeringly. Naruto rolled his eyes and brushed some dirt from his shirt. "Yeah, and your hair is full of thorns and twigs." "At least I tried to make something happen," he shot back. Satsuki smirked and held up the cat proudly. "This coming from the loser who couldn't catch the cat," she said confidently. Seeming to be bothered by having been held for so long, the cat then twisted in Satsuki's grip and bit into her arm. Satsuki immediately yelped and dropped the feline reflexively. Both genin immediately readied themselves to chase the animal once more, but before they could even begin, the cat froze mid-stride. "If you two would quit trying to make every little thing we do a competition, then maybe we'd actually get things done without something stupid happening." Naruto and Satsuki let out a simultaneous sigh of relief as Shikamaru stepped out of the shade, his shadow having attached itself to that of the cat. As were the mechanics of the Nara clan's family jutsu, the cat approached Shikamaru in exact tandem with his movements. Within seconds, Shikamaru had apprehended the animal and seized it by the scruff. "I didn't know it worked on things other than people," Naruto said as the shadow user joined them in the sun. Shikamaru established a firm hold on the cat and released its scruff before answering him. "Shadow possession was a thing we came up with to make hunting deer and other game animals easier. We only started using it on people when the leaf took us in way back when," he explained. The group then began to walk back toward the large estate in which the lady for whom they had retrieved the cat lived. As they walked along, Naruto snickered as the cat struggled and occasionally scratched at Shikamaru. "I don't really understand cat people. All those little demons do is complain and scratch at things. They suck," he said as the Nara regained control of the feline. Satsuki, who was walking between the two boys, glanced at Naruto and smirked. I'd watch your tongue if I were you. You and the cat could be related. You've both got whiskers, she said in reference to the odd line markings that had always been present on the blonde's cheeks. Naruto snorted and shoved his hands into his pockets. I think you have more in common with it. You're just as annoying and hard to be around, he countered. Satsuki raised an eyebrow and cracked one of her knuckles. Maybe you've got a scruff like a cat, too. Maybe I should test that out, she threatened lightly. Before any more could be said, Shikamaru linked his shadow to both of theirs. Quit arguing. If I get distracted by you guys and drop this thing, I'm not helping you catch it again, he said irritatedly, waiting for confirming nods from his teammates before releasing them. The rest of the journey to the front door of the estate was fairly uneventful, with the most exciting occurrence being when Shikamaru was scratched below the eye. Eventually, after around 10 minutes, the team reached the porch of the large house, where the owner of the property awaited them. Oh, you found her. Thank you so very much, she said gratefully as Shikamaru handed the cat over to the portly woman. With the cat in hand, the lady tightly squeezed and rubbed her face against the cat, drawing a look of obvious distress from the feline. For the briefest of moments, despite their vastly different personalities and outlooks, all of Team 7 united behind a feeling of sympathy for the cat. Good work, you three. Not all that quick, but you got the job done, came the voice of Kakashi, who was sitting off to the right, reading his orange-covered book. At the sight of him, Naruto frowned. Why'd you just sit there instead of helping us, he complained. The silver-haired ninja shut his book and stood to his feet with a stretch. Because my job is to observe your progress and train you, not to do your work for you. Especially when it comes to stuff like this, he explained. He then turned to the cat-loving woman. I take it the results are to your liking, Miss Miyata, he asked cordially. The lady nodded her head fervently and reached into her pocket. Oddly, she came up empty-handed. It seems I left my things inside. Give me a few moments, you four. I'll write you all a favorable report, she said before disappearing into her home. Once she was gone, Kakashi sighed and looked to his team. I know this week hasn't been overly exciting, but it's necessary. Things like this teach you how to follow the parameters of a mission to a T, he said somewhat sympathetically. Satsuki, who had been picking brambles and thorns out of her hair, kicked a small pebble from the porch. Yeah, maybe, but I don't really feel like a kunoichi. I feel like a village grunt, she said, drawing nods of agreement from Naruto and Shikamaru. Kakashi gave her a patronizing smile beneath his mask. Because that's exactly what you are right now. Until you're ranked highly enough to perform assignment solo, you're more or less at the mercy of your superiors, he said. Shikamaru furrowed his brow. It's not like you're in a different position. You just get a bigger paycheck and do different things, he pointed out. The older ninja let his smile widen to a grin. Now you're catching on, he said humorously. A few seconds after the brief back and forth, Miss Miyata emerged with a slip of paper, which she handed to Kakashi. Upon a swift review of the writing's contents, the Jonin nodded. Thank you for the kind words, he thanked her. Minutes later, the cell had made their way out into the streets of Konoha once more. It was a few minutes past 3 in the afternoon. After we collect your pay, how about we get a late lunch? Kakashi suggested to the teens. As could have been predicted, Naruto and Shikamaru both gave a thumbs up at the idea. Much to the surprise of the rest of the team, however, Satsuki did the same. I know a place. There's a small cafe in the eastern sector. They've got good coffee, which I think we all probably need. Shikamaru offered. Though he had very much been on board with the idea of eating with his teammates initially, something suddenly occurred to Naruto. I actually have something I need to do after we get paid. Nothing super big, but I think I'll probably have to miss lunch with you guys, he said as Kakashi and Satsuki nodded in agreement with Shikamaru's selection of restaurant. For a moment or two, Shikamaru seemed to study him. Eventually, he gave an on-brand response. Suit yourself, I guess, the Nara said with a shrug. Naruto suppressed his urge to let out a sigh of relief. Though neither Satsuki nor Kakashi said anything to the blonde's suddenly busy schedule, both eyed him intently before moving on to other topics. Naruto pursed his lips and looked to the ground as they approached the Hokage building. I'm a bad liar. Kakashi tapped his foot impatiently as he awaited an answer to his knock on Naruto's door. It was now roughly 6:30, and it had been a bit more than 2 hours since he had seen the blonde. As he had said he would, Naruto disappeared after receiving his paycheck from the Hokage. The reasoning for his sudden apprehension regarding eating out was certainly a mystery in terms of specificity, but the broad motivations for it were perfectly clear to the copy ninja. I know you're in there, kid. Just come out and talk to me, he called to his student, who he knew to be within the dwelling. Though it took nearly a minute and a half, the sound of footsteps eventually echoed out from the apartment. The door then promptly opened to reveal Naruto, who was wearing the same attire he had been earlier in the day. "What do you need?" he asked blankly. The silver-haired Jonin gave him a bored look and beckoned him out into the hallway, which was entirely empty save for the two of them. "You know what I'm here for. Tell me about this afternoon. Why did you pull out of eating with us?" "I normally wouldn't ask, but I'm making an exception this time," he asked directly. The genin chewed the inside of his cheek absently. "I wasn't all that hungry, and I had to do some math to figure out my bills for the month. Just normal stuff, you know," he replied. Though some of the response was likely true, it was also blatantly obvious that Naruto was making excuses, and unconvincing ones at that. Deciding it would be better to simply tackle the topic head-on rather than dance around it, Kakashi reached past Naruto and closed his door. "I already know about it, Naruto. You don't have to be so cautious," he said vaguely, well aware that no further extrapolation was needed to get his point across. Instantly, Naruto tensed. "Why'd you even bother asking why, then?" he asked quietly. The Jonin leaned back against the wall on the opposite side of the hallway and studied the boy. "Because it's common courtesy. That aside, I'm guessing you were afraid of your teammates thinking less of you if they saw the cafe staff treating you badly, right?" he inquired. Naruto's eyes drifted down to the floorboards. "Yeah, something like that. Even if this week hasn't been exciting, it's been nice to have people to do things with. Even if those things are just cleaning and cat catching," he admitted. Kakashi shook his head. "I understand how you feel, but also, neither Satsuki nor Shikamaru would have condemned you for it. If anything, I think one or both of them would have defended you. I know Shikamaru's a bit detached, and Satsuki's more than a little prickly, but both of them are decent people," he said. Naruto shifted in place uncomfortably. "Shikamaru, maybe, but Satsuki would hold it over my head. She already pushes my buttons every chance she gets. If she knew what I'm holding, she'd just get even worse," he said. The older ninja remained unfazed and kept eye contact with his student. "Would you like to know why I know you're wrong about that?" he asked. Naruto opened his mouth to retort, but soon closed it and nodded reluctantly. Kakashi gestured to himself. "Satsuki sent me here to check on you. I'm not going to lie to you and say she was beside herself with worry, but she was concerned in her own icy way. Shikamaru even offered to come with me. You guys aren't super friendly with one another yet, but they still respect you," he revealed. The blonde furrowed his brow at the information being presented to him. "Are you sure they'd feel that way if they knew why?" "I sort of doubt it," he asked. Kakashi nodded firmly and stepped forward. "Yes, I'm sure. You don't have to tell them, that's your decision to make, but I think you ended up with the only two people in your class who I'd be surprised to see judge you for it. Satsuki has seen some genuinely horrific things. Things no kid your age should ever have to see. Shikamaru hasn't been through the fire the way she has, but his worldview and moral compass are about as solid as you'll find," he said confidently. He then put a hand on his student's shoulder. "And I don't think any less of you for it, either. I specifically requested you for this team. The original plan was for you to be put with Asuma Sarutobi, one of my fellow Jonin, but I asked for you to be placed with me, because I think you could be great with the right kind of push. Don't get down on yourself for something you had no control over, kid," he concluded. Naruto glanced up and met his eyes. "It's hard not to sometimes, but I'll try to keep that in mind," he said with little certainty. Kakashi nodded in approval and stepped back. "Good. I'll leave you be for tonight. Be at the Hokage building at 7 sharp tomorrow morning," he said. At this, Naruto turned around and entered his apartment once more, leaving Kakashi alone in the hallway. Letting out a sigh, the Jonin made his way to the stairs and descended to the lobby. Once on the base floor, he made his way out the front entrance of the complex and out into the street. When he stepped out into the open air, however, he caught sight of something surprising out of the corner of his eye. "You trailed me, huh?" he called out to Satsuki, who was leaning against the wall just inside an alleyway to the left of the apartment building. The Uchiha girl stepped out from her makeshift hiding place and blew a strand of hair out of her eyes. "Does his door have a slot for mail?" she asked, ignoring his prior question. It was then that Kakashi noticed a small, narrow box in her left hand. It was the leftovers she had neglected to eat at the cafe. Easily deducing what it all meant, he smiled under his mask. "Yes, it does. Door 236, second floor," he replied. Needing no further conversation, Satsuki briskly strode past her sensei and through the revolving door of the apartment building. As he watched her enter the lobby, Kakashi chuckled to himself. Maybe they will end up getting along. Chapter 5. Team 7 waited in impatient silence as Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, sifted his way through a stack of potential assignments to send them off to complete. Chances were, they would once again be stuck performing a mundane odd job, such as catching another cat, or scraping muck from the gutters of a high-class citizen who could afford the help. 8 days had passed in total since the formation of the cell, and even Kakashi was somewhat growing tired of the mundane nature of their so-called missions. As such, as Hiruzen seemed to settle on an assignment to task them with for the first half of the day, Satsuki spoke up in surprising fashion. "Hokage-sama, if I may ask, how long are you planning on keeping us to D-ranked missions?" she asked in a polite tone that drew a snicker from Naruto. The elderly leader laid 3 documents down on the desk in front of him. "The next 2 months, I believe. A standard building plan for a new cell," he replied calmly. Nearly in unison, the Genin's expressions all twisted into ones of disapproval and frustration. Even the classically undriven Shikamaru seemed to find the prospect of spending 2 entire months effectively acting as a village-wide custodian unappealing. Sensing their falling mood with ease, Kakashi spoke before any of them could say something they would come to regret. "With all due respect, don't you think that the ease with which they've completed their past few assignments calls for a step up in difficulty? I don't think C-ranked would be too much as long as I keep a close eye on things," the Jonin suggested to his superior, much to the delight of his indignant students. Hiruzen studied the group silently for a few moments before reaching into a separate stack of papers. "I suppose you have a point, but only 1 week of experience is a bit green for a group heading out onto the field. I'll give you something that should be fairly tame," he said. He then slid a document across his desk to Kakashi, who read its contents carefully. "Basic travel security and project oversight. Sounds good. When exactly would we be leaving?" he inquired. The Hokage glanced up at the clock on the leftmost wall and then back to Team 7. 1 hour from now. "If you'd like to take this on, I'd suggest you get packing. Your client will be arriving shortly," he explained. At this, Kakashi looked back at his team and raised an eyebrow in their direction. "Well? Do you want to or not? If you do, quick-looking starstruck and pack clothes, rations, and water. Nothing more, nothing less," he asked shortly. Though it took them all a half-beat, the group quickly gave a collective nod and turned by their heels. Within moments, they were out of the Hokage building en route to their individual homes. Once they were well and truly out of earshot, Kakashi turned his attention back to Hiruzen. "Why exactly did you want to keep them so close to home for so long?" he asked directly. The Hokage folded his hands in front of himself on his desk and eyed the spot where the Genin had once stood. "While I'm quite certain that my logic was sound in putting those 3 together, I still feel as though it will take time for them to truly mesh as a team. From what I've heard, while they've been completing their assignments without fail, there are still spats amongst them each time. Those lapses in synchronicity could cost them their lives. You know that," he reasoned eloquently. The younger man considered his points for a moment. "Fair enough, but I also think that a crash course could do them some good. From what I'm reading, there's a chance we come across a fairly infamous bandit ring along the way. Each of them can probably handle a bandit by themselves, but not easily. They'll be forced to be coherent," he countered. Hiruzen stroked his bearded chin and visibly pondered the situation at hand. "I think it's very much up to preference at this point, and I'll trust yours for now. Just know that they are your responsibility. If things heat up too much, you're to pull them out immediately, understood?" he said seriously. The silver-haired Jonin nodded and let out a long sigh. "I'm still new to this whole sensei thing. I'm honestly glad I ended up with a group of viper-tongued brats. They don't use the title with me much. It always sounds awkward when they do," he said tiredly. Hiruzen chuckled and leaned back in his chair. "I'd be lying if I said I didn't know the feeling. Taking on the younger generation as your own is no small task, especially in your case. You have a difficult group of kids. I have faith in you, though. You've been reliable, if a bit unconventional at times," he said confidently. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. "I've always been a nonconformist. Minato-sensei brought my team up differently than the other captains were at the time, and I turned out well, I think. I feel like these 3 are a bit ahead of the curve compared to their classmates. I can't even nail down why I think so," he said ponderously. The Hokage drummed his fingers on the desk absently and stared out the window. "A maddening truth of living is that, sometimes, we're slaves to the unknown. The answer to that question of yours will likely come in time, but you're likely to be made to wait for it. Though, it's possible that you piece it together before it reveals itself outright. Waiting is a part of life, and a thing we must all endure," he said sagely. The copy ninja adjusted his headband, which covered his left eye as per usual. "I'm in no rush. What's the fun if I see it all coming? I'd rather be just as surprised as they are. Either way, thank you for making an exception for them. I sent them away before they could express it, but they're definitely thankful," he said with a formal bow. The Jonin then turned around and exited the office, and then the building as a whole, leaving Hiruzen to himself at the desk. With peace and quiet finally restored, the old man allowed himself to relax. "They're growing up, Minato. Naruto and Kakashi both. Naruto stretched his back as he entered the Hokage building for the second time that day. As he had been instructed to do, he had gathered up what little extra clothing he owned, a few cans of meat he had recently bought, and a canister of water. It was all tightly crammed into an undersized backpack, which he had been using since his far earlier years. Once he was situated in the same location from whence he had left, it became clear that he was at least somewhat late. Right in the nick of time. We were about to leave without you. I'm almost disappointed. Satsuki, who was also carrying a bag of what Naruto presumed to be similar contents to his own, greeted him jeeringly. Ignoring her jab at him for the moment, the blonde swept his eyes over the group standing before him. Save for one person, it was simply his cell. Shikamaru, Satsuki, and Kakashi were all present. The one extra person was what caught the blonde's attention. It was an old man of average height and build, with a gray beard and an unpleasant look on his face. In his left hand was a flask of something that certainly didn't smell like water, and his posture suggested that he was both weary and irritated. In short, who Naruto assumed to be their client appeared very much a negative addition. Brat's finally here, is he? Good, let's get moving, the old man grunted as Naruto joined Shikamaru to the left of Kakashi. The blonde prickled at the man's tone, but held his tongue for the sake of his better interest. His name is Tazuna. I've already briefed the other two, so I'll keep this short. He's a bridge builder from the Land of Waves, and he needs some light security on his way back to the site of construction, the silver-haired Jonin explained to Naruto as the group began to walk toward the exit. Nodding along as the situation was laid out before him, Naruto glanced at the old man, who was apparently named Tazuna. What's the bridge for? He asked simply. The old man scoffed at the question and took a swig from his flask of what was likely alcohol. I don't see why I should tell you that. You were late. If you wanted to know, then you should have been on time, he shot back in a mean-spirited tone. Naruto scowled and fought the urge to change his trajectory to get closer to him. Oh, you've got plenty of reason to tell me. I might not care enough to save your sorry ass if I'm all in the dark, he said bitingly. Tazuna barked a short laugh and pointed his flask at the blonde. Keep your brat on a leash, Kakashi. I think he might bite me, he said sarcastically, drawing a tired sigh from the copy ninja. Within a few minutes, the arguing died down again, with Naruto eventually submitting to ignorance rather than pushing his own temper any further. As those minutes went by, the closer and closer they drew to the outer border of the Hidden Leaf Village. When they reached the gate, Kakashi glanced back at the genin. Have any of you ever been outside the village before? He asked curiously. Naruto and Satsuki shook their heads honestly, but Shikamaru nodded and let out a yawn. Yeah, a few times. We aren't dependent on it anymore, but the Nara hunt for food every once in a while. Mostly deer out on a reserve we own. Nowhere other than there, though, he elaborated when each of his teammates shot him questioning looks. Well, luckily for the two of you, Kakashi began, gesturing to Naruto and Satsuki as he spoke before then pointing straight ahead of them. The route we're taking is more or less a straight shot. A few turns here and there, but mostly straightforward. Keep your eyes peeled and your senses sharp. Keep a constant perimeter around Tazuna secure, and be ready to intercept anything that comes his way, he concluded, directing his genin into position a moment later. With their placement in the makeshift traveling formation determined, Team 7 began their trek to the Land of Waves with Tazuna in tow. The first 4 miles were uneventful. Naruto and Satsuki bickered several times over mundane things, such as the superiority both of them believed to be held by their specific position in the formation, and once over whether or not Shikamaru was, in fact, sleepwalking. As it turned out, the Nara was very much awake, and promptly told them as much once the argument grew troublesome, as he had put it. The 5th mile removed from the village, however, was far from without action. Several times, Kakashi had signaled for the group to halt abruptly, and spent a number of moments carefully surveying their surroundings before allowing the cell to continue on. When they stopped for a 3rd time in less than a mile, Kakashi notified the group that they were likely being trailed. It wasn't until halfway through the 6th mile of walking that the reality of the Jonin's declaration would come to pass. None of you move. Stay as still as you can. Keep formation. Kakashi said authoritatively, halting their advance in the middle of a grassy clearing. All 3 genin obliged and lowered themselves into defensive stances around Tazuna. For an unervingly long amount of time, there was silence. Just as Naruto began considering speaking up, the soundlessness was shattered utterly. In a flash, faster than could be reacted to by any of the 3 genin, 2 blurs crashed across the clearing from either side, with Kakashi being caught between them. In an instant, the silver-haired Jonin was bisected in a spray of blood and guts. Standing in the wake of the horrible scene that remained of their sensei were 2 figures, both of whom were bandaged across their faces with chain-like weapons strapped to their arms. For a Jonin, he certainly was simple to surprise, one of them rasped darkly. The other then turned his attention to the genin, who had indeed maintained their formation, but were all looking on feeling quite helpless. "Easy pickings from here," the second of the chain-bearing men said. The pair then burst forward in a straight line. Despite their shock, and the absence of their leader, the cell all steeled themselves to defend both their lives and Tezuna's. Just before they could collide with Shikamaru, who was at the front of the trifecta, the pair veered off to their left harshly and redirected themselves toward Naruto. In spite of the extremity of the shift, the directional alteration took place at such a speed that the blonde was completely unprepared for the assault when it came to him. With both of the men bearing down toward him, Naruto drew a kunai and prepared a futile attempt to repel the charge. A split second before the men could reach him, however, they were both stopped in place and sent staggering back by an unseen force. In the blur, Naruto had flinched and closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he saw Satsuki. She had leapt into action just in time to intercept the two men, and had done so by performing a mid-air split to slam her shin bones into their oncoming skulls. The impact had done little to actually stun them, but it had sent them back a few feet and bought the genin a moment of time to breath. "You look a little shaky. Terrified already, Naruto?" Satsuki asked with a smirk as she glanced back at him. Though his blood boiled at her gall, Naruto swallowed his pride and stepped forward to join her in their likely pointless fight against the terrifying ninja before them. "Not in 1,000 years, he said as firmly as he could. Before either of them could act, the men suddenly froze in place, completely immobilized. It took little time for the reason as to why to hit them in the back of the head. "I can't hold them long. If you're gonna do something, do it now," Shikamaru yelled from his position several meters away. The commotion had contained the two enemy ninja in one place just long enough for the Nara to line up his shadow with theirs. Needing no further prompting, Naruto and Satsuki rushed forward with kunai in hand. Though the raven-haired girl was able to inflict a minor wound on her chosen target before the effects of her teammates' paralyzing jutsu could wear off, Naruto was not so fortunate. The slight difference in speed between himself and the Uchiha had placed him a half-beat behind, and the chain-bearing man he had chosen to attack regained control of his body just long enough to leap out of range of the blonde's swing for his jugular vein. "For a group of children, you've done well. Be proud of that. It will be your final accomplishment," hissed one of the ninja. In stark contrast with her usual confidence and swagger, Satsuki took a step back and swallowed as the men prowled forward. "Got another one of those in you, Shikamaru," she called to her undriven teammate. The Nara shook his head nervously and circled to put himself between the commotion and Tezuna. Satsuki then glanced at Naruto. "Any ideas?" she asked. The blonde pursed his lips and tightened his grip on the kunai he held in his left hand. "Maybe one or two, but they're probably suicidal," he said honestly. As the seemingly inevitable conclusion of their young lives grew nearer, both literally and figuratively, a slight shifting sound caught the attention of all those involved in the scuffle. Then, in similar fashion to the arrival of the two men terrorizing Team 7, another flash whipped its way into view, this time knocking both of the enemy ninja flat on their backs. "Kakashi-sensei? I thought you were..." Naruto began as his surprisingly healthy-looking teacher held their oppressors down against the ground by their throats. The silver-haired ninja looked back at his clearly shocked genin over his shoulder and gave a smile underneath his mask. 8 out of 10, I'd say. Some good and bad in that performance, but mostly encouraging. "I've got it from here," he assured them. A few moments later, both of the men who had been attacking them were tied to a tree and gagged. Though they had known it beforehand, it was now perfectly clear to all three of the genin that Kakashi was several large, extensive levels beyond them in every respect. "Come on over, all of you. You included, Tezuna," he called to the group after confirming that he had securely captured their enemies. Once they were all present before him, Kakashi narrowed his eyes and shot a glare in the direction of the bridge builder. "You have quite a bit of explaining to do. These aren't bandits. Not even close. These two are known as the Demon Brothers. They're Chunin," he said sharply, letting his words sink in for a few moments before continuing. "If you're a simple bridge builder, why the hell are A-ranked criminals after you? Something bigger is going on here, and I want to know exactly what. Talk, Tezuna. Spare no details," he demanded seriously. The old man stared at the Jonin in tense silence for nearly a full minute before finally working up the nerve to respond. "I am a bridge builder, but maybe I was a bit dishonest about my importance," he said nervously. Kakashi snorted and jammed his thumb toward the Demon Brothers. "Clearly. Now start talking," he snapped bluntly. Tezuna then took a deep breath and forced himself to relax somewhat. "The bridge I'm directing the construction of is vitally important. The Land of Waves has been under the thumb of a mob boss for the past decade. Gato is the name, if you've heard it before. The bridge would open up trade with the Land of Fire. It would jumpstart our economy, he said, taking a pensive sip from his flask between thoughts. If we were able to control our trade again, we would be able to wiggle free from his grip and possibly build up the funds to actually drive him out. Gato knows what we're trying to do, and he wants me dead. If I die, that bridge probably goes up in smoke, he finished. Kakashi silently assessed the situation, weighing multiple variables at once. I have half a mind to turn around and leave you here with these freaks until they break free. You blatantly lied to get a lower price for security, and complained relentlessly about my team's services. You put them in danger, too. This is closer to an A-ranked mission than a C-ranked mission, the Jonin said in a dark tone. Tazuna tensed and stepped forward. Please reconsider. Without this bridge, my country will be completely helpless, he begged desperately. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. I really don't give a single damn about your country, Tazuna. The Land of Waves is small, and if Gato ever got bold enough to try anything brave in the Land of Fire, we have the forces to squash him inside of a month. I don't see why I should care, he said somewhat coldly. Though he opened his mouth to argue initially, the old man hung his head in defeat. The Jonin then turned back to his team, who were all looking on silently. Let's go back home. I'll work out a C-ranked mission for us tomorrow. We've done enough for today. I'll give you all a chunk of my monthly pay, he offered. Much to his surprise, all three of the genin shook their heads. I don't see why we shouldn't go through with this. We're already here, and we dealt with our first problem just fine. Let's see this through, Naruto said firmly, drawing nods of agreement from his teammates. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. You do realize that you definitely would have died if I hadn't stepped in, right? He asked skeptically. Satsuki shrugged her shoulders and stepped forward. Yeah, but we still managed to hold them off, and it's not like you won't be here for us again. I don't like the idea of backing out. I hate to say it, but I agree with Naruto, she said. The silver-haired Jonin's eyes then drifted to Shikamaru. What do you think of it? He asked. The shadow user gestured to Naruto and Satsuki and brushed some dust from his shoulder. About the same. My mom would kill me if she found out I ran away from danger. I'd rather deal with this than her, honestly, he said in a matter-of-fact tone. With the vote unanimous, Kakashi took a deep breath and looked back to Tazuna, who was wide-eyed. Count yourself lucky. They're a hell of a lot nicer than I am. Now go set up our tents. We're stopping here for the day, he ordered the old man, who eagerly scampered to his feet to oblige. The Jonin then pointed to Naruto and Satsuki. Go get some firewood. Shikamaru and I will catch something, he said. The genin all nodded and did as they were told, with the blonde and the Uchiha striking out to gather wood while Shikamaru remained the Kakashi to hunt. Though they all knew it to be a risky decision, they never could have known just how life-altering the chain of events they had set in motion would be. Chapter 6. Satsuki stared up at the moon silently as the night wore on. The air was fairly warm, if a bit dry, and there were no sounds other than those of the nature around her. The fire she and Naruto had gathered wood for had fizzled out hours ago, and the remainder of her team had retired for the day soon after the death of the Embers. As such, she had been sitting by her lonesome for quite some time. She minded it little, as it gave her a much-needed break to think. Much had transpired throughout the day, and there were a variety of things to mull over. Her first true brush with legitimate danger, the revelation that she would be partaking in an intensely perilous mission, and her first time outside of the village were all compelling enough on their own, but when put together, they made for quite the mix of emotions. She was neither afraid nor completely fearless. Excited nor apprehensive. If anything, she was simply calm. Her emotions had smoothed themselves out. Her proudest achievement that day had been her repelling of the Demon Brothers during their attempted assault on Naruto. The reflexes she had worked so hard to perfect had indeed done their job, and her body had been strong enough to defend a comrade from harm. Though she would never admit it out loud, especially not to his face, Satsuki found herself to be relieved that her quick action had likely saved Naruto's life. Irritating though he could be at times, the last thing he deserved was to be killed. I can't be there to bail you out every time. Sharpen up, she silently projected to her teammate, who she assumed to be sleeping. She then shook her head and tucked a strand of her dark hair behind her left ear. You aren't weak. I know you aren't. You just need to pay better attention. A lot better attention, she thought to herself tiredly. Despite her pride in her saving of the blonde, the humbling reality remained that Kakashi had indeed been the only reason the cell had survived at all. Without him, they'd have been chopped to bits and slain. The world was far from kind, and Satsuki knew it all too well, but the truth of her own helplessness in the face of mere Chunin was a difficult pill to swallow. I'm not gonna die out here. No way in hell, she muttered to no one in particular. A slight stirring sound then caught her attention and drew her gaze over her own shoulder. Standing just outside the tent in which he had been resting was Naruto. He hardly looked tired, which implied that he had never fallen asleep. Having a little self-talk? I can respect that, he said as he made his way over to the opposite side of the dead fire. Had she been any less exhausted, Satsuki would have immediately countered with a stinging retort of some kind, but when she tried to do so, she found that she simply did not have the energy. Instead, she simply shrugged. Not much else to do. It's not like I can really go for a walk, she said honestly. Naruto nodded and sat himself down across from her. Surprisingly, he said nothing. He sat in silence, staring straight ahead of himself, right through her. When his state of inertia lasted a bit longer than was comfortable, the Uchiha girl spoke up. "What's on your mind?" she asked. Naruto snapped from his trance and made brief eye contact before looking elsewhere once again. "I'm just thinking about all of this. We're really out in the world, doing a job. It's a weird feeling. I thought I'd be more excited about it than I am," he replied with surprising openness. Satsuki absently flicked at the hair that hung near her eyes as she processed his response. "I guess I know what you mean. It's a whole lot less heroic feeling than it's advertised as. I'm definitely not bored like I was before, but I still feel like a grunt. Like I'm being used for something," she said. Her teammate shifted in place and scratched his cheek to ward off a mosquito that had been pestering him. "We're always gonna be grunts as long as we're a part of a village. We're working for something bigger than just us. That's the way I see it, anyway," he said. Satsuki pondered his reasoning for a few moments. It was a fairly logical way to view the situation in which they found themselves, all things considered. That makes some sense. I don't know, though. I feel like I could be doing better things with my time than lead around a double-crossing alcoholic. Even if we're working to save an entire country's economy, I really don't care about it any more than Kakashi seems to," she said slowly. Naruto flicked at a pile of pebbles at his feet as the night grew a bit colder around them. "Like what? It's not like we're strong enough to do much more than this. You don't strike me as the type to settle down and start a business, or anything like that. If you want to be a ninja, you've got to take things slow unless you have a death wish," he pointed out. Satsuki began to argue against his points, but soon stopped when she realized that he was right. "Since when are you insightful?" she questioned within her mind, studying Naruto carefully as he subconsciously fidgeted with his clothing and the ground around him. He was certainly smarter than he usually let on. "Tell me something, Naruto," she began, catching his attention and drawing his gaze away from the earth and up to her. "What's up?" he pressed curiously. Satsuki straightened her posture and turned to face him more fully as she prepared to ask a question that had been bouncing around in her mind for nearly all of the time she'd been aware of his existence. "Did you ever have parents? Or a family in general?" she asked carefully, well aware that she was treading onto incredibly personal ground with a person she hadn't been particularly pleasant with. Naruto's response was instant, and it sounded robotic. "Nope. Not in a way that matters. I probably had parents, since I was born, but I never knew them. I don't even know what they look like or who they were," he said shortly. Sensing that his mood had dipped, the raven-haired girl promptly ran her mouth long before considering her words. "Hey, maybe they got one look at you and figured you'd be too much work," she suggested in an attempt at humor. Her teammate's expression momentarily flared to life with indignant offense that poorly veiled clear damage to his feelings. Instantly, Satsuki mentally kicked herself for the horrid blunder. "Sorry, terrible joke," she apologized quietly, hanging her head so as to avert her eyes as she spoke. Naruto let out a long sigh and stared up at the dark sky. "It's fine. I've heard worse. Who knows? You could be right. Kids are a lot of work from what I've heard," he said dismissively. Despite his nonchalance, Satsuki's guilt only increased. She had stung him. They pair then lapsed into silence for a number of minutes. "I'd ask about your family, but that's probably not a good idea, is it?" Naruto mused aloud to end the streak. The Uchiha girl shook her head and drew her knees up to her chin. "If you want a free shot at hurting my feelings, go right ahead. It's not like you don't deserve to get it back," she said. The blonde shook his head and rubbed one of his eyes to clear the sleep from it. "That's not a good way to look at things, I don't think. Constantly trying to get back at people for stuff only hurts yourself." "I'll pass," he replied. Though it had not been intentional, her teammate's conviction to avoid vindictiveness hit far too close to home for Satsuki. As such, her response came out more meekly than she ever would have willingly allowed. "Easy for you to say," she practically whispered. If he had heard her, he chose not to acknowledge it. Another spell of silent void passed over them. "Why do you say my name the way you do?" her teammate asked after several more minutes. Satsuki furrowed her brow and looked at him directly for the first time in quite a stretch. "What do you mean?" I say your name normally, she asked skeptically. Naruto stopped tracing his finger through the dirt and made eye contact with her, tilting his head off to one side as he did so. No, you don't. Kakashi-sensei and Shikamaru both just say it kinda quickly. You enunciate it differently. You really draw out the U and you say the R weird, he said. Satsuki quickly muttered his name under her breath, and compared it to the ways in which she had heard other people say the blonde's name a number of times and found that he was correct. For reasons she couldn't pin down, her face heated up. I mean, does it bother you? She asked. Much to her surprising relief, Naruto shook his head and crossed his legs to make himself more comfortable. Not really. Just a thing I noticed. Do I say your name right? He asked as a counter. Satsuki briefly ran his pronunciation of her name through her mind. Yeah, I think so. It's pretty easy. My name is Boring, she said simply. Interestingly, Naruto seemed to prepare himself to say something in response to her characterization of her name as boring, but quickly pulled back and remained quiet. No more was said between them that night, but both remained seated around the remnants of the fire until the sun came up. It won't be long now. Once we reach the river a few miles down, we'll essentially be home free. Kakashi suppressed the urge to heave a sigh of relief. 3 days of uneventful, mundane travel had a way of wearing on a man's psyche, especially with a group of bickering teenagers and an unpleasant drunk for companions. The speed of their travel had increased substantially once the Jonin had resolved to simply carry Tazuna on his back in order to allow his cell to run rather than walk, but the journey had still been dull and slow. Luckily, they now found themselves at the precipice of the final stretch. Naruto, Satsuki, Shikamaru. Hurry it up, he called back to his genin, who had begun to lag behind in the wake of the torrid pace Kakashi had set. Though they were clearly tired, the junior members of Team 7 did as they had been instructed and increased their speed to level themselves with Kakashi and Tazuna. Can the three of you walk on water yet? Kakashi asked once they caught up, hoping against hope that the answer would be yes. The responses were mixed. Shikamaru gave an affirmative nod, Satsuki made a SOSO motion with her hand, and Naruto flatly shook his head. They covered it in the academy, like, once, and it was 2 years ago. I managed to do it back then, but I tried it again last weekend, and I got dunked, the blonde admitted, clearly somewhat embarrassed by his lack of competency in the field. Satsuki scratched the back of her head and pursed her lips. I was decent at it the last time I did it, but that was last year, she said with very little certainty. Kakashi sighed and looked to Shikamaru, who was the only one of the three who appeared to be unfazed by the water they were bound to face up ahead. I'm guessing that your family has had you walking on water for a while now, right? He inquired. The Nara gave a nod and rolled one of his shoulders as they sprinted along across the terrain below them. Yeah, it's second nature to me now. I can probably manage carrying Satsuki if need be, but Naruto is definitely too heavy, he said. The blonde prickled slightly at his teammate. Oh, come on. I'm not that heavy, he grumbled irritatedly. Shikamaru shrugged and gave him a bored look over his shoulder. No, but you and Satsuki put together would be hell to haul around. I'm the opposite of athletic, he reasoned. Kakashi's eye twitched slightly as his genin once again broke out into a pointless, drawn-out argument over the athleticism required to carry two average-sized teenagers a total of just under 50 feet. If they don't shut up in the next mile and a half, I'll throw them across the water by their necks. Shikamaru included, he thought to himself tiredly. Eventually, after another 10 painstaking minutes, the shore of the river came into view, just as Tazuna had predicted it would. It looked fairly wide, but the opposite end was in sight at the end of the plane of Kakashi's vision. Once they reached the edge of the water, the Jonin stopped running, which prompted his students to do the same. Have you three worked out who carries who? He asked, well aware of the response he was likely to receive. Satsuki turned up her nose and scoffed. I'd rather not be carried at all. I'll take my chances in the water if I have to, she said in standoffish fashion. Naruto raised an eyebrow. There was a rumor back in the academy that you couldn't swim. I'm guessing you fixed that, then, he asked. The raven-haired girl immediately tensed and put on a look of disdain. Yeah, I can swim now. I like the water, actually, she said in a blatantly dishonest tone. Before either Naruto nor Shikamaru could heckle her and prolong the meaningless debate, Kakashi dropped Tazuna from his back roughly. What the hell was that for? The old man demanded as the silver-haired ninja strolled over to his genin. Then, without warning, he scooped up both Naruto and Satsuki, slinging them over either one of his shoulders. Couldn't you have asked first? Naruto complained as he squirmed. Kakashi paid the complaint no heed, and ignored Satsuki's attempts to shift her position. He then looked to Shikamaru and pointed at Tazuna. Geri Tazuna. He's heavier than Naruto, but lighter than these two put together. You should be able to manage just fine, he ordered the Nara, who did as he was told and made his way to Tizuna. Though the arrangement was somewhat awkward for all those involved, it was at least semi-functional. With roles established, Team 7 began its slow crossing of the river, which possessed a powerful current that both Kakashi and Shikamaru had to routinely adjust their chakra control to match. How young were you taught, Shikamaru? Kakashi asked around 1 minute into the journey. The Nara shrugged as best he could with Tizuna clinging to his back. 7, 8 maybe? My mom likes having bonfires, and the best firewood is across a creek that's a little too wide to jump over, so I had to learn. It's a handy trick to know, he recalled. The Jonin gave Naruto and Satsuki a jolt each to make sure they hadn't somehow fallen unconscious. And it'll be an essential skill from here on out. That, and being able to scale vertical surfaces without using your hands. After this mission, we're doing tree drills, he said, more to the two he was carrying than to Shikamaru. Could you at least stop digging your shoulder into my stomach? I'm gonna puke. Satsuki grumbled uncomfortably. Kakashi ignored her and picked up the pace at which he was walking, to which Shikamaru followed suit. The further they walked, the more an oddity began to make itself known. Mist? The weather is nowhere near humid enough for that. Something's awry. Kakashi thought to himself apprehensively as a heavy mist began to set in over the wide river. With each step they took, the denser the obstruction of gaseous liquid became. Within moments, they were completely enveloped in a thick, blinding cloud. Any idea what's going on, sensei? Shikamaru asked nervously. Despite their inexperience, all of Team 7 could feel the wrongness of the anomalous mist surrounding them. Kakashi rapidly sifted through the deep, layered database of knowledge regarding jutsu, ninja, and history he kept stored within his mind. Within moments, he came to a single conclusion. One that sent him into a momentary panic. Once he had calmed, he balanced Naruto in the crook of his neck and reached into his belt pouch. He produced a kunai and tossed it out ahead of him, listening carefully to hear its landing. A few seconds later, the sound of metal sinking into a damp earth registered in his eardrums. With a few simple calculations, Kakashi nodded to himself. Shikamaru, take Tizuna to the bank. It's around 77 feet ahead. Move quickly, and do not lose focus. Any sound, smell, or sensation out of place spells danger, he said. Though he hesitated a moment, the shadow user followed his directions and began a brisk jog for the nearby shore. What's going on, Satsuki began. Before she could make it even halfway through saying her teacher's name, the Jonin swiftly bent backwards at the waist and shifted his grips on the genin to let them fall parallel with him. A quarter beat after the rapid dip in elevation, a gigantic blade came whizzing past their noses. Don't move a muscle. Kakashi mouthed to the terrified teens. They both swallowed and gave tense nods. Slowly, at an unsettling low tempo, a laugh rippled through the mist that sent chills down the spines of all those who could hear it. How much do the two of you trust me? The Jonin asked rhetorically. Despite the disingenuous nature of the question, Naruto answered. Right now? With my life, he said honestly. Kakashi responded by standing back up straight and dropping both the blonde and the Uchiha girl, catching them both by an ankle just before the tops of their heads could touch the water. Hope you like heights. Kakashi said as he tightened his grip on their ankles. He then performed a rapid rotation with his students in hand to create momentum, and then promptly launched them away toward the bank that Shikamaru had likely arrived on with Tizuna in tow. The sound of their bodies colliding with the soil of the bank brought the Jonin a surge of relief. Though he was not a sensory type, he could indeed feel that all three of his genin had arrived on the shore. Don't you think the camouflage is just a bit tacky? We all know that the idea of ninja being masters of concealment is mostly a lie, he called out to the entity he knew to be lurking in the mist. The same laugh he had heard before then echoed through the air, though from a much closer, clearer proximity and location. I never really took you as the spineless type, Kakashi. Came a dark, husky voice. The Jonin smoothly turned around to face the voice, and finally caught sight of the progenitor of the mist that had so plagued the cell's advancement. The entity was clearly male, several inches taller than Kakashi, and muscularly built. His skin was tanned, his hair was spiked and black, and the lower half of his face was bandaged. I don't quite know what you mean, he replied calmly as he assessed the man before him. The feared criminal, and attempted assassin of the Mizukage. Zabuza Momochi was upon them. Sending the children away like that. I expected better of you, the blade-wielding rogue continued vaguely. Well aware that he was putting himself into the jaws of a verbal trap, Kakashi relented. And why is that, exactly, he asked evenly. Zabuza swung his blade in an arc in front of himself to clear the mist between them. Because, suicide is the coward's way out. Chapter 7. Naruto strongly disliked uncertain situations. They were stressful, irritating, and, above all else, maddeningly long in most cases. At present, what he, Satsuki, and Shikamaru found themselves within could only be described as the absolute peak of uncertain situations. Worse yet, they had precisely no ways to change that fact unless they wished to be sent to a watery grave. Less than 100 feet in front of them, under the cover of a thick mist, their leader, teacher, and guardian was dueling a man whom the genin had yet to even see. The sounds of sparking kunai, clashing fists, and complex jutsus being performed could be heard clear as a bell from their vantage point, and it only served to further chip away at their collective nerves. They simply did not possess a developed enough set of senses to determine which strike belonged to who by auditory cues alone. Despite all of the things they did not know, of one thing they were certain. The tension would kill them long before the man against whom Kakashi was battling would. Could you quit pacing already? It's not going to change anything. Naruto said to Satsuki, who had been walking in a continuous, back-and-forth line across the shore since their rough landing upon it 5 minutes prior. At his words, the raven-haired girl shot him a glare. Shut it, dead last. You're feeling the pressure as much as I am. You're just too dumb to know what it means, she said tensely. Naruto raised an eyebrow and gestured for her to continue. Satsuki threw up her hands in frustration. We can't see them, we can barely hear them, and we sure as hell wouldn't be able to react to them. Same went for the demon brothers. We're sitting ducks. We could die at literally any moment. Does that not freak you out? She questioned. Her sudden temper was clearly a product of the great stress she was under, and Naruto understood the sentiment well. As such, he suppressed his urge to return with his own venom. I never said it didn't bug me. I'm as shaken up as you are. I just don't think we should be panicking about something we can't change. We need to wait, he reasoned as calmly as he could. Much to the surprise of both, Shikamaru was the one who responded next. I'd normally agree with you, but I think Satsuki has a point. Even if we aren't really of any use out there right now, we still need to at least keep our eyes peeled and ears open. Whoever Sensei is fighting is here for Tazuna, and as we've established, if he dies, so does the Land of Waves. I don't care much about it personally, but I think it'd be wrong to give up, he said. The blonde raised an eyebrow at the uncharacteristic conviction of his teammate. That's a new one from you. I guess I get what you mean, but I still think we should at least try to not freak out, he said. A loud ringing sound then split through the air, causing all of them to flinch. It had been a clash of blades, as evidenced by the barely visible flash of sparks that had shone momentarily before their eyes. How strong is your teacher? Tazuna asked nervously as the unseen duel raged on just outside their field of vision. Though each of the three genin initially began to answer the question, they soon found that they did not truly know the strengths, weaknesses, or limitations of Kakashi. He far exceeded each of them individually, and if their bell test was any indication, he was stronger than all three of them put together, but how far that prowess stretched was a mystery. He's good at what he does. Just trust him like we are. Shikamaru said shortly, though his tone was far less confident than his words. For the following 5 minutes, the group silently strained their ears and eyes to catch what minimal glimpses they could of the conflict before them. Are either one of you sensor types? Because I'm definitely not. Satsuki asked her teammates. Both boys shook their heads. Nope. I can barely even use my normal senses. Naruto said jokingly, drawing a chuckle from Shikamaru. I can relate. Probably not a good thing in this case, since that means all we have to rely on is our gut, he said nervously. Before any more could be said, a burst of orange light sent a wave of heat across the bank, causing the genin and Tazuna to stumble back a few feet. At the sight of the flare, Satsuki's eyes widened just a touch. That was a fire-style jutsu. Probably the Great Fireball, she said in a tone filled with poorly veiled awe. Shikamaru frowned and glanced in her direction. Isn't that jutsu exclusive to your family? He asked skeptically. The raven-haired girl nodded and pursed her lips tightly into a thin line. It was, anyway. Variants of it have always existed, but I know that shade of fire like the back of my hand. That was my family's jutsu, she said firmly. Another burst of fire then ignited in the mist-curtained river. Naruto stepped further back and shielded his eyes from the light of the destructive fire. That's some ridiculous heat. It's frying me from over 100 feet out. That can't be safe to use, he said through the renewed sound of sparking kunai ringing out in front of them. Despite the dire situation, Satsuki smirked in his direction in response. Just another reason you should watch your tongue around me. That's a jutsu I know how to use, she said proudly. The blonde rolled his eyes and kept his gaze focused straight ahead. And you'd end up in prison for burning me alive, so I think I'll keep doing what I've been doing, he said dismissively. Then, for the first time in a fair stretch of time, Tazuna spoke. Do you think he's winning? He asked tensely. It was Shikamaru that answered, and his response was a precise expression of the group's collective unease. I sure hope so. Living and dying at the mercy of thin margins was a feature, not an aberration. With every swing of the blade, no matter how wide and obvious, the chance of a swift, bloody death existed. Each jutsu, each exchange, it all held dire consequences. To learn to play by these margins, and to bend them to one's own will was the mark of a truly proficient ninja. To manipulate the opposing side into cutting their own throat by way of their own poor judgment was an art form in and of itself. Kakashi Hatake had certainly had less trouble with lesser men than Zabuza Momochi. For all that he maintained a casual, nonchalant demeanor the majority of the time, an ocean of blood lay beneath his feet by virtue of his career and expertise. As of the present moment, he had yet to find his opening to add to the volume of that unfortunate sea. The men had gone tit for tat time and time again. For a man of his size and power, Zabuza was shockingly nimble and fast. I should have figured that fire would only make the mist worse. Kakashi thought to himself as he ducked under a bladed swing for his head. As Zabuza attempted to regain his balance from the missed swipe of his sword, the Leaf Jonin pushed off of his rear foot and speared his fist across the left side of the rogue's bandaged jawline. The strike did little more than turn his head to the side, but it bought Kakashi ample time to pivot away and leap back into a more open range. As was standard, Zabuza immediately pursued him across the space the Jonin had created between them. Opting to meet him rather than evade, Kakashi engaged him halfway across the icy water with a pair of kunai drawn. Despite the disproportionate sizes between his kunai and Zabuza's enormous blade, the clash ended evenly, with a spray of sparks clearing away some of the mist. For a man as slim as you, you're tough to overpower. I've cut larger men in half with less effort, the rogue said darkly as he strained to break through Kakashi's defenses. The silver-haired Jonin shrugged as best he could and pushed Zabuza back a step. I'd like to think I'm pretty tough, he said simply. The rogue gave a laugh at the quip and increased the force with which he pressured Kakashi with his blade. A moment later, he knocked the Jonin's kunai off to the side to create an opening. Before Kakashi could regather his bearings, Zabuza kicked him square in the chest and sent him tumbling across the water. When Kakashi finally managed to stop himself from falling further victim to his own momentum, he was forced to defend himself again immediately. Swing after swing, he ducked, dodged, pivoted, and deflected Zabuza's increasingly violent attempts to bisect, bludgeon, and behead him. You could at least try to make this a contest, you know. Zabuza goaded as he swung a downward arc with his blade. In stark contrast to his previously skittish tactics, Kakashi planted his feet, and took a gamble of timing and positioning. As the rogue swung his sword down toward the Jonin's head, Kakashi intercepted the metal by catching it between his palms and stopping it mid-stroke. Sorry, but I don't get into brawls, Kakashi said. He then forced a stream of chakra through his palms, which he swiftly streamlined into electricity. The steel of Zabuza's blade conducted the shockwave and directed it into the rogue's own body, sending him reeling back in a stupor of numbness and temporary paralysis. With a clear lapse in defense on the part of his opponent, Kakashi aggressively rushed forward and cracked Zabuza on the temple with the point of his left elbow. The rogue lurched off to his own left and stumbled away, thus leaving his head in perfect position for Kakashi to slam his right shin into his forehead as he leaned down toward the oncoming kick. The series of blows sent Zabuza crashing down onto the water, in which he began to sink. Choosing to take as few chances as possible, Kakashi knelt down and slammed his palm down onto the water. He then forcibly injected an even more intense burst of electrical chakra into the river. As a result, the water was turned into a makeshift conductor, with bolts and sparks flying around just beneath the surface tension on which the Jonin stood. After a moment or two, Kakashi removed his hand from the surface and stood up straight. A swathe of dead fish slowly began to float to the surface of the river. For a time, there was silence. Too long a time. You're still alive down there. I can feel you, Zabuza. Kakashi thought to himself with narrowed eyes and focused ears. In line with his suspicions, a bubble drifted its way up to the surface at Kakashi's feet. Taking the cue, the Jonin leaned back sharply. A split second later, Zabuza's blade came flying straight upward out of the water, soon followed by its wielder. The Jonin's preemptive lean at the waist allowed him to avoid injury, but it compromised his balance enough to force him to reset and back up. I kicked you clean in the head, and then I fried you. You've got to be made of rubber, or something like it, Kakashi said only half-jokingly as the rogue ninja before him. Zabuza's body routinely twitched from the excess electricity still pulsating through it, and he looked somewhat worn by the experience, but overall, he looked as close to unfazed as a human being could given what Kakashi had put him through. Or maybe you've lost your touch. Who knows? It could be both. Neither of us are young anymore, the blade-wielding rogue said roughly. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and prepared himself to fight once more. I'm 30, and you can't be a ton older. I think you're underselling me, he said. Zabuza smirked beneath his bandages and raised his sword above his head at an angle. And most shinobi die before they hit 32. Our profession doesn't have much of a shelf life. As far as this world is concerned, we're old men, he said. He then swung his blade in front of himself. As had happened before, the mist began to clear around the two combatants, but this time, it disappeared entirely, thus leaving the river and both shores fully visible. For the first time in quite some time, Kakashi's genin were visible to him. They all made it in one piece. Thank God, the Jonin thought to himself, relief creeping its way into his psyche. Zabuza's mirthless laugh quickly snapped him back to attention. Let's get the kids involved, shall we? It's only fair, the rogue said as he made a hand seal. Kakashi's eyes widened as two clones made of water appeared in an identical likeness to Zabuza at either side of the blade wielder. Leave them the hell out of this. You're fighting me. Kakashi snapped. Zabuza shook his head and made a signal with his hand that sent his water clone sprinting for the bank on which Team 7 stood alongside Tazuna. Those copies are less than half of me in terms of strength. Probably still more than enough to slaughter your brats and that old man, but still. They might just have a fighting chance if they play their cards right. Zabuza said jeeringly. Kakashi gritted his teeth, but managed to calm himself down. Fine, in that case, I'll just have to get rid of you quickly, he said rigidly. He then pulled his forehead protector straight, removing it from his left eye in the process. The eye snapped open a beat later to reveal a red iris with several black tomo encircling the pupil. A fully matured Sharingan. Zabuza folded his arms across his broad chest and held his ground. Kakashi of the Sharingan. The copy ninja. That is where those titles come from. I've been waiting for you to finally bite down and use it, he said. Kakashi scowled and stepped forward. You're going to regret ever bothering to hinder me or my team. They'll be on us in 20 seconds. Satsuki processed Shikamaru's words and swallowed the nervous lump in her throat as she and the rest of her fellow genin awaited the arrival of a pair of clones Kakashi's foe had created. For the first time, the group had a visual on who exactly their teacher had been contending with for the past 15 minutes. He was certainly as unsettling as his mist, and he had a quality of bloodlust about him that caused Satsuki's blood to freeze in her veins. Back up a few steps, old man. Things are about to get a little messy. Naruto instructed Tazuna. In a moment of rare meekness, the bridge builder did as he was told and retreated several meters back. With their client at a slightly safer distance away, Team 7 bunched themselves closer together and stared straight ahead at the oncoming clones. From the looks of things, this guy's been making Kakashi-sensei work for it. If that's the case, we're probably screwed. Shikamaru said bluntly. Satsuki gave a dry laugh at his candor. Damn shame, too. Dying with the two of you makes us a little too even for my liking, she joked arrogantly, drawing a snort from Naruto, who had drawn a pair of kunai. Once a bitch, always a bitch, I guess, he said flatly. A few beats later, the clones were upon them, stopping little more than 10 feet in front of the genin with their sizable blades drawn. For somebody as seasoned as Kakashi to bring literal children out onto the field like this is beyond me. Not that I haven't done a bit of the same before. Either way, 3 bodies worth of blood should add up nicely. The name's Zabuza, and I'll be the last thing you ever see or hear, one of the clones said in a deep, cutting tone. Shikamaru lowered his stance. That's a little overdramatic, don't you think, he shot back, choosing to die as his dry-humored self rather than a quivering mess, it seemed. The clones simultaneously chuckled at the retort. I'll cut out your tongue first, brat, they said darkly. The clones then charged forward at the genin, prompting the teens to scatter. Though they had moved defensively, the cell quickly charged back in to prevent Zabuza from moving any further toward Tazuna, who was standing frozen just ahead. Satsuki was the first to be struck, and it was by the flat of one of the clone's blades. She was sent crashing to her back on the ground of the shore. Not now, she thought to herself in a slight panic as the clone that knocked her over reared his blade over his head to swing it down on her. As she scrambled to her feet, she barely managed to leap away in time to avoid being cut in two. The clone quickly attempted to pursue her, but a kunai was quickly lodged into his ribs. Move, Satsuki! Naruto called out to her from a few feet away. The blonde was engaged alongside Shikamaru in a painstaking, strenuous effort to hold their clone's blade in place in order to prevent it from striking downward at them the way Satsuki had just contended with. Needing no further prompting, the Uchiha girl flipped backwards and set her feet. She then weaved a sequence of hand seals and leaned her head back. Fire style, fireball jutsu, she yelled, snapping her head back to level and unleashing a burst of searing fire from her throat as she did so. The clone with which she was locked in raised his blade and turned its flat toward her. The fire slammed into the sword forcefully, and caused Zabuza to retreat a few inches. Once her chakra ran dry from the exertion, Satsuki ceased the jutsu. Not quite as intense as Kakashi's, but seriously impressive for a newbie. Be proud of that, Zabuza said. He then charged forward and swung his blade at Satsuki's head. The girl leaned back as quickly as she could, but was still grazed by the end of the serrated edge. The contact opened a thin incision on her cheek that sprayed blood. As a result of having compromised her posture to keep her head on her shoulders, the leaf kunoichi lost her balance and stumbled back. Instead of falling over completely, however, her back struck a barrier. With a quick, rushed glance over her shoulder, she saw that it was Naruto who she had bumped into. The pair was back to back, with Shikamaru hardly 2 feet to the blonde's left. The second Zabuza was calmly stalking toward the boys while the second did the same toward Satsuki. They were surrounded. Second time asking this week, but, any ideas? The Uchiha girl asked as calmly as she could manage. Both Naruto and Shikamaru shook their heads. Fresh out. They're way too strong to paralyze with my shadow, and Naruto's not fast enough to hit him. Seems like you aren't either, the Nara said bluntly. The two Zabuzas then stopped their advance and made identical hand seals on either side of the trio. Normally, I'd just kill you 3 right here and now, but I think I'm gonna draw this out, the leftmost clone said coldly. Each clone then extended their arm forward. Water style, water prison jutsu, they both announced. Before any of the genin could react, the atmosphere around them liquefied and encapsulated them in a freezing orb of water. They were tightly packed together, and the internal current of the strange water formation they were stuck within made attempting to force their way out practically impossible. Most people can hold their breath for around 2 to 3 minutes when they're desperate, so you'll all have time to think up some last words, even if you won't actually get to say them. Zabuza said in a cruel tone as the teens writhed and choked within the liquid prison. Satsuki struggled mightily against the current in an attempt to force herself out into the open air, but found that she was in no position to move, as upon their forceful entry into the ball of torrential water, she had accidentally swallowed some of the liquid, which was now pooling in her lungs. Shifting her attention to her teammates, she saw that they were a bit better off than she was, as they appeared to be somewhat lucid and calm. Naruto's calm quickly and visibly deteriorated when he spotted Satsuki. Apparently, she was doing a poor job of hiding just how much she was struggling. For a moment he hesitated, seeming to consider his options, but he quickly forced his way toward her. Before she could react, he took hold of the sides of her face and pulled her head forward. Much to her shock, Naruto covered her mouth with his. In the midst of her shock, Satsuki felt her lungs fill with just enough air to restore a touch of her strength. Once the task was done, Naruto pushed off of her and gripped his chest. However much of his oxygen he had passed on to her had apparently been a substantial amount, as he had traded his relative comfort for just as much, if not more difficulty than she had been dealing with. In any other circumstance, the girl would have immediately demanded an explanation, and likely would have struck him, but at present, she lacked the environment to do either. Over the next 30 seconds, all of the strength that any of the genin had mustered up to grit their way through the dire straits they found themselves in was eaten away at and practically reduced to nothing. Just as each of the 3 approached the point of losing consciousness, however, the prison of water dissipated all at once. Shockingly, the clones melted along with it. What, in the... Shikamaru coughed as they all laid in a heap on the damp shore. As she regained her bearings, Satsuki slowly sat up and freed Naruto from her body weight, as she had been laying on top of him due to the fall. A long glance across the river revealed a shocking sight. Zabuza was seemingly dead, floating at Kakashi's feet, but their teacher was not alone standing over the inert rogue ninja. Kakashi looked on with narrowed eyes and a skeptical disposition as a strange, surprising development played out before him. He had largely been several steps ahead of Zabuza upon the activation of his Sharingan, but the match had still been somewhat competitive moment to moment. Out of nowhere, Zabuza had been struck down by something unseen and sudden. Now, he lay lifeless in the cold water on which they had been fighting. Interestingly, the person whom Kakashi assumed had been the perpetrator of the hit had shown themselves. The person in question wore the garb of an international hunter ninja, was of relatively average height, and strode lightly over the water. They wore a mask to cover their face, and had long brown hair bound behind their head with 2 strands swaying down across their shoulders. "Forgive my intrusion, but I simply couldn't resist the opportunity to strike," the hunter said politely. The voice was soft and feminine, and held all eloquence of a trained professional. Kakashi shifted in place as the new arrival examined the floating body carefully. "Sanban through the neck? That's some freakish accuracy. Who is this?" the silver-haired jonin thought to himself as the huntress picked up the corpse and slung it over her shoulder with surprising ease. I have been tracking Zabuza Momochi for a number of weeks at the behest of my superiors. I simply had to wait for an ample chance to finish the job. Thank you for providing me that chance, the huntress said evenly with a bow. Oh, so I was your bait, was I? Kakashi asked. The mysterious arrival gave a shrug and turned her back to the Jonin. That's one way to think of things, I suppose, she said, bracing herself to zip away as she spoke. Before she could, however, another voice rang across the river. What the hell is going on, and who on earth is that? Shikamaru, who was bounding across the water, asked in confusion. The huntress slowly turned back around to face Kakashi and Shikamaru, who had joined his teacher. I have already explained myself. Good day, she said before disappearing into a puff of smoke with Zabuza in tow. Before Shikamaru could ask the obvious question, the Jonin answered it for him. Apparently, she's a hunter who's been after Zabuza's head for a long while now. She used us as a distraction to get a clean shot at his throat. I'd normally not buy it, but the way she killed him was perfectly in line with the way hunters operate, he explained briskly. He then cast a look back at the shore, where Naruto, Satsuki, and Tazuna were staring at them expectantly. We should probably go tell them, don't you think? Shikamaru suggested. Kakashi nodded and gestured for the Nara to follow him. After a brief jog across the river, they reached the rest of their party. What just happened? Naruto asked simply. Kakashi sighed heavily and geared himself up to explain the sheer oddity of what had just occurred for the second time. After a few minutes of questioning, answering, and several points in between, the situation at hand was somewhat understood by the entirety of Team 7. That's a freakish stroke of luck. We'd have died without the hunter. Satsuki said in an odd tone. Kakashi nodded stiffly. Yeah, and that's on me. I should have had you run on ahead. I could have caught up. Either way, we need to dash, he began. Before he could finish the sentence, he collapsed suddenly to the ground. Sensei! Naruto exclaimed as Kakashi pulled his forehead protector over his left eye once again. The silver-haired Jonin coughed a bit and rolled over onto his back. Don't worry about it. Using my eye is a little tiring, he admitted stiffly. Surprisingly, Tazuna was the first to speak up. My family's home is only a few miles from here. We can lay you down there. How does that sound, he said. Kakashi nodded and propped himself up on his elbows. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna need help walking, though, he said. Satsuki and Naruto both nodded as well and slowly raised their instructor up to his feet and slung each of his arms over their shoulders. Lead the way, Satsuki said to Tazuna, who quickly stepped in front of the group and began to walk, prompting them to follow. Oddities were at hand, and they would all mean different things for each ninja as time wore on. Chapter 8. Naruto laced his fingers behind his head as he stared straight up at a ceiling that was not his own. The day had been long, confusing, perilous, and stressful. He and the entirety of Team 7 had more than earned a night's rest in a fully heated and sheltered home. There was also the promise of breakfast the following morning from Tazuna's daughter, who was the mother of a young child whom the group had yet to see for more than a few moments in passing. A sigh escaped the blonde as he pondered all that had happened just hours ago. If that hunter hadn't shown up, we'd be dead right now. Drowning sucked, he thought to himself. To have been at the mercy of pure chance and luck was an unsettling and difficult pill to swallow, but one that he accepted all the same. They were green, shakeable, and unprepared. It was hardly even their fault. They were a ragtag group of genin performing a task meant for jonin. If they survived at all, it would be a statistical upset. At least we made it out of the worst part. There's no way things could get more dangerous than a rogue jonin, he assured himself to calm the nerves that were threatening to ruin his calm mood. Another aspect of the experience then returned to Naruto, causing him to shudder a bit. Kakashi-sensei was going life and death with Zabuza, and then some hunter just off the guy with a few needles. That's scary. There are some freaks out here, he thought somewhat nervously. Hunter Ninja, from what limited knowledge he possessed of the class, were entirely harmless to those not registered in the International Bingo Book, but the ease with which the one Team 7 had encountered ended Zabuza's life was still chilling. I think Shikamaru said that the hunter had a girl's voice. Apparently it sounded young, too. No way to be sure, but the idea that people our age are that strong is super weird to think about, he recalled. Before he could delve any deeper into the odd reality of just how behind the curve he truly was in terms of strength, the sliding door to his guest room dragged open. Standing on the other side in the hall just outside the room was Satsuki. For a moment or two, she simply stared at him through the open door, but she soon stepped through and closed the sliding door behind her, causing the room to become relatively dark due to the absence of the sun or any artificial lighting. Once inside, she folded her arms across his chest and stood over him from a few feet away. Naruto propped himself up on his elbows and rose to a sitting position. You look sorta mad. What's wrong? He asked skeptically. The raven-haired girl responded by kneeling down in front of him to level herself with him and make direct eye contact. So, what made you think you could get away with putting your mouth all over me? She questioned, irritation noticeably creeping into her tone with each word. Naruto's face immediately flushed red at the question, as he was well aware of what she was referring to. Taking a few seconds to gather himself, the blonde held her icy glare with his own eyes. It was only for a few seconds, and if I hadn't, you'd have drowned. I was saving your life, he countered. Satsuki scoffed and maintained her indignant expression and demeanor. I'd have been just fine. You were just looking for an excuse to get close and touch me. You're just as gross as the rest of them, she said in a stabbing tone. At this, Naruto's temper flared. You swallowed water and started choking on it. You wouldn't have lasted another 30 seconds. If I didn't do something, you would be dead right now. You know that as well as I do, he said with barely restrained anger. The Uchiha girl scowled and seized the front of his shirt. Get it through your skull that I don't need your help. I would have found a way on my own. You know it too. You just wanted to feel like a hero, which you aren't, she said coldly. She then interrupted her teammate as he tried to respond. Oh, and let's get something straight. If your reason for doing what you did was because I'm your teammate, then keep your mouth shut. The only reason we're on the same team is for balance. They put this team together the way they did to make sure they didn't stack things too much, she said. Naruto frowned. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He questioned. Satsuki tightened her grip on his shirt and stood to her feet abruptly, causing him to stumble up to a standing position as well. You're only here for inclusion. Shikamaru and I are the ones who have a future, and they know it. They put you on the team to make the system look generous. So, don't go thinking that you've got the right to help me out or feel even with me, she continued cuttingly. The fact that they were at close proximity, and standing up straight accentuated the fact that Satsuki was, in fact, an inch or two taller than he was. For a time, the pair simply stood silently. After nearly a full 30 seconds, Naruto finally spoke. Taking hold of her wrist, the blonde pried it from his shirt and returned it to her side despite her efforts to keep a hold on him. So, that's what you think of me, huh? Somebody saves your life, and you tell them they aren't worth your time? Says a hell of a lot about you, he said in a surprisingly calm tone. He then gave her a light shove on the shoulders that sent her back a few feet. You're my teammate. I didn't want you to die. I still don't. I wasn't enjoying giving you CPR. It was gross, and your mouth tasted like blood, but I did it because you were drowning. Don't try to pin this on me being a pervert, because I'm not. Get over yourself, he continued a bit more tensely. Oddly, Satsuki did not react with further venom. Instead, she pursed her lips into a thin line. I didn't need your help, she insisted. Naruto gave a heavy sigh and laid back down on the makeshift futon that had been provided to him. If things go wild again, which they probably will, I guess it's good to know that you aren't gonna be there for me. Thanks for the heads up, he said tiredly, rolling over onto his side as he spoke. Silence stretched on for a number of moments, but was soon ended by the sound of Satsuki exiting his room and forcefully closing the door. Once she was gone, Naruto rolled onto his back again. And that's all you're ever gonna be to these people? Kakashi raised an eyebrow as Satsuki stomped her way through the living area of Tazuna's house. She was clearly and obviously on edge, and seemed in no mood to talk. Before he could even begin to ask questions, she exited the building and slammed the door behind her. Tazuna, who was sitting on a chair to Kakashi's left, frowned. What's up with her, do you think? He asked. The silver-haired Jonin shrugged and weakly shifted on the couch he was laying on. Could be a lot of things, really. She doesn't exactly get along with her teammates. Especially Naruto. It probably has something to do with him, actually. I thought I heard them yelling a few minutes back, he replied. Tazuna took a sip from his small cup of sake and shook his head. All that infighting can't be good for them all the way out here. They're in too deep to turn back now, from what I've gathered, he commented. Kakashi strained himself to turn into a sitting posture, but settled for an awkward position in between. It's about what I expected when I saw the roster. They're a brand new cell, and it definitely shows. They've never seen real action before. I've got half a mind to blame you for it all, since you did lie to us, but at this point, I don't have the energy to care whose fault it is, he said wearily. Tazuna exhaled through his nose and offered the bottle from which he had been drinking to Kakashi, which the Jonin declined. What are they like as a group? Personality-wise, I mean, he asked curiously. Kakashi thought for a moment as he made brief mental assessments of each of his assigned genin. When he reached satisfactory conclusions on them, he spoke. Naruto means well for the most part, but he's a little slow on the uptake sometimes. He's a good kid, but he has a huge amount to learn. Shikamaru is smarter than both of them put together, but he's indecisive as all hell, and he's probably the most selfish of them underneath his shell, he began, drawing a raised eyebrow from Tazuna. Selfish? I didn't get that impression from him at all, to be honest. What makes you say that? He pressed skeptically. Kakashi stared off into the window, where the night was setting in with all its chills and blanketing darkness. He's the type to do his best to stop a fire from starting, but leave the people to burn if he can't kill the blaze in time. Something of a passive observer, if that makes sense, he explained. The bridge builder nodded intently. I suppose that fits with what I know of him. More of a watcher than a doer, so to speak. I'd never really thought of that stance as selfish, but now that I think about it a bit harder, it really is, isn't it? He pondered. The Jonin nodded and scratched the side of his face. He then moved on to the final of his genin. Satsuki is, justifiably bitter. Her family was slaughtered by her older brother, and she just so happened to walk in on it. Apparently, she was actually a fairly sweet kid before the massacre. Now, not so much. She's egotistical, mean, and confrontational. I understand why she is the way she is, but it doesn't change how hard it makes my job, he said. Tazuna's eyes widened to saucers. By her own brother, you say? That's horrifying. She can't be older than 17. How old was she when this happened? He asked carefully. Kakashi kept his gaze fixed out into the nature beyond the windowsill. She just turned 9 according to the official report. A kid that young should never have to see their own family dead at their feet. Not that it isn't more common than it should be these days, he said. A pained laugh then escaped him. Our society isn't built to support long lives. I would know. I walked in on my own father hanging from our overhead light when I was 6. Naruto never even had a family. It's a cruel, cruel world we live in, and those 3 are learning exactly why, he said. Tazuna once again offered him the alcohol. Sounds to me like you need this more than I do, Kakashi, he said. Though he hesitated a moment, the silver-haired ninja relented and took the bottle. He slowly poured himself a small glass. I shouldn't let myself be bitter. It's been a while since I have, honestly. Maybe seeing kids so young be put through the ringer is winding me up, he muttered as he took a sip of the unpleasantly soothing liquid. Tazuna chuckled a bit. So, that's what you look like without that mask. I'm guessing that very few have seen your real face, right? He said in reference to the fact that Kakashi had uncovered the lower half of his face to drink. The now barefaced Jonin shrugged his shoulders. No reason for me to take it off much. I take after my father, and the older folks knew him well. I'd rather avoid the comparisons, he said. Tazuna nodded in understanding. Not to change the topic, but, what's your plan? You said that you'd probably be stuck on the couch for the next week or so, he asked curiously. Kakashi finally made his way into an upright posture. I can probably still walk with some crutches, so I'm going to drill them. Shikamaru can probably do it already, but they'll be learning to walk up trees. That, and cliff sides if we can find one sometime, he revealed. Tazuna sighed and shook his head. The things you shinobi can do will never cease to baffle me, he said. Kakashi smirked and downed another glass. I could teach you a thing or two if I ever swing back around this area. I'm an alright teacher, he offered. Tazuna laughed a bit and held up a hand. No, I'm old and rigid. Set in my ways. I'd only get myself hurt, he said dismissively, to which Kakashi chuckled a bit more lightly than before. I'm dreading getting older. I'm not even 35 yet, and I already feel like a senior citizen. Satsuki tightened her arms around her legs as she sat huddled against a tree in the night. She had been in the semi-fetal position deep in the forest for nearly a full hour, and the temperature was dropping. Despite it, and almost because of it, she did not wish to return to Team 7's base of operations at Tazuna's household. She was frustrated, tired, and even a bit confused. To accommodate her conflicted psyche, she dug her nails into her shins. I guess it's good to know that you aren't gonna be there for me. Thanks for the heads up. Her teammates' words had been bouncing around her skull endlessly over the past hour or so, and they only grew more potent each time they collided with her conscience. She had openly attacked him verbally, and she had expected him to snap back at her, but for whatever reason, his choice of words had done enough to force her to leave the room and retreat. I meant everything I said to him. All of it. Every word, she thought to herself with very little firmness. A small prick of coldness then formed on the top of her head. Then another, and another. Taking a glance upward, Satsuki saw that it had slowly begun to rain overhead, and the trees were doing a poor job of keeping her dry. In direct scorn to the weather, the Uchiha girl stubbornly stayed seated under the tree and dug her feet into the damp ground. You've got some nerve telling me off. You've got nothing, she hissed to Naruto through the cold night. She utterly despised the way she was feeling, entirely because she was unsure of herself. On the one hand, she had felt genuinely embarrassed and weak at the fact that Naruto had indeed performed rushed mouth-to-mouth CPR on her without warning, but on the other, she knew deep down that his gall to do so was likely the only reason she still drew breath. Why can't I just be angry about this? Why do I feel so guilty, she thought to herself as she buried her face into her knees and let her hair be completely soaked by the rain. You're only here for inclusion. Shikamaru and I are the ones who have a future, and they know it. They put you on the team to make the system look generous. As she recalled her own words, Satsuki clenched her teeth and gripped the sides of her head tightly. In the moment, she had almost been proud of just how venomous they were. But as she sat alone with time to stew over it all, she found herself being eaten alive by the regret of having said them at all. She knew of his horrid experiences day in and day out. She had heard story after story of just how raggedly he had worked himself to scrape by the entrance exam, and yet she had declared him a rejected wastrel. I'm not apologizing, she swore to herself under her breath. To have said so much with such a level of coldness, only to turn around and declare regret was an endeavor she wanted no part of. Slowly but surely, she raised her head up from her knees and turned her eyes to the moon, which seemed to shimmer in the rain. I'll never let you get one over on me, Naruto, she said softly, enunciating his name as intricately as she always did. She then swallowed the odd lump that had formed in her throat during her mental tirade. Not now, not ever, she added quietly. The rumble of thunder then drew a flinch from the girl. She had never particularly liked thunderstorms, and the weather seemed to be rapidly morphing into a fairly powerful one. As such, Satsuki rose to her feet and stretched. She then glanced back toward the house, the light of which could be just barely seen from her position nearly a half-mile away. It's gonna be muddy on the way back, she muttered to herself as she began to trudge toward the dwelling. As she walked along, she threw her head back to remove her hair from her face and shoulders. I'm chopping at least 6 inches off of it when we get back home, she thought to herself. With that thought, she broke out into a jog to increase her rate of travel. Within the next 3 minutes, she reached the front door of the house, which now had its lights switched off unlike just minutes beforehand. Sighing heavily, Satsuki opened the door and slipped inside as quietly as she could. Though she made it to her room without waking her contemporaries, she could do little to hide from her own repressed shame. Chapter 9. Naruto frowned quizzically as Kakashi hobbled his way into the clearing. It was hardly 10 minutes past noon, and the agreed-upon time of meeting out in the forest had been 12:30. He and the remainder of Team 7 had arrived far earlier for the sake of loosening themselves up for what they assumed was going to be a fairly brutal workout, but they had not, in any way at all, expected Kakashi to not only arrive on time, but arrive nearly as ahead of schedule as they had. When he's got both legs under him, he's late 9 times out of 10. When he's half dead, he shows up early? How does that work? The blonde pondered as the silver-haired ninja stopped several meters away from the group and wiped sweat from his brow. With the undivided attention of his cell firmly on him and him alone, Kakashi spoke. I already mentioned this a few days ago, but you're going to be learning how to scale vertical surfaces without the use of your hands. We'll do water drills some other day, he summarized. He then made a sweeping motion with his eyes across each of the genin. Pay close attention. I'm only going to show you once. From there, it's up to you to figure it out, he said. He then turned to a nearby tree and made his way over to it with his crutches as his propeller. Without hesitation, he planted a foot on the bark and began walking directly up the trunk in exactly the same manner he had been walking across the very ground the cell stood on. Okay, that's so cool, Naruto said breathlessly as his teacher gradually descended the tree after having walked 30-odd feet vertically with no issue whatsoever. Once he was firmly planted back on the ground, Kakashi adjusted his grip on his crutches. The fundamentals are largely the same as water walking, but in reverse. Instead of using your chakra to push your feet upward to maintain a solid surface, you're using it to bond yourself directly to what your feet are touching. It takes a careful control, and either too much or too little can result in failure, he explained, earning nods from his team. The Jonin then pointed his finger at Naruto. You take a shot at it first, he half suggested, half ordered. The blonde stretched his legs for a few moments before obliging and strolling up to the same tree his teacher had so easily climbed. Stand back and get your popcorn ready, folks, he joked as he tested the bark with the bottom of his foot. Then, with limited confidence, Naruto attempted to complete his transition from standing vertically to standing horizontally on the tree. Much to even his own surprise, he was initially successful. This is wild, he said in an awestruck tone as he took a careful step up the tree. The moment he set his foot down again, however, he was harshly launched from the bark and sent crashing to his back 10 feet back. Once he stopped sliding across the clearing, he skidded to stop parallel with Satsuki and Shikamaru. That looked a little painful, the Nara said while scratching the back of his head. Naruto groaned a bit and dusted himself off as he rose to his feet. Interestingly, Satsuki didn't bite on the opportunity to mock him. In fact, she hardly looked as pleased as would have been characteristic. You had the right idea until you got nervous and let too much chakra leak out. You've got to keep calm. Don't let the heights or the angle scare you. Kakashi called out to him once the blonde had regained his bearings entirely. The Jonin then looked to Satsuki, who was staring off into the sky absently. Snap to, Satsuki. You're up next. Do what he did, but, better, he said with a chuckle. The girl flinched briefly, but quickly turned her attention toward the tree and cracked her neck. As she approached the tree, she took hold of her lengthy hair and briskly tied it into a loose braid that she tossed over her shoulder. Here goes nothing, she muttered just loud enough for the rest of her team to hear. She then took the same steps that Naruto had, quickly finding herself sticking out perpendicular from the tree. Unlike her blonde teammate, she took several seconds to compose herself before attempting to ascend any further up the stump. Once she was calm again, she took an impressive 15 steps upward. Exactly like that. Keep it up. Kakashi said with an approving nod as the Uchiha girl climbed higher and higher above the ground. Ironically, a second or two after the words had so much as left his mouth, Satsuki came crashing down from above. Unlike Naruto's tumble, hers was from a somewhat risky height. Fortunately or unfortunately, it ended up mattering very little, as she landed directly on top of Naruto himself. Are you both alright? That looked and sounded nasty, Kakashi asked with a mild degree of concern in his voice as the Uchiha girl and blonde both groaned with discomfort. I'm fine. Just seeing stars. Naruto grumbled as he sat up and rubbed the side of his head. Satsuki, who was essentially laying flat across his legs, quickly snapped upright. As a result of her rapid movement, their foreheads knocked together, resulting in both of them crying out in pain and flopping to the ground once more. That was on purpose, asshole. Naruto complained irritatedly with his hand rubbing the newly formed bruise in the center of his forehead. Satsuki staggered to her feet and glared down at him. Don't be a baby. It wasn't intentional. Now get up, she grumbled, reaching down as she spoke. Before the blonde could react, she simply took hold of his wrist and yanked him upright. She then let go of him and made plenty of space between them. Shikamaru, who had awkwardly watched the scene unfold, cleared his throat and glanced at Kakashi, who wore a look of humor. Is it my turn? He asked in an attempt to return things to their proper pace and flow. The silver-haired Jonin snapped from his trance and nodded. Sure, go for it. I'm going to be holding you to a higher standard for this sort of thing, so actually give it your all for once, he said, drawing the attention of Satsuki and Naruto back to the task at hand in the process. Sighing slightly, Shikamaru casually strolled toward the trunk on which both of his teammates had failed miserably. After looking it up and down a few times, the Nara stepped onto it and began his ascent with far greater ease than his predecessors. You were right. It's a lot like walking on water, the shadow user commented as he slowly walked upward. Unlike Satsuki and Naruto, Shikamaru's ascent was interrupted and lengthy. Eventually, he perched himself atop a branch nearly 70 feet from the forest floor. Can I be done now? I don't really like heights much, he called down from above. Kakashi, who was visibly impressed, signaled to him with a thumbs up and a nod. Within 60 seconds, Shikamaru was back on the ground without incident. Well, I figured you'd pick it up quick, but that was actually quite impressive. Most people freak out when they realize that they're a ways off the ground. Kakashi complimented the lazy genin, who shrugged and rejoined his teammates across the clearing. I just stared at the clouds and let my legs do the work. Nothing complicated. Just some mind games, he said dismissively. Naruto then raised his hand. So, is this all we're doing today? He asked curiously. Kakashi looked from the tree to the group several times and slowly steered himself back toward the house. Yup. You need to get this down, so I'll leave you to that. Try to have somebody on the ground at all times to play catcher, he said with a wave as he crocheted his way down the path from whence he had come. Satsuki frowned at the team's leader. Wait, you're just leaving? Don't you think that's more than a little dangerous? She questioned logically. Kakashi paid her no heed and continued his hobbled trek away from them. Eventually, after 2 or so minutes, the Jonin was out of sight and out of earshot, leaving the genin to socialize amongst themselves. You guys have fun. I'm taking a walk. Shikamaru said abruptly, turning his back to walk away as he spoke. Both the Uchiha girl and Naruto did a double take at the development. And where the hell do you think you're going? He said that we'd work on it as a team. You're one of us, so get back here. Naruto complained as the Nara strode away. Shikamaru glanced back over his shoulder and put his hands up pensively. I've got the skill down already, and I'm a shitty teacher. I'm also not a great landing pad. I'll be back in a bit. I just need to stretch my legs, he said before upping his pace to a jog and disappearing into the brush. With him gone, only Naruto and Satsuki remained in the clearing before the numerous trees they would be using to climb. We're not taking turns to spot each other. That'll slow things down, so try not to get yourself killed, Satsuki said after a few moments of silence. The blonde watched her quietly as she returned to the tree she had fallen from and put her foot on the bark. The following attempt was far inferior to her first, as she was sent flying on the 6th step. At this, Naruto sighed heavily and began approaching his own tree. Today is definitely going to suck. Shikamaru finally allowed himself to relax as he closed his eyes to begin his transition into sleep. Having left his teammates to practice scaling trees by themselves some 2 hours ago, he had wandered the woods fairly aimlessly since then. The ground was still somewhat damp from a storm that had taken place the previous night, and the forest itself still smelled of the rain. It was a tranquil atmosphere that had gradually drained his will to continue plodding along. Just minutes beforehand, he had finally discovered a patch of ground that was dry enough to lay on, and he had collapsed onto it gratefully. Beds were an excellent sleeping surface, but the natural ground was simply a luxury that could not be beaten by human inventions in terms of comfort for the Nara. Specifically, the sounds of Mother Nature herself were an excellent lullaby no matter the mood or situation he found himself in, and at present, a relief of stress was exactly what he needed. This week has sucked. First, we get dragged out onto the road with no warning at all, then we're lied to about what exactly we're here to do, and then we come an inch away from drowning on the shore of a river, he thought to himself tiredly. It would have been a small stretch to call the experience traumatizing up to that point, but it had certainly been unpleasant. Another aspect of where they currently stood then flitted through Shikamaru's mind. And then there's those two. They've been raring to go since last night. I'd rather not be there when one of them finally snaps and breaks the other's neck. Being a witness at the stand sounds like a hell of a drag, he mused humorously. He then sighed and began to embrace the transition into unconsciousness. How long he would sleep was unknowable, but no matter how long the nap lasted, it would be the most refreshing luxury he had experienced in a number of days. This is gonna be great, he muttered aloud under his breath. For the following 2 minutes, the Nara simply laid inert as he awaited the sleep he desired. Finally, hearteningly, he felt his consciousness begin to wane. Just before he could be fully taken, though, he was jarred awake by an unfamiliar voice. Sleeping by your lonesome in the middle of a forest? You're braver than I am. His eyes instantly snapped open and performed a panicked sweep of the surrounds in front of him. When he found nothing, his unease only increased further. Before he could move or think any further, the voice chimed in once more. Straight above your head, my friend. Taking the advice despite his better judgment, Shikamaru fixed his eyes straight ahead of him, up toward the treetops. What he saw, however, was not an assortment of branches and leaves, but the face of a girl. Her skin was fairly pale, her hair was long, brown, and straight, with eyes of a matching color. She wore an expression of amusement that was clearly at his expense. In one motion, Shikamaru rolled and hopped up to his feet a meter or two away from her. Who the hell are you? And what are you doing out here? He demanded tensely. Shikamaru Nara was a calm person generally, but at present, he felt very much on edge. Strangers were not to be trusted under any set of circumstances. The girl maintained her look of humorous fascination. I could be asking you the same thing. Teenage boys aren't usually found sleeping in nature. I think that warrants questioning, she shot back jokingly. The Nara's left eye twitched at her complete lack of visible stress. Though he initially considered lying, he quickly came to realize that the forehead protector strapped to his bicep truncated his options. I'm a shinobi from Konoha. I'm here for a minor escort assignment. I'm out here to relax. It's been a stressful job, he said as vaguely as he could. The girl raised an eyebrow and let an odd smile creep across her pink lips. If the task is so minor, what about it has been so stressful? I've always assumed ninja were trained for conflict, she asked wryly. Shikamaru began to retort, but bit his tongue and held it back. Whoever he was speaking to was both perceptive, and very much enjoying pushing his buttons. I'm a long way from home with a group of hotheads for company. Sometimes, a guy needs to unwind, he said dismissively. The girl chuckled and tucked a strand of hair behind her left ear. Well, I suppose napping is one of the more proper ways you could be de-stressing. Still, you picked an odd day to nap out here. The ground is damp, she said lightly. Easily detecting the hidden meaning behind the first half of her response, Shikamaru fought the urge to adopt a look of embarrassment. Pushing it all down, he gestured to the spot on which he had been attempting to sleep. This area's dry, and you still haven't told me who you are and why you're here, he countered. The girl responded by kneeling down in front of him and touching the ground he had been referring to. She then stood back up with a look of surprise. It actually is dry. That's odd. As for who I am, I'm just a local. I live in a village a few miles north of this area. I'm picking herbs and flowers, she explained. Shikamaru nodded and stepped back to create more space between them. I'll leave you to that, then. Happy pickings, or whatever you'd call it, he said with a wave as he prepared to walk away and find another place to nap. For a few moments, it seemed as though he had escaped the odd encounter. That was, until the sound of crunching twigs came bounding up behind him. I never said you could follow me, weirdo, he grumbled as the girl fell into step parallel with him. She simply ignored him and snatched up a white and yellow flower from a nearby patch without missing a step. She then deposited it into a basket in her right hand that Shikamaru had not noticed before. I was heading in this direction anyway. There's a lovely patch of plant life a mile and a half ahead, she said casually. They then lapsed into silence for a minute or two, with the odd girl occasionally swiping plants from the forest floor to add to her basket. You have a name, I'm assuming, she eventually asked, drawing a sideways glance from the shadow user. Rubbing away some of the sleep that had accumulated in his eyes during his attempt at a nap, Shikamaru nodded. Yeah, it's Shikamaru. You're not getting my last name, he replied shortly. The girl laughed a bit at his veiled intensity and picked an odd-looking plant from the side of a tree. So defensive. I'm a simple village girl, and you're a trained killer. I'd think you have every reason to feel secure, she pointed out in a slightly teasing tone. Shikamaru kept his eyes fixed straight ahead. In my line of work, you keep your mouth shut and do your job. Getting to know people can and will get you killed, he said darkly. Strangely, his words seemed to tame his unwanted companion some. When she stayed quiet a bit too long, the Nara looked at her face directly for the first time since his rude awakening. I suppose that's logical, she said carefully, clearly taking her time picking out her words and the way in which she intimated them. The odd shift in mood left as quickly as it had come. Since I told you mine, tell me yours. I don't need a last name either, the Nara asked. The girl, who had since picked a number of flowers, snapped from her thoughts and returned her attention to him. My name is Haku. Quite dull, but it's mine all the same, she replied. She then hopped up on a fallen tree and balanced her way across it as they walked along. Upon its end, she jumped back down and looked to Shikamaru once again. Perhaps this is a bit much, but how old are you? Haku asked curiously. Shikamaru considered the question for a moment. On one hand, it was a simple number that little could be extrapolated from. On the other, it was still personal information being given away to a complete stranger. Against what his gut told him, he answered honestly. 16, soon to be 17. What about you? He responded. Haku seemed to find amusement in his answer, as she shook her head with a chuckle. I was expecting a lower number. You're smooth-faced. I'm 19, she said. The Nara snorted and kicked a stick off to the side. I get that more than I'd like to admit, he muttered, earning a patronizing giggle from Haku. The uninitiated pair then reached what Shikamaru assumed to be the area the supposed village girl had been referring to as a hotbed of plant life. Indeed, there was a large, varied assortment of flowers and herbs that the shadow user lacked the expertise to identify. After taking a moment to begrudgingly admire the nature before him, Shikamaru cleared his throat. I'm gonna keep walking. I need my sleep. See ya round, he said as he prepared to leave for the second time since his strange, uncomfortable encounter with the odd girl. This time, Haku made no attempts to follow him or call out. As such, he briskly exited the clearing they had entered and created a fairly large gap of distance. Once he was well outside of her range of vision and hearing, the Nara's eyes narrowed and expression darkened just a tad. I have already explained myself. Good day. Though it wasn't an exact match, Haku's voice had carried a strikingly similar intonation and rhythm to that of the hunter that had killed Zabuza just days beforehand. It was certainly a stretch, but the skeptical side of Shikamaru's psyche told him to keep his senses sharp. Shaking his head with a sigh, the Nara continued his search for a proper sleeping patch. When he finally stumbled upon one, he found that he could no longer bring himself to sleep. Chapter 10. Kakashi raised his eyes up from the pages of his orange-backed novel as the sound of footsteps resonated through the room he was sitting in. His ability to remain upright under his own power was a fairly recent development, but a welcome one. His strength was returning to him, if only slightly. As such, he was able to fully turn his body to face the entrance from which the sound of creaking floorboards had drawn his attention. Somewhat in contrast to his expectations, the person who stood staring at him was Satsuki. I thought you were out practicing, the Jonin said as a lead. The genin shook her head and made her way around the room to stand directly in front of him rather than forcing him to keep a twisted posture. That eye under your forehead protector. Where and how? She asked bluntly. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at her complete disregard for etiquette or conversational formalities such as transitional phrases or greetings. You could have approached that question a bit less rudely, you know, he pointed out calmly. Satsuki remained unfazed and pulled up a chair from the corner of the living room and sat herself down across from him. Fine. Could you please tell me how you got yourself a Sharingan despite not being related to us in any way at all? That eye is a relic, she asked with a twinge of sarcasm in her voice. The silver-haired Jonin sighed at her continued lack of manners, but opted to let it slide for the sake of his sanity. It's a long story that I don't really feel like telling you. Maybe another time, he replied. The Uchiha girl stubbornly remained in her seat with her eyes fixed on Kakashi's covered iris. I think I've got the right to know. Unless you want me to make assumptions about how you got it, I'd suggest speaking up, she pressed. Kakashi laughed out loud and leaned his posture forward. Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. What you think of me or what I've experienced means just about nothing. But since you're being so persistent, I'll tell you some of it, he began, his tone making it clear that he held absolutely no apprehension about Satsuki or her opinions toward him. A darker look then crossed over his features as he brought himself back to memories that he both held fast to, and dreaded returning to. Let's just say that, I got it as a gift. A gift that meant a hell of a lot to me. It still does, he said vaguely, drawing a look of skepticism from Satsuki. The girl seemed to consider what she had been told for a few moments, but when she spoke, she was as firm as she had been before, if not more so. We don't give away our Sharingan as a birthday present or a gesture of friendship. And for people outside of the clan, they come at a serious price, she said. Kakashi kept his expression calm, but a long sigh escaped him. It came at a brutal price. One that never would have had to have been paid if I'd just kept my head on my shoulders at the right time. If you're suspecting that I stole this eye, then let me assure you, I didn't. I didn't want this eye. I took it out of respect when it was offered to me, he said. Satsuki studied him for a time, visibly unsure of what to think of what she was being told. Eventually, she spoke. What did it feel like when you first used it? It had to have been a new feeling, she asked. The silver-haired Jonin pondered the question carefully, as he had long grown accustomed to the sensations and alterations to his senses incurred by the Sharingan he so often hid beneath his forehead protector. I was high on adrenaline already, and I was seeing red, so I don't remember much. I do remember how destructive I felt. That level of perception, even with just one eye, it was so far beyond what I'd been capable of before, he recalled. He then eyed his student wryly. Are you asking because yours haven't awakened yet, Satsuki, he asked, drawing a reluctant nod from the Uchiha girl. She then leaned back in her chair and relaxed a tad. It's frustrating. I'm 16, and I still can't use them for anything. Most Uchiha have theirs by the time they're 13 or 14. It sucks, she admitted. Kakashi stroked his chin and considered his response for a few moments. From what I've heard, it usually requires something shocking to happen to you. Trauma of some kind. Things have been slow in the past few years, so it makes some sense that yours haven't manifested yet, he reasoned. Satsuki then closed her eyes and held them shut. When they remained closed for a touch too long, Kakashi began to speak again. Before he could, the girl's eyes snapped open again. They were red, with the pupils rimmed by a single tomo. They nearly immediately reverted back to their basic black color. I can force it sometimes, actually, she revealed between labored intakes of oxygen. Kakashi shook his head and touched his own covered eye. There's no point in that. It's impressive that you can do it, but like you said, you can't use them for anything. You awakened your eyes for less than 10 seconds, and you're breathing like you just ran a mile. Give it time. You'll gain access to them naturally in time. When you do, I'll do what I can to teach you how to use them, he said. Satsuki stood back up and stretched her back, which cracked several times. Learning from somebody who isn't even an Uchiha sounds weird, but beggars can't be choosers, I guess, she said with a shrug. Sensing that she was preparing to leave, Kakashi shifted back into a more relaxed posture and opened his book back to the page he had been reading prior to her arrival. How are you all doing with tree scaling? I'm probably fresh enough to help you guys if you need it, he asked. Satsuki shrugged her shoulders and waved a dismissive hand. We've mostly got it down at this point. We're almost at the top of the tree. Shikamaru hasn't been around much, though. He's been taking walks a bunch, she revealed. Kakashi looked up from his book. 3 days, and you're already near the top? Not bad at all, kid. As for Shikamaru, one or both of you should go and check on him one of these times. We're in a dangerous country right now, he said. The Uchiha girl nodded and turned to leave. Just before she could exit the room, she stopped. That eye of yours. It was a parting gift, wasn't it? She asked with her back still turned to him. Kakashi remained silent for a moment. That's one way to put it, he replied after a time. Satsuki gave a slight nod and glanced back over her shoulder at her teacher. A friend of yours, I'm guessing, she inquired curiously. The silver-haired Jonin let a melancholy smile form on his face beneath his ever-present mask. The bravest I've ever had. Naruto absently knocked his heel against the bark of the tree on top of which he was sitting. The shape of the tree was odd, as the very peak of it possessed no branches and had a flat top. It made for a solid perch to settle upon. It was fairly late, just a few minutes past 7 in the evening, and he had reached the very top of the tree roughly 20 minutes prior. Satsuki, whom he had been silently working alongside, had left to take care of some sort of business an hour beforehand. Though there was definite danger in climbing the trees on his own, he had trusted himself enough to try, and it had paid off. He had effectively conquered the task. He was even able to jog up the tree if need be. Though they had said very little, the competition between himself and Satsuki had been intense and fast-paced. Each time one of them reached a new milestone, the other redoubled their efforts to exceed it. The competition had served as an excellent motivator. Shikamaru probably still whips us both on the trees, but oh well. At least we can do it now, the blonde thought to himself. The Nara had largely been absent throughout the past 3 days, though he had occasionally returned to commune with his teammates. What he did for the majority of the day, out on his own, Naruto knew not. Knowing him, he's probably just sleeping somewhere. It'd explain why he takes so long to get home some days. Naruto mused within his mind. He then let his mind begin to wander to more mundane things, such as what he planned to do upon their return to Konoha. There were bills to be paid, groceries to buy, and a sleeping schedule to amend. Though it wasn't exactly exorbitant, the pay the blonde received from completing missions had practically doubled his monthly income. He was now able to buy a survivable amount of food weekly, and he had even bought himself a new shirt. Old habits tended to die hard, however. He still ate quite conservatively, and he still tended to wear his clothes in 2-day increments, with washes between each day. Before he could truly immerse himself in the fascinating train of thought regarding what exactly he planned to do about the leaking pipe in his kitchen, the sound of footsteps on a tree near to him caught his attention. Slowly but surely, the person scaling the nearby tree came into view. "You made it all the way up here, huh?" "Not too shabby," came the voice of Satsuki, who carefully perched herself atop her own tree roughly 6 feet from Naruto. The blonde eyed her carefully. Though they had yet to explode at one another since, the incident several nights ago still loomed over every brief exchange of words. Sensing little, if any animosity from her, Naruto allowed himself to calm. "It took a while, but yeah. Gotta say, though. It gets cold up here without the trees to block the wind," he replied, silently regretting the shortness of his shirt sleeves as he spoke. Satsuki cracked a smile and did something odd. She reached behind her back and took hold of some of her hair. She then tossed it over the top of her shoulders on either side, thus covering her arms with her dark hair. "I hate how long it is right now, but it can come in handy," she joked. Naruto laughed a bit and rested his head on his bent right knee. "You'd better cut it pretty short. Somebody might light it on fire one of these days." "Could be the end of you," he said in response. Satsuki blew a strand of hair out of her face and shifted in place to improve her balance atop the tree. "Try it, and I'll break your neck 5 different ways," she said haughtily as the first of many winds came blowing across the treetops. Naruto put up his hands in a show of faux concession. "Never said it'd be me. Just pointing out what might happen," he replied. The pair then lapsed into a fairly immediate silence that lasted a fair amount of time, with each simply observing the dimming sky just above their heads. "So, what did you leave to do?" the blonde asked to finally end the void. Satsuki glanced at him out of her periphery and gathered herself to respond. "I went to ask Kakashi about his Sharingan. Those eyes are exclusive to my family, and anybody else having them is cause for some questioning," she said. Naruto's interest was immediately piqued, as similar questions had been cycling through his own mind since the brutal encounter with Zabuza. "What did you find out?" "I was honestly wondering the same thing," he pressed. Satsuki drew her knees up to her chin and chewed on her lower lip absently. "He got the eye as a gift from a friend. From what I pieced together, it was a dying gift. Probably sometime during the Third World War, if I had to guess. He's around that age, I think," she said, drawing a nod from her teammate. "That makes some sense. Giving away an eye is a little weird, but I guess it would be meaningful in that sort of situation," Naruto said. The raven-haired girl shook her head and rotated on her tree to face him more directly. "You don't get it. A Sharingan is the greatest gift an Uchiha can give. It's like giving away a piece of our identity. A piece of who we are. That's why it's not a thing that happens very often. We were a close-knit clan. Most of our friends were our own flesh and blood," she began, settling into a cross-legged position as she spoke. The fact that he was even close with an Uchiha is a little surprising to begin with, and that Uchiha being willing to give up a Sharingan to him is just baffling. It's not my place to judge, since I wasn't there, but I think you can understand why I felt like asking questions, she concluded. Naruto took his time processing the information being presented to him, as there was a considerable volume of it to be reviewed. You really miss them, don't you? He asked after a time. Satsuki's eyes drifted away from him and to the rapidly setting sun on the horizon. Of course I do. They were my family. What kind of person wouldn't understand the dash, she started, cutting herself off midway through to give him another uncomfortable look. Oh, yeah. I always forget with you, she muttered. Naruto let out a hollow chuckle and scratched the back of his head a tad awkwardly. Maybe we should avoid talking about family stuff from here on out. Doesn't seem to do either of us any good when we do, he suggested. Satsuki nodded in agreement and shrugged her shoulders back to return her hair behind her back. Or, we could just talk less in general. We always end up at each other's throats, she said with a shrug. Much to the surprise of both of them, Naruto shook his head. No, that sounds boring. I like to talk, even if it means having to put up with you, he said. Satsuki raised an eyebrow and folded one of her legs underneath herself to form a makeshift cushion. Shikamaru does exist, you know. You're both boys. You probably have more in common, she pointed out. Naruto rolled one of his shoulders to relieve some of the stiffness that had begun to develop in it over time. I get a kick out of him when he's in the mood to joke, but he's usually just dry and matter of fact. Sorta boring, if you ask me, he said simply. The Uchiha girl eyed him strangely. So, you'd rather take verbal beatings and let me get under your skin than deal with somebody being boring, huh? She asked. Naruto laughed a bit. Yeah, I guess so, he said honestly. Satsuki sighed and stood up to stretch her legs and back, which had both grown sore from remaining seated. Well, whatever you're into, she said casually. Though it took him a moment to realize what the comment implied, when he did, Naruto reddened and shot to his feet. We both know I didn't mean it like that, he grumbled. In a rare moment of girlishness, Satsuki covered her mouth and giggled at his discomfort. Yeah, sure. Tell me if you ever want to be insulted some more. I can scratch that itch any time you want, she joked suggestively, drawing an embarrassed scowl from her teammate. You suck, he murmured under his breath as he recomposed herself. The sun then fully passed behind the horizon, leaving the pair in the dead of night atop the forest itself. Both took ample time to admire the finally visible stars overhead. Hey, Naruto. Satsuki said out of the blue after the splendor of the sky had worn away some. The blonde looked back at her for the first time in several minutes. What's up? Got another one-liner ready? He asked only half-jokingly. The Uchiha girl paid his quip no heed and met his eyes reluctantly. I'm sorry for getting rough with you the other night. I still don't like that you went mouth-to-mouth with me, but you were doing what you thought was necessary. I shouldn't have gotten so nasty about it, she apologized, clearly hating every moment of it as she choked the words out one at a time. Taken aback by her self-awareness, Naruto blinked several times. Oh, don't worry about it. It's fine. People have been worse to me before, he said dismissively. Eager to change the topic, the Uchiha girl gestured downward to the far-off forest floor. Dinner's probably on soon. We should head back, she said. Seemingly on cue, Naruto's stomach growled, prompting the pair to scale back down to the earth below. They then returned home in only somewhat uncomfortable silence. Haku rubbed a bit of sleep out of her eyes as she trekked along through the heavily thicket forest. The night was dark in general, but the trees blocking out the moon certainly didn't aid in her campaign to traverse the trees without breaking her nose in the bark. An inability to sleep consistently had small benefits if one knew how to optimize the ailment, but at present, the pseudo-insomnia served as nothing more than a nuisance to the girl. If days weren't so horribly dull, then maybe I'd be tired enough to pass out, she silently complained. Spending her days in the barracks of Gato's men was far from ideal, and as such, she took as many chances as she could to wander the nearby forest. The men stared, what few women there were paid her no heed, and the entire facility reeked of blood and alcohol. The pigs stare even when I wear my mask. Predators, the lot of them, she thought to herself as she hopped over a fallen log reflexively. She had no particular plans in mind in terms of directionality. All she wished to do was walk. As she did so, she allowed her mind to wander back to the objective of hers and Zabuza's presence in the land of waves. The moment negotiations end between Zabuza-sama and that tiny wretch, we get to work. I still find it odd that such a powerful man would go to such lengths to eliminate a single bridge builder, but it matters little, she pondered, ducking under a branch as the thoughts bounced around in her mind. That team of genin has nothing for us. Though, Kakashi Hatake certainly poses a threat. I wonder, Could the children be leveraged against him, she wondered to herself. As she recalled the team she had momentarily glimpsed during the encounter, her mind returned to another scenario entirely from 3 days prior. To think that a trained shinobi would sleep unguarded in foreign territory is beyond me. I could have slit his throat 8 different ways by the time he noticed me, she mused. Despite her bafflement at the boy she'd encountered's lack of concern, she found herself chuckling at the memory. He was fun to tease. Very quick triggers. Quite a sharp boy, too, she thought to herself. She had very much enjoyed her brief encounter with the ninja named Shikamaru, much in contrast to her better judgment. A darker look then eliminated her small laughs and smiles. And he'll be dead within a week. A friend made, an obituary written, she thought to herself with a long sigh. It was bleak in and of itself that a single, not particularly warm conversation with another person even remotely close to her age had registered as a friendship in Haku's mind, and she knew it. With a shake of her head, she continued on with her aimless walk. As time went on, the presence of a light in the distance ahead of her grew more and more potent. The closer she drew to it, the more of where and what it was she could make out. Slowly but surely, she deduced that the light was streaming out from the window of a house just outside the reach of the forest. Suddenly feeling quite intrigued, Haku picked up the pace at which she was walking. Within 2 minutes, she emerged from the forest onto the edge of a clearing, where the house sat in the center. She then focused her eyes on what lay within the dwelling. When she identified the contents of the house, her eyes widened just a tad. Sitting around what seemed to be a dinner table was the exact same team of ninja she had encountered at the river, alongside the bridge builder they had so fiercely defended. So, this is where they went. I figured they had to be nearby, she thought to herself with assessing eyes. The longer she looked, the more she came to realize just how golden an opportunity she had stumbled upon purely by chance. I could clean this up right here and now. It would only take a few moments, she thought to herself. There was a simple, clear line of sight at the bridge builder's neck, and the window was a crack open. She possessed a level of accuracy well beyond what would have been required to make the shot count. Reaching into a small pocket on the side of her sundress, Haku produced a pair of Sanban needles. "Sit still, would you?" she muttered as the old man shifted around in his seat while speaking to the others at the table. Eventually, the bridge builder settled into place with his neck still easily exposed. "Checkmate," Haku whispered, rearing her arm back to complete the task that had randomly fallen into her lap. Just as she began to perform the killing motion to throw the Sanban, however, a familiar face and neck obstructed her target. Shikamaru had leaned across the table to retrieve something. His sudden appearance in her line of sight caused Haku to flinch. As such, when she threw the first needle, her aim was jerkish and altered. With a surprisingly loud clicking sound, her Sanban bounced off the window, instantly drawing the attention of those within the house. Luckily for her, Haku still dwelled just within the shadow of the forest, thus rendering her effectively invisible from such a distance. There goes my chance, she thought to herself as the ninja within the house blindly stared in her direction. Well aware that it would be known to her only, Haku locked eyes with Shikamaru, who had been responsible for ruining her aim. Troublesome boy. Of all the times, she grumbled within her mind, though she couldn't find it within herself to conjure up any real disdain. With a shake of her head, Haku turned her back to the house and slinked back into the forest once again. Unbeknownst to her, while all the rest had returned to their dinner, Shikamaru's eyes were still firmly locked in her direction as she walked away. Chapter 11. 2 slight gleams of light shone themselves distinctly among the grass. The morning sky was dull and overcast, and it was hardly past dawn. All that allowed for the reflection at all was what little sunlight could find its way through the clouds and fog of the morning dew. Despite the minority of the flashes of light, Shikamaru kept his eyes fixed on them and approached with all the conviction of a drunkard fresh off a poor night out. He was extremely tired, and much of it was attributable to the fact that he had slept a mere 2 hours that night. The reasoning behind his inability to get much rest at all was laying right before his feet, right where the reflections of the dull light had come from. A pair of combat needles, known properly as Sanban, laid a few inches from one another, just below the front window the humble house of Tazuna and his family. At the sight of them, every suspicion that had been nagging at his psyche since the battle upon the river snapped into frame. The same weapon that sent Zabuza down. Thrown right at our window. What a coincidence, the Nara thought to himself as he knelt down to pluck the needles from the blades of grass. The moment he touched them, he recoiled slightly. They were unbelievably cold. The night had certainly been chilly, but the needles themselves were far below a freezing point. Approaching more gingerly this time, Shikamaru carefully picked up one of the needles using as little skin as possible. It was razor sharp and roughly 6 inches long. Just enough length to pierce a person through the broad side of their neck. So, I was right. There was somebody nearby last night. I think I caught the sound of their footsteps too. Shikamaru thought to himself, a slight chill running down his spine. Silent as a cemetery, quick as a flash of lightning, there had been an assassination attempt right under their noses. It was an unsettling proposition to grapple with. Even Kakashi had been unaware of it as far as Shikamaru could tell. As he sorted his emotions, a face flashed across his mind's eye. A face with brown eyes, fair skin, an odd smile, and long, brown hair. The girl who was apparently named Haku. The needles themselves provided no more of a case against her, not in any logical sense, but for reasons unknown to even himself. Shikamaru found his skepticism of her growing ever strong. I've met her literally once. The voice is all I have to work with. Other than that, I'm grasping at straws, he thought to himself. He then shook his head and rubbed the remaining sleep from his weary eyes. Turning toward the forest that spread out for miles beyond the house, he took a step forward. Walks were an excellent way to cleanse oneself of uncertainty and stress, both of which were plaguing him. I've got a hunch that I know where you are, he muttered under his breath. And so, he briskly entered the forest. Though he had originally intended to keep his pace rapid, he quickly found that he was too tired to do so. Slowing down to his usual lethargic shuffle, Shikamaru took a deep breath and held it for a moment before releasing it. It's probably a terrible idea for me to be out on my own, given what those needles mean, but oh well, he mused with a dry chuckle. Fear for his own mortality was a sentiment that had crossed his mind a number of times in recent memory, but there was no room for it in the thick of things. As the sticks and leaves crunched under his feet, the Nara felt some of his nerves dissipate. Though he had largely dismissed it for most of his life, nature and its contents truly did have a serenity about it. A sort of energy that could soothe a person. Still prefer clouds, but I don't mind this, he thought to himself as he traversed the forest slowly, taking time to study the trees and animals. The ground was fairly damp from the morning dew, though nowhere near as swampish as it had been after the storm several days prior. Such variance in weather spoke to a healthy ecosystem. I should take walks more often. Would help with my cardio, he joked to himself. A rustling sound then caught his attention. Taking his eyes away from his surroundings to focus on the path directly ahead of him, he spotted the source of the noise. It was a deer, and a fairly large one at that. A male deer, huh? Not often you see one of those out and about. Shikamaru thought to himself as he assessed the antlers protruding from the deer's head. The animal hardly felt or looked aggressive. As with most roaming beasts, it merely looked apprehensive. Go on. Take your time, the Nara called lightly to the deer. For a time, it simply stared at the genin with wide eyes. Eventually, it scampered off into a nearby brush, its footsteps growing fainter and fainter as it lengthened the distance between them. Once the deer was gone, Shikamaru cracked a smile and continued on his way. He knew deer well, and found them to be better company than people depending on his mood. He encountered no more over the next 5 minutes of travel, though he did catch sight of an owl along the way. Despite how slow his pace was, and how aimlessly he let his gaze wander, he did have a destination in mind, though one that hardly held any weight beyond a gut feeling. It was a fair distance from the house, nearly 3 miles in total. Though the length of the trip was a few steps off from ideal, it certainly did give Shikamaru time to think. What do I even want to say if I'm lucky enough to be right about this? I can't exactly lead with the question. Or even pose it at all, he pondered. Information gathering was an active part of being a ninja, but truth be told, Shikamaru had never even attempted it before in any non-casual setting. Beyond this, he had virtually no clue what he was up against intellectually. Haku had let very little slip about her personality aside from an apparent enjoyment of plant life and a generally humorous demeanor. Either she did that on purpose, or it had everything to do with time and place. No way to tell which, he thought to himself. He was far from used to giving another person so much thought, especially one that he knew practically nothing about beyond a name and face. Shelving the train of thought for the moment, Shikamaru focused his energy on navigation. Given several minutes, and another odd encounter with a smaller deer, the Nara reached the edge of where he had intended to be. A clearing of various exotic-looking flowers and other types of plants. Its colorful appearance and bright colors stood out starkly amongst the dull palette of green and brown all around it. Something else stuck out, even among the flowers and greenery. A person, and exactly who Shikamaru had hoped to find for one reason or another. Haku was sitting cross-legged in the far left corner of the small clearing with a basket at her side. She appeared to be eating something small, as evidenced by the fact that she was chewing. I found a pretty girl sitting in a field of flowers. This is so damn cliché. Shikamaru thought to himself as he observed her from just behind the concealing brush. She was wearing a similar sundress to the one she had been during their first encounter, and she appeared to be quite content. The longer he studied her, the less sure of his suspicions he became. There's no way this chick killed Zabuza. There's a literal butterfly sitting on her head, and she hasn't touched it, he thought to himself. Before he could fall any further down into his doubts, he was snapped back to attention. You're free to step into the open anytime you like. Just don't think you're hidden. Haku called, not changing her posture or the direction of her gaze at all as she spoke. Flinching slightly, Shikamaru reluctantly stepped through into the clearing. Once he was fully exposed, Haku finally addressed him directly with her eyes. If I didn't know better, I'd think that you came looking for me, she said calmly. Her expression was difficult to read. She certainly didn't look irritated, or particularly bothered in general by his arrival, but it was equally difficult to suss out any true positivity from her features. The Nara shook his head and absently scratched his cheek, which had been grazed by a leaf on his way out. Just looking for a place to sleep. Sorta loud back at home base, he replied. Haku tilted her head off to one side and reached into her basket. She produced a small piece of white bread, which she promptly popped into her mouth. If that's the case, then why were you staring at me through the bushes? She inquired innocently upon finishing chewing. Shikamaru's left eye twitched at the question. I'll never get used to seeing random people deep in the forest. Not my fault you have weird habits, he shot back defensively. Haku straightened her posture and rested her hands in her lap. Which do you find more strange? A girl enjoying flowers and picnics, or a boy taking his sweet time looking her up and down from the shadows? She asked while locking eyes with him. The Nara snorted and folded his arms across his chest. You say that like you're even worth staring at, he said bluntly. Haku shrugged her shoulders and kept her gaze fixed on him quizzically. Well, you certainly don't seem to mind doing so. Posturing aside, you're free to pass through to find your resting place. I won't stop you, she said simply. When Shikamaru didn't move more than a step or two forward, she gestured to the ground near her. Well, if you're going to stay, at least take a seat and talk. No need to make things more awkward than they need to be, she suggested. After a few moments of resistance, the Nara did as he was told and sat himself down roughly 10 feet from Haku. I'm guessing you spend most of your time out here, he asked as an opener. The girl shook her head, much to his surprise. She then took another bite of bread. I'm quite a busy person, actually. These little adventures out in the woods are how I reward myself. I'm sure you can relate given your profession, she replied. Shikamaru mentally noted her wording and glanced up at the gray sky peeking through the treetops. I guess I like to watch clouds a bit. Just to clear my head sometimes. I'm new to this whole ninja thing, he said honestly. It made him somewhat uncomfortable to reveal his own personal interests and hobbies to somebody he knew so scarcely, but for the ends of confirming or denying his suspicions, building a foundation of rapport was necessary. Haku touched her bottom lip with her index finger. You're new, HM? You struck me as quite experienced a few days ago. Though, you are quite young, so it does make sense, she said thoughtfully. She then turned her eyes up to the sky and frowned. I can't really say that I understand why cloud watching would be fun or interesting. It's just the sky. It never changes, she said. The Nara shook his head and joined her in watching the bleak cosmos overhead. You're just looking at it the wrong way. It changes a ton day to day. Sometimes, it's a different shade. The lineup of clouds changes a bunch too. No one sky is the same, he said. Haku looked back to him from the clouds and reached into her basket. That's an interesting way to look at it. It seems a bit nitpicky to me, though, she said. Shikamaru met her odd gaze and shifted in place to make himself more comfortable. Anybody with any sort of awareness is gonna think life is boring, so you need to look for the little things. If you think too narrowly, then people, places, days, it'll all blend into a flavorless soup, he reasoned. The girl gave a humorous smile and tossed him a piece of the bread she had been nibbling on. That's an odd analogy, and I don't know how much I agree with you, but whatever works to keep you lively. People can be put into boxes once you meet enough of them. Environment, upbringing, money, it all molds people. Take people from the same social groups, monetary statuses, and places, and you're bound to find that they're all painfully similar, she countered. The Nara raised an eyebrow and fiddled with the bread pensively. You must live a pretty dull life if you really think that, he said directly. Haku swept her hair over shoulders to let it hang over her front. Oh, I get plenty of excitement out of my days. Too much for my liking, and not really the type I'd like to be partaking in, she said lightly. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow and passed the bread from one hand to the other several times. I could take that a few different ways. But that aside, what's a simple village girl going to run into often enough to tire her out? Genuinely curious, he said. For the briefest of moments, Haku's composure cracked in the form of her lips twitching at their edges. A frown nearly formed, but she pulled her mouth back into a thin line before it could. We come from different places. My obligations are different than yours. You travel and carry out tasks, and I do chores and keep things in order, she said calmly. Finally, Shikamaru took a bite of the bread he had been given and chewed it before swallowing. Gotta say, for a rural native, you speak more clearly than most of my instructors back at the academy. Where'd you even get an education way out here? He pressed skeptically. Haku leaned her face on her palm and blew a strand of hair from her eyes. My father is quite a smart man. Doesn't always show it, though. He can be quite crude. He taught me most of what I know, she replied automatically. Shikamaru nodded and finished the last of the bread he'd been given. He then chose to shift his tactics. Not to change the topic, but honestly, half the reason I'm out here is to get away from the house. We had somebody take a shot at us last night. They tried to get rid of one of us, he said, curious to see Haku's reaction to the vague information. What he got in response was far from what he had expected. Haku's eyes widened, her expression shifted to one of concern, and she leaned forward over her knees. Really? That's horrible. Was anybody injured? She asked. Shikamaru recoiled just a tad at her sudden and visible concern. In particular, her wide, dark brown eyes dug into him with a force that froze him momentarily. Oh, no. They missed the shot they took. We're all good, he said a touch awkwardly. Haku sighed and relaxed, folding her hands over her chest as she settled once again. Well, that's good to hear. If this assassin is incompetent enough to fail a task, then perhaps my home isn't in much danger, she said in a relieved tone. Shikamaru re-solidified his posture and draped an arm over his bent knee. Yeah, you're probably safe. Assassins don't really mass target. If you're just a resident, they'll leave you alone. No worries, he said in an odd tone. Haku then stood up and stretched her arms over her head. Good to know. Now then, since you're here, I'd like your help. I'd like to gather 150 lilies. There should be more than that many here, but picking them alone would be a hassle, she said, beckoning him to his feet as she spoke. Shikamaru obliged and rose to meet her. And why should I help you? Sounds like a drag to me, he asked. Haku smiled and clasped her hands down by her waist as a breeze blew across the clearing. Because it would be very polite, and I may reward you if you do, she said in response. Sensing that arguing would be a pointless endeavor, the Nara sighed and did as he was told. Haku soon joined in a kneel on the ground to search for the lilies she had requested to be picked. They then commenced their search. As they picked and gathered the specific flower, Shikamaru glanced at the girl scrounging only feet from him. She appeared genuinely pleased with the activity they were partaking in. Her lips were pulled into an easy smile, her features were relaxed, and she was enthusiastically searching for the lilies. At the sight, Shikamaru exhaled through his nose and returned his eyes to the ground. I read this wrong. I had to have. She's a normal girl, he thought to himself, unsure of himself on every level. As he pondered these things, unbeknownst to him, Haku gazed at him with a triumphant smile. Kakashi glanced around the living room of Tezuna's home to assess the looks and emotions of the remainder of Team 7. Shikamaru, who had been absent for the entirety of the morning, had returned only minutes ago, and the first thing he had done was call for a gathering. The Nara was hardly one to enjoy group activities, and tended to strike out on his own when he could. With this in mind, it stood to reason that he had something fairly important to say. Could you speed this up? I want to eat breakfast. Naruto complained, earning an elbow to the ribs from Satsuki that caused him to glare at her. Before the pair could predictably begin arguing, Shikamaru heeded Naruto's request and spoke up. Save your fighting for a few minutes from now. You're going to want to hear this, trust me, he said seriously, regaining the attention of the Uchiha and Uzumaki. Kakashi himself leaned forward in his seat and awaited the follow-up. The Nara then took a deep breath and reached into his pocket. He then produced a pair of Sanbon needles, which he promptly set on the table that laid in the center of the living room. I found those just outside the kitchen window. I think we all remember the weird clicking sound that we heard during dinner against the glass. Well, I've got a strong feeling that these are what caused it, he began, allowing the rest of his team to piece together his logic themselves. What exactly are you suggesting, Shikamaru? I've got a solid idea that I know, but I'd still like to hear what you have to say. Kakashi said after a time, drawing nods of agreement from Naruto and Satsuki. Shikamaru jammed a thumb at Tezuna, who was silently sitting in a chair in the rightmost corner. Somebody was out to kill him. Based on where he was sitting, relative to the window, the person who threw those Sanbon was aiming for his neck, he said, taking a deep breath to continue on. And the obvious kicker is that the exact weapon that took out Zabuza was Sanbon. I've been skeptical of that whole sequence since it happened, to be honest. It's just too convenient. The moment Zabuza is being overwhelmed, somebody else swoops in to kill him instead. I didn't quite know what I thought of it until I found those Sanbon, he said. Satsuki then spoke for the first time since the meeting had begun. Are you saying that dash she started? Before she could finish, Shikamaru cut him off with a curt nod and a sweeping look around the room to make sure that all attention was on him and his words. Yeah, you've got it. Zabuza is alive, and that hunter is working with him to put Tazuna in an early grave. Haku stared up at the ceiling of the barrack silently as the usual noise and chaos of the people around her slowly died down and succumbed to the dark of the night. For as offensively loud as it was during the day, Gato's barracks did tend to be somewhat bearable at night. Criminals and freaks though they were, the men he employed were still human. They needed rest just as much as the next person. You spent almost all of today out and about. Did you find anything worth using? Came the voice of Zabuza from Haku's left. The man had long been her caretaker of sorts, though their bond was less familial than a partnership of business and convenience. To Zabuza, anyway. Haku had long considered the violent man to be more akin to a guardian figure than a mere master. No, not really. These parts are barren, save for a few settlements, she replied, drawing a nod from the rogue swordsman leaned against the wall nearby. Zabuza then eyed her curiously. You went to the woods again, didn't you? He asked. Haku initially prepared to tell a white lie of sorts, but soon decided against it in favor of honesty. I did, yes. Quite a nice place for such a dull country, she said. Zabuza rubbed the side of his neck, which was still bandaged from the non-fatal puncture wound that Haku herself had inflicted. That explains the huge flower display just outside the compound. Why do you even waste your time with that sort of thing? He asked tiredly. Haku fiddled with a stray sunvan for a few moments. Because flowers are beautiful, and they make me happy. I wouldn't mind being a gardener one day, she said. Zabuza snorted and began to audibly sharpen his large blade with the edge of a much smaller kunai. Don't get your hopes up, kid. You'll probably be dead before you get the chance to strike out on your own, he said bluntly. The huntress sighed and rolled onto her stomach. I know, but a girl can hope, she muttered. The rogue swordsman glanced at her from his higher vantage point and kicked aside a small bit of metallic dust at his feet. Women. I'll never understand them. Flowers and plants will always be around. Why care about them? Respect and reputation make a person worthwhile. Focus on those things instead, he said. Haku rolled back onto her back and folded her hands behind her head. If you wanted a partner who agrees with you on that, you should have found a boy, Zabuza-sama. I'll stick to my plants for an outlet. Not that I won't do my job as always, because I will, she said. When Zabuza didn't immediately respond, Haku closed her eyes and let her mind wander back to other things. Picking lilies was pleasant. Not the nicest day weather-wise, but that was certainly a highlight, she reviewed within her mind. The face of the person with whom she'd gathered the flowers then returned to her, drawing a slight smile. I'm surprised he actually stuck around and helped me. I couldn't have stopped him from leaving while keeping up my facade. I'm glad he did, though. He's good company, she thought fondly. A chuckle then escaped her. He's razor-sharp, and a stickler for details. He noticed every single one of the small holes I left in my story, and he subtly attacked each of them. His blank face certainly hides his smarts quite well, she recalled. She then caught a pestering fly between her middle and index finger, crushing it soon after. And he's exploitable emotionally. All I had to do to trip him up was lay it on thick with my concern. He doubted himself instantly. He's brilliant, but he's immature, she thought to herself. Something specific Shikamaru had said then crossed her conscience. You're just looking at it the wrong way. It changes a ton day to day. Sometimes, it's a different shade. The lineup of clouds changes a bunch too. No one sky is the same. Is that the way you view the world, Shikamaru? With the mindset that each thing is unique, even if only in a small way? You're so naive. It's almost cute, she pondered. She then rolled onto her side and gently pulled a lily she had saved from her original project out of the pocket of her hunter's uniform. As she gazed at it, she sighed heavily. Or maybe you think that way to keep yourself sane. We all have our coping mechanisms. Perhaps yours is just more productive than mine, she thought to herself. She then began to feel her consciousness fading away under the weight of her exhaustion. As the sleep moved to claim her, she formed one final thought. It won't be long before it all comes crashing down, but before then, I'll find him again. Just for the fun of it. Chapter 12. Naruto glanced to either side of himself to gauge the emotions of his fellow genin. All three were seated in a row across the couch of Tazuna's living room, and had been for several minutes waiting for Kakashi's exit from the nearby shower. They were all well aware of what was bound to be discussed, and each of them dreaded it for different reasons. For Naruto himself, it was the reality that they would almost certainly be encountering Zabuza once more. Helplessness was an unpleasant thing. For Satsuki, though she veiled her emotions far more carefully, it was clear to all who knew her even somewhat that she despised the notion of being forced to rely on those around her for assistance again. especially after having been unceremoniously saved from drowning by Naruto. Shikamaru's fears were less clear in origin, but they likely pertained to similar things as Naruto. A feeling of complete and utter uselessness in the face of danger. It was hardly any of their faults. They were a group of green, inexperienced children in an incredibly adult situation. Genin were not expected to contend with such intense levels of raw strength, misdirection, and deception, and especially not all at once. Such tasks were generally reserved for Chunin, and Season 1s at that. For the first time since their promotion to Genin, Team 7 fully appreciated the caution Hiruzen exercised in regards to assigning anything beyond mundane cleanup work. Many conversations had begun, stagnated, and fizzled out in their time on the couch. Unbearable as the silence was, there wasn't much to be said. Finally, after a nearly rage-inducing stretch of 15 minutes, Kakashi emerged from the leftmost hall wearing shorts, a tank top, and his usual mask. He also had a towel draped across his shoulders. Taking a seat on the chair just across from the couch, the Jonin cracked his stiff neck and cleared his throat to snap the Genin from their boredom-induced trance. Forgive the wait. I had just as much thinking to do as all of you. Now, we're just going to jump right into it. After giving what Shikamaru theorized some hard thought, I'm gonna go ahead and say that I think he's spot on, he said as a lead. An uncomfortable shift worked through the group of Genin. The evidence is overwhelming, and I'm not going to take any chances about this. You're sitting here right now to listen, so keep your mouths shut for the next little while. I'm going to go over who's doing what when we bring Tazuna to the bridge, he said. All three teens nodded and awaited instruction. Kakashi then folded his arms across his chest. The primary objective is to keep Tazuna alive. All else comes second to that goal. As such, the three of you are going to keep a similar formation to the one we used on the way here. Unlike before, though, you're going to be much closer to him, he started. When he was sure that his word had been fully processed by the Genin before him, he continued speaking. The big wildcard is whether or not the hunter shows up. Zabuza is a given, and I'm more than ready to shut down his water clones this time around, but if he has help, the three of you are probably going to have to deal with the hunter yourselves, he said. Naruto raised his hand in response. If that hunter was able to knock Zabuza out of action, what the hell are we supposed to do? We couldn't even handle a pair of weak clones, he pointed out. Shikamaru shook his head and sat up a bit straighter. If the hunter was working with him, then Zabuza probably didn't bother defending himself when the needles went through him. We have no real way to know how strong this hunter is. It'd be better to assume that we can take them just for the sake of confidence, he corrected. Kakashi nodded and unfolded his arms. Exactly. I'm just as in the dark about that aspect of things as you are. If the hunter arrives, then Satsuki is going to be the first to engage them. She's the strongest, and should act as a solid measuring stick, he said, causing Naruto to grumble something under his breath that largely went unheard. What happens if we manage to kill them? Do we step in to help you with Zabuza? She asked. The Jonin shook his head firmly and pointed to each of the Genin. Under no circumstances are any of you to even think about intervening. Zabuza is mine and mine only. He'd kill all three of you before you could even take a breath, he said seriously. Before any of the ninja could say any more, footsteps behind the couch caught their attention. Dinner is on, folks. Tazuna, who was peering in from the kitchen, said. Kakashi nodded and looked back to his team. You know all that you need to. Stay in formation, and be cautious. Don't do anything rash, and you should be fine, he said. Shikamaru and Kakashi then rose to their feet and exited the living room, leaving only Satsuki and Naruto, who were both fairly deep in their own thoughts. Eventually, after a minute or two, Naruto stood up as well and began to walk away toward the kitchen. Before he could exit the room, however, he was stopped in his tracks. Do you think we're going to die, Naruto? The call had come from Satsuki, who was still seated on the couch with her legs folded over one another. Her tone was far from fearful, but it was hardly confident. It sounded numb. The blonde glanced back over his shoulder and considered his answer for several moments before replying. Probably not. Can't say why I think that, but I just don't feel like it's our time yet, he said honestly. The girl chewed her bottom lip absently and stood up with a stretch of her back, which cracked several times. The odds don't seem to be on our side, but I appreciate the optimism, even if it's a bit vague. I'd better make it through this. I've got things I need to do. Places I need to go, she said. Naruto shrugged and leaned against the wall near the door frame to face her more directly. Yeah, well, so do I. Being Hokage sort of requires me to be alive, as dumb as it is, he joked, earning a rare laugh from his usually prickly teammate. Satsuki's features then took on a darker tone as she pondered something. Her gaze then returned to Naruto for a moment. And I can't kill a man from beyond the grave, inconvenient as that is, she said, reiterating Naruto's words to fit her own, much more unsettling thoughts. The blonde internally shuddered a bit as he recalled the first gathering of Team 7 atop the academy roof. There's somebody I'm going to kill. Somebody I need to get rid of. I'll be seeing that through. Sooner or later, I'll have a body at my feet. He had somewhat forgotten Satsuki's disturbing declaration until the present moment, and now that he had been reminded, he found her steady stare in his direction more than a bit discomforting. Nodding reluctantly, Naruto scratched the back of his head. Why yeah, you definitely need to be alive for that, he said with an awkward laugh. The raven-haired girl chuckled and began walking in his direction. As she passed him to enter the kitchen, she gave his forehead a light flick with her nails without even a glance in his direction. The gesture caused Naruto to flinch. What the hell was that all about, he wondered to himself as the spot on his forehead that her nails had grazed stung a bit. Shaking his head in resignation to the confusion, he rounded the corner to join the remainder of his team at the table. The meal was nearly silent, as each person had their own reservations to ponder. Satsuki wiped sweat from her brow as she laid flat on her back on the futon that had been provided to her. Despite the fairly moderate temperature outdoors, the interior of Tezuna's home had a tendency to grow oppressively hot at night. It made blankets entirely unnecessary, and perhaps even unadvisable. Exhaling through her nose, the Uchiha girl tugged at the collar of her cotton pajamas to remedy the heat even slightly. I should have just brought a nightgown. This is horrible, she thought to herself in the humidity and heat. Cotton was a comfortable material to sleep in most of the time, but not when it was practically a convection oven indoors. Opting to take her thoughts to places other than the exorbitant amount of sweat dripping down her body, Satsuki returned herself to the gathering that had occurred roughly 2 hours prior. Not even Kakashi is sure of what's going to happen. We leave for the bridge tomorrow morning, and we still only have half of a plan, if that, she thought to herself. It was a grim proposition. With a massive pool of evidence to suggest that Zabuza was still alive, there was absolutely no reason to believe that the next day would be anything but hellish. Combat, blood, and adrenaline. That was what awaited them. None of which was healthy in extreme doses. If we're lucky, we'll just end up sitting back and watching Kakashi deal with Zabuza, but I have a strong feeling that this hunter is going to show up. If that happens, it falls to me, she pondered. To be the first one the front lines when push came to shove was a burden to be sure, and one that she very much wished she could welcome, but in the back of her mind, doubts nagged at her relentlessly. Even if you'd come sooner, there's nothing you could have done, foolish sister. The repressed memory sent a jolt through Satsuki, causing her to drag her hand over her face to cover her eyes as she forcibly pushed it back down. Unlike her most recent relapse before the mirror in her bathroom, she managed to regain herself before any images could sweep across her mind's eye. Despite the lack of visuals, the emotions remained the same. When have I ever protected somebody, she questioned within her mind with her eyes still veiled by her slightly shaking hand. She quickly recalled her team's encounter with the Demon Brothers during their trek to the Land of Waves, in which she had prevented Naruto from being decapitated. Though she initially drew solace from the knowledge that she had succeeded in saving a life, she quickly tore it down. Kakashi is the only reason we weren't torn to pieces. I would have been worthless against them. Next time out, Naruto had to get physical with me to make sure I didn't drown, she admitted to herself. Her grip on her temples then tightened. What makes you qualified to hold their lives in your hands? If you can't do it, then neither can they, and you were just as helpless as they were last time out, she reprimanded herself. Then, in spite of a Herculean effort to stop them, the images of the night she had so long been tormented by flooded back. You've never protected a damn thing. You can't, she hissed aloud in a moment of bitter self-loathing. The world was far larger than she'd ever considered, and along with that scale came giants the magnitude of which Satsuki had no way to contend with. Not as she was. She badly needed to grow stronger, and she hadn't the time to do so before the morning would come. For the first time in years, she was well and truly afraid. She despised it utterly. Just a little girl in over her head again. Just like before, she thought to herself in a state of resigned frustration. Before she could sink any deeper into her own negativity, a knock came at her door. Unveiling her eyes, which had been clamped shut, Satsuki spoke. I'm tired, so make it quick, she called out somewhat hoarsely. The door then slid open just enough to reveal the person on the other side. It was Naruto, who also looked quite tired. Shikamaru went out again. Not sure why, but I'm starting to get a little worried. Wanted to know if you wanted to come with, he explained. Satsuki stared at him through her hazed vision for several moments. The light streaming in from behind him was straining, but it was a welcome escape from the dark of her lampless room. I'll pass. I need to sleep, she replied after a time. The blonde nodded and pulled up the light jacket he was wearing over his shoulders a bit more. I figured. Just wanted to ask. I'll try not to wake you up on the way back in, he said before quietly sliding her door shut and audibly exiting the house a moment later. As the silence set back in around her, Satsuki found a new emotion to latch onto, and held fast to it. With all the mental strength she had remaining, she forcibly banished her bitterness for the time being. I'll protect them this time. No matter what it costs me. Haku smiled to herself as she meandered about in the region of the forest she had more or less claimed as her territory in her short time inhabiting the land of waves. There were plenty of clearings, a wealth of flowers, and it tended to stay relatively dry. The night was pleasantly warm without being overly stuffy, and for once, the moon was peeking its way through the treetops. What a lovely night, she thought to herself contentedly. A firefly then skittered past her face, drawing a wider grin from the girl. She had scarcely encountered the insect before, but she had read plenty about it in an encyclopedia she had stolen from a library in her travels several years prior. She then began to lightly jog after the firefly in an attempt to catch it. She knew it was largely a futile effort, but that fact did not alter the level of entertainment she drew from the activity. Oh, come here you, she whined aloud as the firefly retreated higher above her head. With one final jump, Haku swiped at the bug. Much to her delight, she was able to trap the firefly in her cupped hands. You certainly made me work for it, she scolded the firefly as it frantically flashed and flew about in her hands. Eventually, after several minutes of fondly studying the small creature, Haku opened her hands and released it to the sky above. As its flash faded away to the night, she let out a sigh. So beautiful, she breathed to herself. She had long been enamored by nature for its sheer innocence. Nature knew no true evil. Only instinct and innocence. The purest of truths. Chasing fireflies? What are you, a dog? Haku immediately scanned her surroundings to locate the origin of the voice. She quickly found it in plain sight, a few meters directly in front of her. Upon identifying the owner, she relaxed somewhat. Watching me again? What are you, a stalker? She shot back at Shikamaru, who stood leaned up against a nearby tree. The Nara shrugged his shoulders and returned his weight to his front foot before stepping away from the tree. I was relaxing here first, actually. You just so happened to come wandering by. It made for a good show, he said jokingly. Haku rolled her eyes and snapped a stick under her foot. Did you come looking for me? Be honest, she asked directly. Much to her own surprise, when the genin shook his head, Haku found that she was more than a bit disappointed. Not really. I just like my walks, he said, drawing a somewhat dejected nod from Haku. He then spoke again a half-beat later. But finding you out here isn't really a bad thing. You're a decent talker, he added. The girl smiled and turned her gaze up to the moon. You chose a good night to walk. It's very pretty. The stars especially, she said. Shikamaru took a glance up at the sky and rubbed one of his eyes to clear whatever was plaguing it away. It's a little clear for my liking. I'm not a huge stargazer. Clouds are more interesting to look at. They change more, he said. Haku shook her head and continued to admire the open sky through the gap in the trees. The fact that the stars and constellations never change is exactly why I love them. I can rely on them to always be there, ever still, she said. Shikamaru chuckled a bit. Some poet you are, he said humorously. Haku closed her eyes as a wind blew across the forest and set leaves up around them. Consistency is a luxury I've never had for one reason or another. Call me melodramatic, but the sky has been my closest friend for about as long as I can remember, she said openly. The Nara furrowed his brow and studied her silently for a few seconds. You said earlier that you have a father. Aren't you close to him? He asked skeptically. Haku opened her eyes once more and lowered them to the ground. A slight look of reminiscent melancholy then crossed her features. I'm not his biological daughter. He was kind enough to save me from the life of an orphan, and he taught me how to live, but beyond that, I've never been sure of whether or not he actually cares for me. He can be quite cold, she said. It was the closest thing to genuine honesty she could manage while still maintaining her false identity. She then looked back up to Shikamaru, who wore a fairly ambiguous expression. Fathers can be a little bit detached sometimes. I know mine can be. I don't know yours, and probably never will, but I doubt he doesn't care if he took the trouble to adopt you, Haku, he said a tad more gently than he normally intimated. A pang of guilt then rang through the girl's chest. Oh, you'll know Zabuza-sama well. Better than you'd like to, she thought to herself darkly. Shelving the depressing through, Haku allowed herself to take a bit of comfort from his words. Thinking it better to keep her gratitude to herself for the time being, she focused on a more minor aspect of his response. That's the first time you've said my name, she commented. Shikamaru blinked at the revelation and scratched the back of his head. Did I say it right? Seems pretty easy to me, but you never know, he asked. Haku nodded and brushed a few scraps of leaf from her sundress to return it to its flawless state. Yes, perfectly. It's only 2 syllables, so I'd be concerned if you didn't get it right on your first try. Yours is much more difficult. For entire syllables, she teased casually. Shikamaru glanced away from her. It's family tradition. All of the men have the same prefix in their name, he said defensively. Haku giggled at his discomfort and took in the scent of the forest. What about the women? She asked. Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders and looked back at her once again. Same thing, but we don't really produce many women. Most children born from us are male. Not sure why, but that's how it is, he said. Haku tilted her head off to one side coyly. I'm surprised you produce enough children to have a reliable statistic on gender. If the men are all like you, then I find it hard to believe that they're decisive enough to get married, she said jabbingly. It was a harsher joke than her previous tickling remarks, but the genin had proven himself to be thick-skinned. Yeah, well, getting married sounds like a lot of work anyway. Besides, women tire me the hell out. They always make me do stuff, he grumbled. Haku raised an eyebrow. Do I tire you out? I've tried quite hard to be polite, she asked. Shikamaru eyed her boredly and assessed her momentarily. You definitely would given time. You made me sit around and pick flowers with you for a whole hour. I only did it because you said there'd be a reward, and all I got was 3 slices of bread, he said bluntly. Haku gave a fake pout. It was good bread. I baked it myself. You're cruel, she whined, drawing a roll of Shikamaru's eyes in response. Sure you did. Tasted store-bought to me. That aside, the flower picking was definitely exhausting, he said. Haku considered a number of responses. I may as well have as much fun as I can. Time is short. I can feel it, she thought to herself. A smirk then crossed her lips as she took several steps forward. What kind of reward were you expecting? Something more interesting, she inquired as she drew closer. Shikamaru gave her an uncomfortable look. No, just something better than bread, he said. Haku raised an eyebrow and kept her eyes fixed on him as she soaked up his obvious unease. That could be a lot of things, Shikamaru. Would you mind elaborating for me? She asked innocently. When he didn't respond within a reasonable frame of time, Haku stepped forward one more time. Are you too embarrassed to admit what was on your mind? How improper of you. Thinking such things of an innocent, defenseless girl like me, she scolded him. The Nara reddened and stumbled back a step. Back off. My mind wasn't in the gutter, he countered. At his stumble and weak retort, Haku burst out laughing with more force than she was used to. After taking a few moments to recover while leaning on a tree to keep her balance, Haku flopped to her back. Forgive me, that was mean. I just had to push your buttons a little. I haven't laughed that hard in a long time, she apologized between leftover giggles. Shikamaru sighed tiredly and looked down at her. You suck, you know that, he said. Haku grinned and hopped back to her feet, caring not one bit about the leaves and twigs caught in her hair from her unceremonious fall to the forest floor. Maybe, but I got a kick out of it, so I don't care. You're so prickly. It's adorable, she said without a care in the world. Shikamaru slid his hands into his pockets. Yeah, and you snort when you laugh, he said, drawing a look of embarrassment from the girl. Haku patted her cheeks to suppress their rising heat. Don't mock what I can't control, she mumbled. Shikamaru put his hands up in a gesture of faux defensiveness. You reap what you sow, I'm not just gonna roll over and let you make fun of me, he said calmly. Haku sighed and nodded in agreement. I suppose that's fair, she admitted. She then looked back up at the moon, which seemed to have grown a bit brighter over time. How long has it been since I felt this stressless? I can't recall another time, she pondered silently. Pushing away the thoughts of what was to come, Haku let herself enjoy the feeling despite the knowledge that it would soon go up in flames. Hey, Haku, came the voice of Shikamaru, bringing her eyes down from the sky. The girl met his gaze curiously and gestured for him to continue. I know this'll sound weird coming from me, but thanks for this. I know I've complained a bunch, but screwing around with you out here has honestly been a great distraction from what I'm really here to do, the genin said candidly. His face then contorted into a look of apprehension. Maybe I shouldn't tell you this, but my team and I are set to start our main mission tomorrow, and, well, we almost got killed a few days back for trying the same thing. It's been weighing on me. The idea that I could die soon, he said honestly. Haku fought the urge to cover her mouth. Shikamaru then chuckled dryly. But hey, what can you do? It's part of the job. At least I can say I died honorably, or whatever. Or maybe it won't come to that. There's no way to know for sure, but either way, this is probably the last you'll see of me, he continued. Then, finally, he smiled. So thank you. You made this trip a little easier for me. I appreciate it. You're a cool person, he concluded. Against the voice of reason screaming at her from every corner of her mind, Haku did as her emotions instructed. She reached out, and practically fell forward. Within the next moment, she was tightly wrapped around his abdomen with her arms tangled behind his back. Hey, what's your deal? Shikamaru stammered awkwardly. Finding that she had no voice with which to answer, and very little clarity to begin with, Haku kept her mouth closed and her eyes clamped shut as she squeezed the closest thing to a friend she had managed to make in many years. Though it was blatantly obvious that Shikamaru was neither comfortable with nor fully accepting of the embrace, he made no move to end it. The unexpected tie-up was soon interrupted by a new arrival. Oh, so that's why you've been sneaking out. This is just precious. Haku didn't recognize the voice in any way at all, but through inference, she easily deduced who it belonged to. It was the voice of Shikamaru's male teammate, who had been stranded on the bank during Zabuza's battle against Kakashi. It's not what you're thinking, Naruto. I've already dealt with enough jokes tonight. Shikamaru said tiredly. The new boy, apparently named Naruto, took an audible step forward. Sure, whatever you say. But you should probably be wrapping, whatever this is, up soon. It's late as hell. You need the rest, he reasoned. As Haku had immediately dreaded upon hearing Naruto speak, Shikamaru gently pried her from his body and held her in place by her shoulders. I've, gotta go. He's right. I need the sleep, he said gently, clearly sensing that she was anything but happy about the development. Nodding weakly, Haku stepped to the side and kept her eyes downcast as Shikamaru jogged to catch up with Naruto, who had started leaving without him. Once the boys were well and truly gone, Haku melted down to her knees. Why? Why did you have to run your mouth? She whispered to the long-gone boy she had come to so enjoy. She had been fully in tune with the reality that the reckoning would come soon, but the fact that it would be taking place in mere hours had struck her like a spear. She wasn't ready. Not remotely. She had been afforded no time to sort her emotions, numb herself, or anything like it. The emotional wound would be fresh and raw. I can't lie to Zabuza-sama. He'll see right through me. He'll know right away, she said aloud, not bothering to keep her thoughts silent any longer. Then, despite her best efforts and against her own wishes, tears began to leak from her eyes. It just isn't fair. Why am I not allowed to have even a single friend? Why does everybody and everything I touch go away? She whimpered tearfully to the silent earth around her. Years of frustration, pain, and sadness had finally worked their way to the surface. A bitter laugh then echoed from her lungs. And how pathetic am I? I had 3 conversations with him. Only 3. That's all it took to drive me in too deep. I'm just a desperate wretch, she berated herself. She then shook her head and buried her face in her hands. Fathers can be a little bit detached sometimes. I know mine can be. I don't know yours, and probably never will, but I doubt he doesn't care if he took the trouble to adopt you, Haku. I'm a tool, Shikamaru. I always have been, I always will be, she hissed bitterly. While she held no genuine ire for Zabuza himself, as doing so would be immensely selfish given that he was entirely the reason she was alive in the first place, she utterly despised her own reality. You're a cool person. Haku shook her head once again, but this time more rapidly, almost as though she was trying to shake the words from her psyche entirely. I'm not, even a person. Haku whispered hoarsely. Fresh out of tears, she peeled her hands from her damp face and looked to the moon one final time with a quivering bottom lip. I'll kill you gently, Shikamaru. You're mine tomorrow. Chapter 13. Satsuki strained heavily against the weight on her shoulders as she hauled a stack of 5 planks across the shockingly broad bridge. Work had begun on the structure at 5:30 that morning, and it had not slowed for even a moment in the 3 hours since. The tasks were mundane and repetitive, but they were strenuous. Lifting wooden planks, taking them across, and laying them down. Over and over again. Get the other end of this thing, Naruto. Satsuki grunted as she neared the opposite end of the bridge from whence she had come. Naruto, who was working alongside Shikamaru to pry a crooked beam free to replace it more straightly, sighed and stood up from his crouched stance. He then circled around behind Satsuki and pushed up on the back end of the planks she was carrying, which were beginning to dip in level. The pair then walked the planks several meters to the left and set them down in front of Tazuna, who nodded approvingly. That should be it for now. I have what I need. The others can take it from here, he said, much to the relief of the genin. A few moments later, workers from other sections of the bridge arrived to relieve them of their tasks for the time being, Shikamaru included. Stay on guard. We still have work to do, the Nara said tiredly as he trudged over to his teammates, who had taken a seat leaned against the railing of the bridge. Satsuki gestured to Tazuna, who was directing his workers diligently. We're still right next to him, and our eyes are open. Kakashi is watching from up above as well. He's safe, she said firmly. Shikamaru reluctantly nodded and kept his eyes drifting from one side of the bridge to the other. He was clearly on edge, and with good reason. Satsuki herself was well and truly feeling the pressure of the situation, momentarily quiet as it currently was. Zabuza's arrival and subsequent rampage had taken place incredibly quickly last time, and likely would the second time around. "Why do you never call him, sensei?" Naruto asked after a stretch of silence. Satsuki glanced at him and then up at Kakashi, who was standing watchfully atop a vertically balanced beam that stretched upward nearly 25 feet. "Not sure. It just doesn't feel right, I guess," she said honestly. The blonde joined her in studying their teacher for a few moments. "I think you owe him the courtesy. When push comes to shove, he's our only lifeline. We're dead meat without him," he said. The Uchiha girl returned her gaze to the concrete surface of the bridge on which they were sitting. "Don't remind me. I'll come around to saying it eventually. Just not right now," she mumbled. In a moment of rare perceptiveness, Naruto switched the topic in a clear attempt to lift the mood. "I found out why Shikamaru's been sneaking out a bunch last night," he said in a lower tone so as to prevent his male teammate from hearing him. Satsuki's interest peaked quickly, as she had pondered a number of reasons as to why the Nara had been slipping away. "Let me guess, he was napping?" she asked. The blonde shook his head and smirked a bit in the direction of Shikamaru, whose back was turned to them. "When I went to go check on him last night, he was with a girl. She looked around our age, maybe a little older. They were looking nice and friendly," he said wryly. Satsuki raised an eyebrow and let a humorous grin begin to form on her face. "How friendly are we talking?" she pressed in a whisper. Naruto waved a dismissive hand and kept his gaze fixed on Shikamaru to ensure that he wasn't eavesdropping. "Nothing too intimate, but she was hugging him pretty tight. He looked so lost," he said. The Uchiha girl gave him a bored look and tucked a strand of hair behind her left ear. "Like you wouldn't be. I'm guessing you interrupted them and brought him back home?" she inquired. Naruto nodded and suppressed a chuckle. "Yeah, I almost felt bad. She looked sorta heartbroken about him leaving. He definitely didn't seem to be in a good mood on the way back either," he said. Satsuki looked to the unaware Nara standing only 10 or so feet away from them. Didn't think he had the game for that sort of thing, but good for him. Making friends way out here probably wasn't a great idea, though. "Even if we make it out in one piece, we're leaving soon," she said, her tone nearly sounding sympathetic at points. Naruto absently drummed his fingers on the bridge. "Don't you think that's a little dumb, though? It almost feels like things are set up so we can't be close to anybody but our own people," he said, more to himself than Satsuki. The Uchiha girl straightened out one of her legs in front of her and rested her right arm on her remaining bent knee. "We were at war not too long ago. I don't know a ton about it, but things are apparently still tense internationally. Not so much that war is really a concern, but enough to make cross-country traveling a little bit risky these days," she replied. Naruto exhaled through his nose. "Politics are stupid. I hated that class," he said tiredly. Satsuki nodded in agreement and shifted to make herself more comfortable on the hard concrete surface. "I'd be lying if I said I enjoyed it. It was just a bunch of propaganda and boring statistics. It's the only class I came close to failing," she said in a far less than fond tone. Naruto snickered. "Nice to know that even the class queen could be a bad student sometimes," he said humorously. Satsuki barked a short laugh and scrunched up her nose. "I never asked to be put up on a pedestal. It's not my fault most of you are a bunch of sheep," she said dryly. Naruto visibly prickled at her words, but quickly calmed himself and settled back down. "Don't go hoping that Shikamaru or I are gonna worship you or anything like that, because we won't," he said. Though it was hardly a supportive statement, Satsuki found herself feeling quite satisfied with its message. To be the object of widespread affection had never exactly pleased the girl, and to be without the irritating calls and stares had been quite peaceful upon the formation of their cell. "Good. Just keep it in your head that I'm still ahead of you," she replied. The blonde eyed her out of the corner of his periphery and scowled. "You just love hearing yourself talk, don't you?" he asked irritatedly. Satsuki shrugged and relaxed a bit against the solid surface to her back. "You say that like you don't run your mouth twice as much as I do," she countered lightly. Before Naruto could predictably fire back, any positivity and ease that had found its way into the atmosphere was swiftly put down by Shikamaru, who snapped them both to attention with his voice. "On your feet. We've got mist." Kakashi leapt down from his perch and hit the ground just a few feet from his genin, who were staring apprehensively at the western end of the bridge. A mist was rolling in, and quickly at that. Narrowing his visible eye, Kakashi made his way in front of the group and cracked his neck. "Surround Tazuna and get in formation. We've been over this already," he ordered them. The teens obliged and positioned themselves in a tight triangular shape around the bridge builder. The silver-haired ninja then glanced over at the dozen or so workers who were standing around tensely. They clearly weren't entirely aware of what was about to occur, but they were smart enough to know that it was anything but good. Unless you want to be vivisected, run away. Kakashi called out to them. Needing no more prompting, the workers scampered away toward the eastern end of the bridge to escape to the ground on the other side of it. Thankfully, and surprisingly, each of them was able to set foot on natural ground without injury or incident. With them gone, all that remained on the bridge was Team 7. He's taking a while this time, Naruto said nervously as the mist overlapped them and overtook the bridge in its entirety. Kakashi kept his silence and drew a kunai from the pouch strapped to his leg. He then tossed the small projectile out into the mist. A split second later, a flash of sparks accompanied by a metallic sound of collision alerted the cell's collective senses. Giving up on ambushes this time around, are we? Kakashi said in a tone just loud enough to reach across the space before them. The same mirthless chuckle that had haunted the cell once before then rang out in response. Why would I waste my time on something that wouldn't work? Even your brat saw it coming last time, came the voice of Zabuza, who was not yet visible. Slowly but surely, the sound of footsteps became visible. As they drew closer, Kakashi noticed something unsettling. There were 2 sets of feet drumming off of the concrete. A few moments later, Zabuza came into view. Alongside him stood the very same hunter that had killed him a week prior. You were spot on, Shikamaru. Good work, Kakashi said, drawing a tense nod from the Nara. The Jonin then fixed his glare on Zabuza and the hunter. I see you brought some help. I never really took you for a team player, but looks can be deceiving, he said. The rogue swordsman pointed his sizable blade at Kakashi's chest. I'm not, don't you worry. I just don't feel like wasting my chakra on clones for your underlings again, he explained. The hunter at his side promptly took a step forward in the direction of Satsuki, Naruto, and Shikamaru. At this motion, Kakashi drew a pair of kunai. In that case, keep your eyes on me, he said as he prepared to engage Zabuza for the second time. Zabuza visibly smirked below the bandages that covered his neck and mouth. I wouldn't be too confident in your brats against her. She's about as strong as I am, if not more so, he said darkly. Before Kakashi could react, the hunter, who Zabuza's pronoun had confirmed to be female, charged forward at a blistering speed. In an instant, Satsuki blitzed to meet her in the middle. The two came together with a shower of sparks, as the Uchiha girl's swiftly drawn kunai struggled against a Senbon utilized by the huntress. And Satsuki is the strongest genin Konoha has to offer. Kakashi countered as his student strained against her masked foe. Zabuza responded by gesturing for the Jonin to come forward. Though he was quite bothered by the notion of leaving his team by their lonesome once again, he had another war to win, and he knew it. A beat later, both Zabuza and Kakashi vanished into puffs of smoke. Satsuki gritted her teeth as she and the huntress repelled off of one another. Taking a glance around and straining her ears, she caught the sound of clashing blades not too far from their location. Zabuza and Kakashi had begun their duel elsewhere. Taking a deep breath, the raven-haired girl focused her attention back on the masked girl before her. You're a woman, huh? I guess it makes sense. I thought I smelled perfume on you when we came together just now, Satsuki said. The huntress remained silent and stepped forward. The slight shift in weight prompted Satsuki to engage once more, taking the lead aggressively. The Uchiha girl swung her kunai at the huntress' head, a strike that was easily ducked underneath. As Satsuki stumbled forward from her own momentum, her masked foe drove her left knee up into her stomach. The blow drew a clinch from the genin, but she managed to regroup just enough to avoid having her neck skewered by the following swipe of the huntress Senbon. With the exchange decisively belonging to Zabuza's ally, Satsuki backed up several steps and joined the huntress in circling around the perimeter of their makeshift arena of sorts. She was at a large speed disadvantage, and it had shown through in their first clash. As she pondered what to do next, the huntress took initiative with a rush forward. Satsuki planted her feet and braced herself. In the split second before the huntress collided with her, the Uchiha girl spotted that her opponent had drawn a second Senbon. When the impact came, Satsuki was only able to catch one of the huntress' wrists. As such, she fully expected to be skewered on the exposed side of her neck. Surprisingly, the expected sting never came. Instead, the masked woman extended her free arm over Satsuki's shoulder and flicked her wrist forward. The Senbon quickly launched from her hand. She was going for them all along, the Uchiha girl lamented as she pointlessly craned her neck to watch helplessly as the needle sailed toward her teammates. A half-beat later, Shikamaru jerked his head and neck backward. The Senbon then whizzed past the front of his throat, only missing by mere centimeters. This is between you and me. Leave them out of it, Satsuki hissed. She then shoved the huntress back and sent her back a few meters with a kick to the center of her chest. The masked woman dusted off the front of her garb and made a sign with her left hand. Facing me alone hurts you more than it does me. I've killed greater men and women than you, the huntress said, finally choosing to speak. The voice was muffled and clearly somewhat altered by the presence of the mask upon her face, but the voice was clearly feminine. Satsuki assumed her stance in response. If you're having any trouble with me, then you don't want anything to do with taking us all at once, she said as confidently as she could. The huntress shook her head and tapped her foot on the ground. Then, in an instant, all of the moisture that had accumulated on the concrete from the mist froze over into solid ice. Satsuki's eyes widened. She only used one hand for seals. Is that even possible? She wondered in a slight panic. Giving her no time to process, the huntress charged forward and snapped the Uchiha girl's head back with a sharp punch that sent her stumbling to the ground due to the lack of traction on the ground. Talk less and pay better attention, the masked woman said as she beared down over Satsuki with a sunban made of ice hovering over her head. She then stabbed the needle down toward the genin's chest. Just as the sharpened point was about to puncture Satsuki's body, the huntress retracted the motion and stood up straight again. She then sharply pivoted off to her left, allowing Naruto, who had taken action to defend his teammate, to sail past her. Before the blonde could fully pass her, however, the huntress seized him by the front of his shirt and tossed him up into the air. What were you thinking? Satsuki practically screamed as the huntress conjured icy sunban between each of her fingers. Said needles were then thrown directly up at the airborne blonde. After a few moments of tense silence, Naruto crashed to the ground only 5 or so feet from Satsuki. He had been skewered by 6 of the 8 needles that had been sent up at him, and he appeared to be in considerable pain, but none of the wounds were critical in nature. You all right? The blonde asked in a strained tone as he painfully rolled onto his knees. Satsuki did the same and rubbed her cheek, where the huntress had struck her moments beforehand. The deal was that you only step in if I lost or died. Neither of those things happened, she complained through a clenched jaw. Naruto picked 2 of the freezing needles from his chest and shook his head. You looked pretty much screwed to me. At least try to be grateful for once, he said. Though she very much would have argued on any other occasion, the girl held her tongue and stood to her feet alongside her teammate. The huntress had, interestingly, stood inert during the short exchange of words, and was in the same position as she had been upon sending Naruto flying. Why do I feel like the 2 of you are going to be a pain? She muttered just loud enough for her voice to be heard by the genin. She then took a glance at Shikamaru, who was standing in a defensive position in front of Tazuna, ready to move at a moment's notice. I normally wouldn't do this for a group as green as you all, but I'd rather make this quick, she said vaguely, her attention firmly back on Naruto and Satsuki. She then made a series of hand seals. We're about to get stabbed again, aren't we? Naruto asked nervously. Satsuki held her ground and pursed her lips in a thin line as the huntress completed her sequence of signs. She was already whipping us both without much trouble. Whatever she's about to do, it's probably bad news for us, she thought to herself grimly. The huntress' arms then splayed out to either side. For a moment, there was silence. Then, the air around the genin dropped in temperature and was drained of its moisture. Slabs of ice then began to form around them, each of which were about as tall as the huntress, and a few feet wide. What, in the... Naruto began, trailing off breathlessly as the sheets of ice polished into reflective surfaces and began to levitate. Stranger yet, the huntress began to walk backwards toward one of the freezing sheets. When her back touched the ice, she quite literally melted into it. As you likely gathered earlier, I have a special ability of sorts. I can use my chakra to create ice and bend it to my will. It's my Kekkei Genkai. The huntress said as the slab she now appeared to be trapped within rose to join its fellow icy slabs in perpetual levitation. Soon enough, the ice stopped shifting around. Each icy sheet was reflective to the point of projecting a mirror image, and they had formed into a dome that completely encapsulated the 2 genin. This jutsu is my most potent. Probably overkill given your inexperience, but this way, you're guaranteed to be dead within a few minutes. This is the demonic ice mirrors, the huntress said, her voice seeming to echo from all sides. You missed one of us, Bright Eyes. Satsuki called out to the masked woman, whose image was now reflected into every single one of the icy mirrors. Indeed, Shikamaru still remained outside of the unusual formation alongside Tazuna. The huntress gave no visible acknowledgement. He can be dealt with later. As of now, the 2 of you are my priority. I'd focus if I were you, because things are about to become far more difficult for you, she said in a blank voice. Naruto began to reply, but was cut off when a storm of needles rained down upon them from every direction. Both the Uchiha and blonde moved to defend themselves, but were both struck by a multitude of needles anyway. Nobody has ever survived the situation you're in right now. Fighting back is pointless, the huntress said calmly from her mirrors. Satsuki wiped a bit of blood from her now-cut cheek and steeled herself. There's a first time for everything. Kakashi spat blood out of his mouth as he avoided decapitation by the thinnest of margins. Once the blade of Zabuza had flown over his head, the Jonin kicked low at the rogue's ankle and swept him off his feet momentarily. A wild scramble for position quickly ensued, resulting in Zabuza receiving a cut below his right eye, and Kakashi being struck across the right side of his jaw. Both ninja retreated several steps upon the engagement's conclusion. You're not as sharp as you were. Did I really rattle you that badly last time? Zabuza goaded Kakashi, who shrugged slightly and kept his senses sharp. Well, I've mostly been stuck in bed the past week. And I mean that just about literally, he said, drawing a low laugh from the rogue swordsman. I suppose I can't be too proud of my own performance, then. I'll kill you either way, but I'd have preferred a less rusty version of you, he said. Kakashi triggered off of his words and charged in. The pair traded strikes twice, with each missing on their first attempt to strike the other across the neck with their respective blades. The second layer of the exchange decisively went to Kakashi. Having picked up on a patternable rhythm to Zabuza's offense, he delayed his entry into the rogue's space a split second. The deliberate pause resulted in Zabuza swinging and missing for a second consecutive time with his sword. The overextension left the left side of his face exposed, and as such, Kakashi wheeled up his right leg and slammed his shinbone into Zabuza's temple. The blow briefly staggered the larger man, causing him to lurch forward and stumble. With his posture bent over, Kakashi ruthlessly capitalized by driving the point of his left knee up into the rogue's forehead. The combination of impacts sent Zabuza reeling back. Or maybe I've still got it. Kakashi said casually as his foe regained his wits and reassumed his stance. Zabuza rubbed the side of his head and blinked several times. He then looked off to his right. He then chuckled and shook his head. You'd better hope your genin do too. That and more. Because they're in neck deep, he said ominously. The Jonin scowled and looked to where Zabuza had just seconds prior. What he saw was greatly concerning. Naruto and Satsuki, both of whom appeared ragged, were trapped within a complex structure of ice. Shikamaru was stranded outside of it, and looked more than slightly frustrated. The only positive to be taken from the sight was that Tazuna was unharmed, and that nobody was dead. What is that? Kakashi muttered under his breath. With sharp ears, Zabuza picked up on his nearly silent question. Letting his blade drop to his side for a moment, the rogue admired the work of his subordinate. Not even I can escape that jutsu once it's in place. The girl's a prodigy. That's the long and short of it, he said. A cruel smirk then slithered across his bandaged face. Your kids are as good as dead. Haku has never left a target alive, he said confidently. Kakashi noted what he assumed to be the name of the huntress and uncovered his left eye. I'll just have to speed things up, in that case. Satsuki heaved a deep breath and ducked down sharply to avoid a trio of needles. The past 4 minutes had been hell on earth, and she was feeling the effects. Ducking and dodging, blocking and enduring. It was a never-ending cycle of defensive desperation, and her energy was being sapped little by little with each frantic movement. Naruto was faring a bit better in terms of stamina, but he had been struck by the needles nearly twice as much as the Uchiha girl. He simply wasn't fast enough to evade them. We need to make ourselves a narrower target. She's just picking us off every time we move. If she focuses all of her firepower on one of us, somebody is going to die soon. Satsuki thought to herself, yanking Naruto down to the ground to save him from being punctured through the cheek as the thought crossed her mind. Back to back, Naruto. We need to try something different. Satsuki hissed. Sensing that there was little point in not at least trying it, the blonde nodded and pressed his back to hers as they stood up to a vertical position. The duo then drew a pair of kunai each and braced themselves for the next onset. Your thinking is too straightforward, came the voice of the huntress. A moment later, with no warning, Naruto was doubled over by an unseen strike that sent him to his knees. Satsuki's back was then lit up with nearly a dozen needles through the opening that Naruto's drop had created. Crying out in pain, the Uchiha girl fell forward. She barely caught herself on her hands in time to prevent her head from colliding with the concrete. She punched me in the gut. That wasn't a needle. She's ridiculously fast. Naruto groaned. Satsuki coughed heavily into her palm. When she removed it from her mouth, there was blood. Not much, but enough to be slightly concerning. I think I got all the needles this time. Satsuki said rigidly. Naruto then turned to face her, gasping slightly at the sight of her punctured back. Without hesitation, he began rapidly picking the needles from her skin. Satsuki yelped at the stabbing pain each removal caused, but remained still until the end. Thanks for that, she muttered once her teammate had finished tending to her. They then returned to their feet, as ready as they could be to continue their unwinnable battle with the Huntress. Before either one of them could even begin to form some sort of plan of attack, Naruto was buckled again, this time by what appeared to be a strike to his jaw. Drawing on what had happened less than a minute prior, Satsuki made a long dive to her left. "Your guesswork is improving," the masked woman said from the mirrors as a swarm of needles stabbed into the concrete where the raven-haired girl had been standing only a moment ago. Satsuki's victory was incredibly short-lived, however, as while she had evaded being struck by the Senbon for a second time, her retreat had left Naruto by his lonesome. With a swiftness and raw speed that Satsuki's eyes could hardly follow, the Huntress brutally kicked her teammate in the ribs and sent him tumbling toward her. Satsuki was able to catch him before he could slam into one of the ice mirrors, preventing him from taking any more punishment for the time being. After being steadied to a kneeling position, Naruto forced a smile. "We're really getting fucked up here, aren't we?" he asked rhetorically in an attempt at humor. Satsuki looked on with worry as he attempted to stand. He made it to his feet, but only after a significant struggle. "She's targeting him because he's slower than me. I can see and dodge the worst of her charges almost every time when I have room to think, but he's relying almost entirely on reflex. He won't last much longer like this," she thought to herself. As she began to stand up, she saw the Huntress form in a mirror directly over Naruto's head. Each of her hands were loaded with Senbon, and she was preparing to throw them. "Not right now. Please not right now," she begged the powers that be. Then, something strange happened. Unlike every other occasion on which the needles had been sent their way, Satsuki saw them leave the Huntress' hands. They were still moving quickly, but they were fully visible to the Uchiha girl. Uncertain and exhausted as she was, Satsuki took advantage of the odd new situation by drawing a kunai and tossing it at an arc to intercept the needles. Surprisingly, the tactic worked. Satsuki's kunai took the brunt of the impact, with only 2 of the original 8 Senbon managing to complete their journey toward Naruto. The rest were deflected. As an added bonus, the 2 remaining needles missed Naruto to both his right and left. "How did I?" Satsuki began, greatly surprised by her own abilities. Naruto then turned to look at her, and when he did, his eyes widened to saucers. "Satsuki, your eyes," he said in an awestruck tone. The raven-haired girl immediately shifted her gaze to one of the ice mirrors, and what she saw was both incredibly heartening and very surprising. Her irises had turned red, and her pupils were rimmed by a pair of tomo on her right eye, and a single tomo on her left. Her Sharingan had finally awoken. "We might have something to work with now," she said with a small amount of renewed enthusiasm. Naruto nodded and took a deep breath. "I'm not sure how those eyes work, but I'll take anything we can get at this point," he said. Satsuki fixed her newly acquired dojutsu on the Huntress, who was looking on through her blankly still mask. "I hate to ask, but could you cover me? I've got something I want to try," she requested. Naruto gave her a thumbs up and widened his stance. Satsuki then began to weave hand seals as quickly as she could. Though he was unable to see the Huntress move, as had been proven numerous times, the blonde was able to infer where she would be headed based on past encounters. As such, Naruto took a calculated gamble by throwing himself out of position to cover Satsuki's left side. The maneuver worked, for better or worse. Having guessed correctly, Naruto absorbed a harsh punch to his forehead that had clearly been meant for his teammate. Due to having braced for the blow, Naruto was able to prevent himself from falling over from the impact. The Huntress then retreated back toward the same mirror from whence she had come. "Checkmate," Satsuki projected to the masked women within her mind. With her heightened perception and reaction speed, the Uchiha girl reared her head back and aimed her jutsu at the mirror the Huntress was barreling toward. "Fire style, fireball jutsu," she yelled. The burst of fire then launched itself forward from Satsuki's mouth. The burning stream collided with the mirror just before the Huntress could reach it, causing her to stop in her tracks midair. "Now, Naruto!" Satsuki yelled. Needing no more signaling, Naruto mustered his strength and leapt straight upward to meet the Huntress. The blonde swung wide for their masked foe's head with his right hand. Unfortunately, he was easily evaded, and violently countered. Forming 2 Senbon seemingly out of nothing, the Huntress impaled both of Naruto's shoulders with needles and used him as a launch pad to kick off. The extra momentum allowed the Huntress to melt into one of her mirrors once again, and the impact of her feet on the blonde's stomach sent Naruto spiraling to the ground. Much to Satsuki's surprise and relief, her teammate was able to land on his feet after performing a slight roll on his way down. "That almost worked. We need to try it again," Naruto said after ripping the Senbon out of his shoulders and tossing them aside. He was battered, and his physical condition was worsening by the minute, but he was utterly refusing to slow down. "Can you handle another exchange like that? She would have killed you if she'd aimed a little higher," Satsuki asked pointedly as she scanned each of the mirrors with her Sharingan to search for openings or the start of another attack from the huntress. The blonde straightened his posture and produced a kunai from his pouch. That doesn't matter. We've got a job to do. If she kills us, Shikamaru won't have much of anything for her, he said strongly. Satsuki gazed at him as his knees involuntarily buckled under his own body weight. Naruto. She thought to herself with great worry. He had absolutely no concern for his own well-being. Another clash with the huntress would almost certainly put him completely out of commission. He was nearing the end of his rope. Shaking her head to clear away her sentimentality, Satsuki began gathering her chakra. Try to actually injure her. We need to make this count, she said, eliciting a curt nod from her teammate. Once again, Satsuki began to perform the sequence for her fireball jutsu. Unlike before, however, the huntress came charging from her mirrors far earlier. Somehow, Naruto was able to once again predict her location and position himself accordingly. In stark contrast to the previous sequence of events, Naruto did not simply act as a shield. As he leapt across space to prevent the huntress from interrupting Satsuki's jutsu, Naruto cracked the masked woman on the temple with a harsh right-handed punch fueled by his body weight and forward movement. The punch knocked the huntress off course and forced her to touch down on the ground for the first time since she had initiated her demonic ice mirrors. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Satsuki yelled for the second time. Once again, she sent a burst of searing fire directly at the huntress, who jumped up to avoid being burned. Satsuki chased her across the airspace by changing her aim and forcing out a second blast of fire. The huntress was forced to twist and roll midair to just barely avoid being caught directly in the literal line of fire. Damn it. So close. Satsuki mentally hissed as her fire fizzled out. She had singed the slightest edges of her foe's robes, but no actual damage had been done. Within seconds, the huntress was back in her mirrors, safe from harm. Satsuki pushed down her frustration and looked to Naruto, who was back on his feet. I managed to nail her pretty hard on the way in. I didn't hurt her much, but at least we know we can touch her if we play this the right way, he said optimistically. The raven-haired girl slicked her dark hair back, which was now damp with sweat from exertion. Yeah, that's good. I probably don't have more than 2 shots left in me, though. If at all possible, try to push her into my jutsu, she said through her fatigue. An unwelcome voice then pierced into the 2 genins' eardrums. I must say, you've been more troublesome than you have any right to be. Dealing with both of you at once has been irritating, to say the least. I think I'll be changing that dynamic now, the huntress said darkly. Then, there was silence. Slowly but surely, each of the reflections of the huntress filled their hands with Senbon. Satsuki's eyes widened in fear. The needles were then sent tearing from the mirrors at a predictably blazing speed. With the help of her Sharingan, the Uchiha girl deduced where they were headed well ahead of time. She's aiming for Naruto. None of those are headed for me. She's trying to kill him right here and now, she thought to herself. Terror quickly set in as the rain of Senbon rapidly approached Naruto, whose senses were too dulled by exhaustion and the damage he had already taken to alert him to the mortal danger he was in. He doesn't see them. He can't feel them coming. He won't be able to react in time. Satsuki thought to herself. She was only 10 feet away from him, which wasn't especially far normally speaking, but in the present situation, 10 feet was 10 miles, and kunai would be useless. There were simply too many needles. He'll die. He's hiding it, but he's already badly hurt. There's no way he can take all of that. It'll kill him. Satsuki mentally panicked. A deadly solution then crossed her mind. Should I? Is it worth it? She pondered as the needles grew ever closer. Time seemed to move in slow motion as the cruel reality of death crashed toward both genin in different forms. I'll protect them this time. No matter what it costs me. At the memory of what she had sworn less than a day ago, Satsuki's stomach and chest were flooded with a burning feeling of fear that froze her in her tracks. It was entirely up to her. The life of another human being laid firmly in her hands. All she had to do was act, or hold back. The needles then seemed to increase in velocity. They were closer now. Closer to swiftly ending Naruto's tenure on Earth. At this sight, Satsuki's fear burst into a wildfire of frenzied emotion. Protect it. Protect what you care about. Suck it up and quit shaking, she coached herself, forcing herself into motion as the berating thoughts sliced into her. She needed desperately to move faster. She wouldn't reach him in time at her current pace. Move. Don't be a spectator. Protect what's yours, Satsuki Uchiha, the raven-haired girl's inner voice screamed at her. With one final, desperate push, Satsuki threw herself forward. Chapter 14. He had known that he was bound to die. The words of the huntress had made it all too clear that she was sick and tired of dealing with a functioning pair. From there, all it took was simple deductive reasoning. Satsuki's Sharingan granted her more than enough perception and reactive speed to keep herself safe. Naruto lacked such senses. He was tougher than she was by a wide margin. The sheer volume of punishment he had endured would have killed Satsuki in half the time. Unfortunately, that durability mattered little in the grand scheme of things. Though he could not see or perceive the assault coming his way, Naruto knew it was coming. The end had arrived, and there was nothing he could do about it. Fully expecting a harsh impact, or the feeling of 1,000 tiny puncture wounds, the blonde braced himself as best he could. No such sensations came to him. In fact, he felt no pain at all when the split second of time he had been afforded passed. Instead, he found that he was being tightly squeezed by something. Opening his eyes fully, Naruto identified what was holding on to him so firmly. Satsuki, the blonde began unevenly. Indeed, what he found when he fully processed his immediate surroundings was his teammate. Satsuki was tightly hugging him, with her arms snugly wrapped around the back of his neck and her face resting into his shoulder. The rest of her body was flattened against his entirely. It took Naruto virtually no time at all to deduce what it all meant. Her entire body was littered with Sanban, from the back of her neck all the way down to her ankles. Naruto's blood froze in his veins. "What the hell is wrong with you? Why would you?" he started, not bothering to finish his sentence when Satsuki's grip on him slipped and she began to melt to the ground. Immediately moving to support her, Naruto knelt down with the raven-haired girl resting in his lap. She was barely conscious. The shock of the sheer number of times she had been wounded at once had taken its toll. Despite it, her somehow still present Sharingan shifted to his face as he cradled the back of her head. I'm as lost as you. It all just happened. It was too quick," she said weakly. Naruto shook his head and began frantically picking needles from her sides and the sides of her neck. "That's crap. You've got a reason. You would never just do something like this," he insisted, panic and confusion tearing apart his ability to speak clearly. Satsuki flinched and shifted in his arms as more Sanban were removed from her body. Maybe that's why. You said something like that a few days ago," she said quietly. Her voice was weakening with every word. The blonde quit tending to her wounds and met her eyes with a look of puzzlement on his face. "What do you mean?" he asked. The Uchiha girl shakily reached up and gently pressed her fingers to his neck, right where his pulse rhythmically beat in and out. Her hand remained on his neck during her following response. "Why, you said that you knew that I wouldn't be there for you when push came to shove. That I'd let you die," she said. Naruto's expression twisted into one of guilt-ridden grief at her words. "I just wanted to make you leave me alone." I didn't mean that," he said with his eyes clamped shut. Satsuki's hand then softly drifted away from his neck and back down to her side. "It's not like I didn't deserve to hear it, and Naruto. Not after what I said to you," she said honestly, her Sharingan finally fading away and reverting her eyes to their normal black color. The blonde clenched his jaw and moved to begin picking needles out of her. When he reached for one that had somehow lodged into her stomach, Satsuki gently took hold of his hand with her own and gave a nearly imperceptible shake of her head. "It's okay. There's nothing why you can do. I'm dying, Naruto. I'm dying," she said softly, repeating the declaration of her own nearing end several times. The blonde shook his head rapidly and opened his eyes again. "I don't want you to die. I'm not gonna let you die," he assured her with all the firmness of a wet piece of paper. It was then that his eyes finally overflowed. Any pride he had felt in being a shinobi had burned to ash. On his very first task outside of his own home, a teammate, and the closest thing he had ever had to a friend of some sort was cascading toward a sudden demise. It was painful. Tremendously so. "I'm not going to let this happen," he practically whispered, more to himself than his teammate. For all that they had fought, disagreed with, and hounded one another, Naruto had come to value the volatile girl in his arms. Hearing his hoarse self-talk and the tears dripping down his face, Satsuki's blood-stained lips pulled into a small smile. "You're really crying for me. You're such a sap," she said. She then released his hand from her grip and reached up. She then wiped a few tears from his cheeks. Thank you, though. If the last thing I'm ever going to see is why you crying over me, then I'm okay with that. It could be so much worse than this," she said gratefully. The light in her eyes then dulled. Sensing this, Naruto shook her a bit. "Save your energy. Stop talking, Satsuki," he begged her emotionally. The raven-haired girl took a deep breath and met his wide, concerned eyes one last time. "Give her hell for me, Naruto?" she said in a decaying, breathless tone. Then, finally, her body entirely went limp. The blonde shook her once again a moment later. "Hey, quit messing around. We're in the middle of a fight. Don't sleep," he muttered, unable to force himself to raise his voice. No response, and another shake of her frame. Answer me when I'm talking to you. Don't ignore me. Naruto begged a touch louder. With each subsequent rocking, there came no response from the inert girl who lay dead in his arms. Eventually, with no more denial left in him, Naruto hugged Satsuki's head into his chest and clamped his eyes shut as burning tears soaked his face again. Satsuki. He whimpered tearfully. She was well and truly gone. In an instant, a strong-willed, prodigious, intelligent girl had been reduced to a bloodied corpse. As Naruto bitterly pondered the cruelty of the situation, another voice chimed in. She really threw herself into the fire for you. An odd choice, given that you're about to die. The confident words of belittlement had come from the huntress. In an instant, Naruto's temper flared. Using the last of his self-restraint, he gently laid Satsuki on her back and closed her eyes with his fingertips. Once the task was done, he rose to his feet with his eyes still downcast. All of the sadness and sorrow he felt from the passing of Satsuki was rapidly replaced by a burning fury. As his anger consumed him, the air within the dome of ice began to heat up. I'm gonna make you pay for what you did to her, the blonde growled. His palms then began to bleed from his clenched fists. His nails were lengthening rapidly, as were his canines. In a rapid explosion, red chakra flew forth from the genin's body and spiraled up into the air. A roar of repressed anguish and indignation then ripped from Naruto's lungs and shook the entire bridge. The spiraling tower of burning chakra then condensed around him and streamlined into a flaming aura. His eyes were blood red, his canines had sharpened into serrated fangs, and his nails had lengthened into claws. With a glance back over his shoulder, he saw that Satsuki's body was still unharmed. He then bared his teeth and roared once again. His mind was a haze of rage and murderous intent. The shockwave sent forth from his body by his exclamation cracked every single of the ice mirrors badly. He then focused his eyes on where he knew the true location of the huntress to be. In one powerful motion, Naruto burst forward and slammed his fist into the reflection of his masked foe. Instantly, the mirror shattered, and out of it came exactly who he had been aiming for. The huntress flew backwards and tumbled to the ground. The moment she made contact with the concrete, all of the ice mirrors shattered into a shimmering dust of snow. Not slowing his momentum even slightly, Naruto charged after her aggressively. Something precious had been stolen from him, and he would take it back in blood. The huntress had landed just a few feet away from Shikamaru, who looked momentarily shell-shocked. Naruto then increased his velocity to prevent any sort of conflict between the two. When he reached them, he opened his hand and swiped at the masked woman's throat with his newly acquired claws. The huntress ducked underneath the attempt at decapitation. Though he was able to catch himself with his feet under him, Naruto was in no position to avoid the harsh punch that he ran face-first into. The strike snapped his head back and backed him up a step, but did little to genuinely damage him. The defining lesson that his deranged, violent mind was able to take from the sequence was that, despite the incredible increase in power he had experienced, he still needed to be wary of the huntress' speed. With his eyes locked on her, Naruto stepped forward to attack the masked woman once again. Though she appeared to begin to do the same, she abruptly froze in place. Now, Naruto! As hard as you can! Shikamaru yelled. It was then that the blonde realized that the Nara had connected his shadow to the huntress in the midst of the confusion. Taking the slim opening with both hands, Naruto blitzed forward and cracked the huntress square between the eyes of her mask with all the force he could muster. The subordinate of Zabuza was sent crashing to the ground nearly 10 feet away. For a time, there was no movement. Eventually, though, the huntress sat up and began to rise to her feet once again. Due to the impact of Naruto's fist, her mask had been completely shattered, leaving her face bare and exposed. Shikamaru felt his stomach drop as the face of the huntress became visible for the first time. Brown eyes, fair, light skin, and pink lips. It was exactly as he had initially expected. He had been entirely right. Had he only remained confident in his instincts, the shock he was experiencing at present would have been non-existent. Ashak? He breathed. The same girl he had laughed and bantered with. The same girl he had been forced to pick lilies with. She had murdered Satsuki, and now she was standing face to face with Naruto, who had undergone a violent, monstrous transformation upon the death of the Uchiha. Seeming to have heard him, if only slightly, Haku turned her head toward him and held eye contact with him for a few seconds. Though her features were blank and emotionless, her eyes held a sea of conflict. "We'll talk later," she said simply. She then turned her attention back to Naruto, whose expression was viscerally enraged. He appeared to recognize Haku as well, if only from his brief glimpse of her the previous night. With his left eye twitching and his fists clenched, the blonde finally spoke. "Is this some kind of sick joke? The girl Shikamaru was sneaking out for," he demanded through clenched teeth. Haku visibly flinched at his tone. She clearly didn't like being a known quantity, and the fact that she was seemed to be fueling Naruto's already intense wrath. What I've done lately affects nothing, she shot back. Naruto tilted his head to one side with a disturbing look in his eyes. Shikamaru then felt a prick of cold moisture on the top of his head. In addition to the mist, it had begun to rain. Ignoring the new shift in weather, Naruto took a heavy step forward. What would have happened if I hadn't walked in on you two last night? Would you have slaughtered him too? He questioned darkly. Haku lowered her stance and prepared to fight. He'd have been dead long before you arrived if I'd wanted to kill him that night, she replied. The grief-stricken genin returned his head to a vertical position and dug his feet into the rough concrete. You would have taken everything from me. And you're still going to try, he said hollowly. Haku's words had entirely fallen on deaf ears. Naruto was completely and totally consumed by his negativity. No more words were spoken between them. A beat later, they charged to meet one another halfway. The clash was telling. Though they initially halted each other in their tracks with nearly equal impacts, Naruto quickly wrenched Haku off balance and plastered her across the left side of her jaw with an elbow. Haku quickly rebounded from the staggering blow and returned fire by lacing the oncoming genin with a straight punch that landed squarely behind his left ear. The strike knocked Naruto off balance momentarily, but he was utterly unfazed. With great ferocity, he continued his charge and doubled the huntress over with a harsh, driving knee to her solar plexus. With no hesitation, Naruto seized her by her hair and yanked her up to her feet again. She's got nothing for him. Not as he is now. Shikamaru thought to himself solemnly, shivered slightly as his teammate brutally spun Haku's head to the side with a fully committed punch upon releasing his grip on her hair. Just as the thought crossed his mind, however, Haku made a hand seal with her left hand and produced a larger-than-usual Senbon. She then slashed it across Naruto's face and sent a spray of blood across the concrete. Against every moral bone in his body, Shikamaru felt himself relax slightly at the sight of Haku's moment of success. What the hell is wrong with me? She killed Satsuki, for God's sake. She lied to me over and over again. Why am I not happy watching her get thrashed? He pondered as Naruto pushed through the blood streaming down his face and kicked Haku's legs out from under her. The Nara involuntarily flinched a moment later when his teammate slammed the point of his knee into the bottom of Haku's chin as she staggered to her feet. Shikamaru fought the urge to avert his eyes as Naruto continued to cleanly strike Haku at all levels. Body, head, and legs. Each of them were being comprehensively torn apart. Her head was routinely snapped back by punches, her ribs were consistently tenderized by the blonde's knees and shinbone, and her legs had been swept out from under her multiple times. Quit feeling sorry for her. She has this coming. She murdered a girl in cold blood. Shikamaru scolded himself as he forced himself to keep watching. It grew no easier to watch. Naruto was out for carnage, and he was getting what he wanted. Taking a deeper look into the blonde's eyes, Shikamaru found emotions other than anger. Pain, confusion, grief, and raw, undeniable sadness. He's barely holding it together. He'd be bawling his eyes out if he didn't have Satsuki's murderer right in front of him right now, he thought to himself grimly. Another set of sharp punches from Naruto then sent Haku staggering back. Unfortunately, she fell to her rear end right in front of the Nara. Shikamaru stumbled back a step and curled his hands into fists. Slowly and painfully, Haku dragged herself back up. Please don't. I know you're about to, but... Shikamaru mentally begged the girl. As he had feared, the huntress cast him a glance over her shoulder. She began to mouth something, but was cut off almost instantly by Naruto suddenly appearing in front of her and knocking her flat on her back again. Eyes on me. Naruto growled as he reached down and seized her by the front of her hunter's robe. He then picked her from the ground and held her up in front of him with their faces hovering close together. Shikamaru shuddered at the murderous tension in the air. Then, despite his better judgment, Shikamaru spoke. She's done, Naruto. She can barely defend herself, he said carefully. Without moving his head or shifting his feet, Naruto dragged his eyes away from Haku and fixed them on his teammate ominously. She's not done till I say she is. Looks to me like she's still breathing, he said darkly. Shikamaru held his ground and shook his head. Killing her is pointless. We can draw information out of her, he argued. Naruto eyed him dangerously and maintained his suspension of Haku's semi-limp form. You're working a little too hard for this. She just killed Satsuki. Our teammate. Our friend. You should want her dead as much as I do right now, he said huskily. Before Shikamaru could respond, Haku flared to life once more. Having silently formed an icy needle in her left hand, she stabbed the Senbon down toward Naruto's neck. With no difficulty whatsoever, the blonde caught her wrist. Cute, but worthless, he said coldly. He then clamped down on the wrist he had caught, producing an unsettling cracking sound that caused Haku to cry out in pain. He then turned his back to Shikamaru and dropped the huntress down to the concrete while maintaining his grip on the front of her robe. He then began dragging her toward the edge of the bridge. Kakashi shook his head and pursed his lips as he watched the events unfold before him. The sudden, explosive increase in power Naruto had experienced several minutes prior had resulted in something of a temporary ceasefire between himself and Zabuza, as they both looked on in shock. Unlike the rogue swordsman, Kakashi knew precisely what source Naruto was drawing his newfound strength from. The seal loosened. Apparently, raw emotion can force it to leak chakra if the trauma is extreme enough. I figured this would happen at some point, but Naruto is putting out more raw power than even I can, he thought to himself. It was a baffling sight. 1 minute, Naruto had been on the verge of being broken down completely, and the next, he was savagely beating Haku into the ground. All because Satsuki had died in the crossfire. It was a truly horrible situation. I really never thought I'd see the day, came the voice of Zabuza, drawing the Jonin's attention back to the man in front of him. Still on guard, Kakashi indulged him in his vagueness. The day your sidekick lost, or the day you died? Because today is both, he asked. The rogue swordsman chuckled and shook his head. We're not done yet, so hold that second thought. The first one is accurate, though. Haku has hardly even struggled before. This is new territory. It really looks to me like she's going to die, he said in a nearly mystified tone. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at his tone. Don't you care? She seems quite loyal to you. If she weren't, she'd have run by now. Naruto might be the most dangerous thing on this bridge right now, us included, he pressed. Zabuza shook his head and tightened his grip on his sword. She's a tool, nothing more. A damn good one, but still a tool. I can find another one, he said blankly. The silver-haired ninja redrew his kunai and focused his eyes on Zabuza once again as he sensed the rising tension between them once more. You don't sound too sure of that. People are precious, even if we try to tell ourselves we're just using them. I've been there, trust me, he said. Zabuza took a step forward and reared his enormous blade back in preparation to strike. Giving advice to the enemy? You're soft, he said. Kakashi shrugged and charged forward to meet him. The pair then clashed blades for the umpteenth time that day, sending yet another spray of sparks in all directions. I'm not cruel enough to insult a dead man. Haku struggled to keep her breathing pattern consistent as her back was ground against the rough concrete. It certainly didn't hold that she was more or less being choked by her collar. She was being dragged away to her demise, like a rabbit caught by a wolf. She was battered up and down. Her head pounded, her ribs were bruised, her legs were deadened, and her wrist had just been viciously snapped in multiple places. She was unable to fight back in any meaningful way. Not anymore. As such, she gave no resistance when she was whipped up from the ground and suspended in the air once again. For the second time, she was face to face with Naruto, whose expression was just a tad less maddened than it had been. He still glared at her with boundless contempt, but he seemed to have reined himself in just a tad. A quick glance downward revealed that she was dangling over a river far below. She was being held over the edge of the bridge. I don't know what you told him or how you said it, but you've got Shikamaru more on your side than he should be. Naruto said roughly. Haku met his fiery, blood-red eyes and maintained her look of apathy. He's quite naive. Very sweet, but definitely naive, she said as clearly as was possible given her position. The blonde snorted and tightened his grip on her collar. Don't talk like you know him. All you did was use him for information. I still think you'd have killed him if I hadn't shown up, he said. The huntress shook her head slightly and stared up at the storming sky. I had 3 chances to kill him today. Each of them, I either ignored or purposefully botched. If I wanted your teammate dead, he would be. We've been over this, he said. Naruto stared at her silently for a moment. Why, then? Why didn't you kill him? You were just fine with murdering Satsuki, he questioned. Haku met his eyes again and blinked a raindrop out of her right eye. I don't like to kill people. I only do it when I have to, which is quite often. My talks with Shikamaru happened outside of battle. I had no reason to hurt him. I actually came to quite like him, she admitted. Naruto bared his teeth. Quit trying to make yourself out as a victim. You killed a girl. You killed my friend. Nothing you say is gonna get you sympathy from me, he hissed. Haku swallowed a sum of blood that had accumulated in her mouth. For whatever it's worth, it was nothing personal. I was doing my job, she said calmly. The Genin's frame shook slightly. It means nothing. She's still dead. She can't come back. She's gone because of you, he said unsteadily. Each time he referenced his fallen comrade, he grew more emotional. Haku studied him for a moment as she dangled over the edge. Did you love her? She asked curiously. Much to the huntress' surprise, Naruto shook his head and steeled himself to erase any emotion that had been present on his face. No, I didn't. Not the way you're saying. But she was something else to me. Something I'd never had before, he began, taking a labored breath between thoughts to fuel himself. I've got nothing. I've always had nothing. Ever since the day I was born. Then, when I became a ninja, they gave me a team. They gave me my first family. Or at least something like it, he said with downcast eyes. After a moment, he continued. I finally had people to care about, and people who cared for me, even if only a little. You went and took that away. You killed the only friend I've ever made. I'll never forgive you for that, he said with anguish-laced passion. His gaze had returned to her, and it was as intense as ever behind his weak veil of composure. At his words, Haku let out a weak laugh. It's funny. We aren't all that different. I made my first friend this week, too. And I'm about to lose him as well, she said quietly, looking past Naruto's shoulder to Shikamaru, who was watching them with a look of pained discomfort. Picking up on this easily, Naruto straightened the arm he was holding her with fully. You don't deserve friendship, he said coldly. Sensing what was to come, Haku locked eyes with Shikamaru and gave him a soft, apologetic smile. Then, in an instant, Naruto let go of her robe collar. As she plummeted down toward the river below, the lonely huntress closed her eyes and folded her hands over her chest. Chapter 15. Blackness. All that was visible was the lack of visibility itself. An endless sea of darkness permeated by no sound. A void of nothingness. Swimming through it all, Satsuki could find nothing but her own consciousness. The pain was gone, but no positivity or comfort had replaced it. She was simply numb and silent. After a near eternity of nothingness, feelings began to return. The feeling of a slight wind across her face, the cold of what felt like rain, and even the sounds of a distant commotion. Over time, each and every one of these individual sensations coalesced into a coherent whole. Her vision snapped back into frame, her ears began to function once more, and her skin felt the world around her anew. Having a clear memory of what had occurred to presumably send her to the dark void in which she had been trapped, Satsuki knew for certain that, some way, somehow, she was alive again. Or perhaps she had never died in the first place. It was difficult to know. As she attempted to sit up, a sharp pain ripped through her body and kept her lying flat on her back. Though she had survived, she was far from healthy. Finding that moving her neck in any way at all was tremendously painful, Satsuki resigned herself to only moving her eyes to scan her surroundings. Eventually, after several moments of searching, she found a familiar sight. Shikamaru? If he's alive, then. She thought to herself as she spotted the Nara standing rigidly a fair few meters away from her. With great haste, she swept her vision across its entire range in search of her remaining comrade. After a brief, panicked few seconds, she located Naruto. He was standing at the edge of the bridge, staring over the edge. The longer she studied him, the more unsettled she became. To begin with, his entire body was outlined by a faint, glowing ember of what appeared to be red chakra. With her vision focusing further, she noticed that his nails appeared to be more akin to claws, and that his frame was shaking slightly. Slowly, gradually, the blonde turned around and stepped away from the bridge's edge. At the sight of his face, Satsuki's eyes widened and her chest tightened. His eyes were dark red with slitted pupils, the whisker markings on his cheeks were distinctly thicker, and his canines were sharp fangs. More than the sheer shock factor of his appearance, the look of deeply rooted despair on his face. There was a sizable stream of blood dripping down his face from his hairline, and it looked poised to mix with tears that were already threatening to fall from his eyes. He looked miserable. Overwhelmingly so. He was crying for me before, so, I guess that makes sense. Maybe he's a little gentler than he lets on. Satsuki thought to herself, adding the blonde's expressive shows of empathy to the list of traits she silently defined him by. She then returned her attention to the scene before her, with Naruto walking back toward Shikamaru. What followed was an exchange of words that Satsuki couldn't quite hear. They don't look all that happy with each other. Naruto especially. What did I miss? The Uchiha girl pondered. It was then that she realized that a very pivotal entity was missing from the setting. The huntress was nowhere to be seen. Did Naruto get rid of her? Did he actually manage to win? She thought to herself, completely dumbstruck by the possibility. She had indeed encouraged her teammate to fight on as she had been presumed to be dying, but it would have been disingenuous to say that she had expected him to prevail. Not in the state he was in when she had left him. In the midst of her baseless attempts to make sense of what she was seeing, Shikamaru cast an odd glance in her direction. Apparently, her restored vitality was obvious to the naked eye, because the Nara immediately broke out into a jog toward her. Within moments, he was knelt down by her side. A beat later, he looked back over his shoulder and waved for Naruto to join him. Get over here. She's still alive, he yelled to the blonde. Any animosity that had existed less than a minute prior vanished instantly from Naruto's face. He came running with no questions asked. When he reached them, he practically fell over trying to stop himself. Luckily, he caught himself in time to kneel down next to Shikamaru. With both of her teammates looming over her, Satsuki opted to attempt to use her voice for the first time since her awakening. What did I miss?" she asked hoarsely. At the sound of her voice, Naruto's eyes instantly shifted back from red to their natural blue. His fangs shortened, his claws disappeared, and the anguish on his face melted away. She received no verbal answer to her question. Instead, she was swiftly scooped up from the concrete and tightly hugged by Naruto. Thank God," he whispered. Satsuki let out a slight yelp of pain at having been so suddenly moved. Her teammate responded by lightening his grip on her, though he kept her pinned to his chest. After adjusting to the new position somewhat, the Uchiha girl relented and returned the embrace as best she could. "I appreciate the concern, but you could have warned me," she said, her voice muffled by his shoulder. Naruto shook his head and took a deep breath to calm himself down. He was clearly emotional. "I don't care. You're still alive. You're not gone," he said quietly. Satsuki blinked several times, but allowed herself to relax and smile slightly at his innocent relief at her safety. "I'm okay. It'll take more than some sewing supplies to kill me. You don't have to cry, Naruto," she said softly in reference to the slight tremors she could feel working through his body. Finally giving her space, Naruto gently laid her down on the bridge surface and wiped his eyes. Sorry. I was just really worried," he said honestly with a sniffle. Suppressing her silent appreciation for his purity, Satsuki propped herself up on her elbows and looked to Shikamaru, who was sitting quite awkwardly to the left of them. "Could you give me a summary? I feel like a bunch has happened," she requested. The Nara nodded and took a deep breath to prepare himself to give his account of the events. "Oh, you actually haven't been out all that long. Maybe 15 minutes. For starters, Naruto beat the life out of Hack-Dash, the Huntress. He was probably well on his way to killing her when he threw her off the bridge. I doubt she could swim in the condition she was in," he said. There was then an odd pause. He hardly looked happy about what he was reporting. "She's probably drowned by now, if the impact with the water didn't kill her immediately," he concluded in a fairly weak tone. Satsuki furrowed her brow and glanced at Naruto to see if he understood Shikamaru's demeanor any better than she did. The blonde's expression had shifted from relieved and overjoyed back to irritated and somewhat angered. Whatever was afoot regarding Shikamaru's feelings toward what had happened to the Huntress, Naruto strongly disliked it. Changing the subject for the sake of relieving tension, Satsuki turned her head toward the opposite end of the bridge. "Looks like Kakashi is still at it with Zabuza," she commented, drawing the attention of the two boys toward the warring Jonin. Though it was difficult to tell through the still-present mist at the distance they were at, it appeared that Kakashi had taken the upper hand. "Should we join in?" Satsuki suggested as the rogue swordsman was visibly staggered by a strike from their teacher. Interestingly, it was Naruto that shook his head in denial of the notion. "Even if he's getting beat up, we probably can't do anything to him. I might have been able to help out a few minutes ago, but not now," he said. The image of her teammate's blood-red eyes and fangs then flashed across Satsuki's mind. "We should at least get closer. If something goes wrong, we need to be there," Shikamaru said firmly. The Uchiha girl nodded in agreement. Having realized that he was outnumbered, Naruto gave a reluctant nod. "Fine, I guess that makes some sense," he muttered. He then frowned and looked to either side of their location. "Where's Tazuna?" he asked curiously. It was a fair question to ask, given that the entire point of their battle with the Huntress had been to keep the bridge builder clear of harm and injury. "Behind you, no worries." The bridge builder in question, who was the owner of the new voice, then joined the group from behind them. He looked almost entirely unharmed, which was a success in and of itself. Shikamaru and Naruto then rose to their feet to begin the short journey toward Kakashi and Zabuza. When Satsuki moved to join them, she found that her legs had very limited strength. In particular, her left leg was almost entirely useless at the moment. With her cheeks slightly red, the girl cleared her throat. "Could I get a little help?" she called out meekly to her team, who had begun to walk away. Naruto glanced back over his shoulder and did a short double take. He then jogged back over to her and crouched down by her side. "How much can you walk?" he asked. Satsuki gave standing up on her own another try, only to fail quite miserably. With a shake of her head, she settled on her rear and rubbed her left thigh. "Not at all, I don't think," she admitted. She despised it, but she needed help moving. Easily noticing her complete lack of mobility, the blonde turned his back to her and kept his levels lowered down to match hers. "I know you're gonna hate the idea, but get on my back. We don't have a ton of time to waste," he said. Flushing a deep red immediately, Satsuki held her tongue and kept her urge to yell at him for even suggesting the method in check. Practically glowing with embarrassment, Satsuki scooted forward and pulled herself up onto him by his shoulders. Naruto then carefully hooked his arms under her legs and stood up. "This okay?" he asked. Though she was well aware he was referring to the pain in her legs, Satsuki ducked her head down into the base of his neck to hide her burning face. "No, and if you say anything about it or touch me wrong, I'll strangle you on the spot," she threatened. Despite the severity of the situation, Naruto managed to laugh and began walking to catch up with Tazuna and Shikamaru. "Good to know that dying didn't change you much." Kakashi aggressively pressed forward as he sensed the waning strength of his foe. Zabuza had proven himself to be a more than worthy challenger, but the gap between them had continually widened as the fight had progressed. The Jonin was faster, slicker, and more powerful when it came down to the depth of their reserves. Having wobbled Zabuza a moment earlier with a solid knee to the side of his jaw, Kakashi entered the rogue's space once again and struck him 3 times in the gut, leg, and temple. The multi-leveled assault backed Zabuza up further, allowing for Kakashi to whirl into a whipping kick that landed squarely with the heel across his foe's face. Zabuza finally crashed to the ground with a harsh thud. "It's been fun, but I don't have any more time for you," Kakashi said. Then he sequenced 3 simple hand seals and gripped his right wrist down by his waist. A circle of sparking blue electricity then formed around the silver-haired ninja, accompanied by a deafening choir of wailing, bird-like chirps. Once fully charged, Kakashi locked his eyes on Zabuza, who was halfway to his feet. "Raikiri," he yelled. The rogue swordsman immediately attempted to move as he sensed the Jonin's oncoming blitz, but abruptly stopped in his track, leaving him in the path of the devastating jutsu heading his way. A split second later, Zabuza was impaled through his right shoulder by Kakashi's lightning-cloaked fist. Blood quickly soaked through the bandages covering his mouth as he sank to his knees with the Jonin's arm still stabbing through him. "Don't bother fighting back anymore. Even if that didn't kill you right away, you'll bleed out in a few minutes," Kakashi said, ripping his hand free as he spoke. He then looked straight ahead, and quickly identified the culprit behind Zabuza's sudden freezing. "Didn't I tell you all not to interfere?" he asked Shikamaru, who was emerging from the mist alongside Zabuza. The Nara shrugged and gestured to the severely injured rogue on the concrete ground. "I'd say that I've earned a pass for being disobedient this time, don't you think?" he said. Kakashi sighed and returned his attention to the badly bleeding Zabuza. "Fair enough. Just don't think that what you just pulled is going to fly most of the time," he said. A moment later, the remainder of his team arrived. Naruto slowly emerged from the mist and stood alongside the Nara. Funnily enough, Satsuki was piggybacking him, and she was hiding her face behind Naruto's neck. Despite her efforts, her ears were still visible, and they were bright pink. "She's in rough shape. Physically and mentally," Kakashi joked to himself. Shelving the thought for the moment, he kept his eyes fixed on Zabuza, who was on one knee with a hand over his bandaged mouth. "If you have anything to say, or that you'd like me to record, I'm feeling generous," Kakashi offered. The rogue shook his head and coughed painfully as he clutched his horribly wounded shoulder. "I don't need your sympathy. Besides, even now, I could probably kill one of your brats without much issue," he said raspily. The Jonin narrowed his eyes and pressed a kunai to his neck. "Try it, and I'll make your head roll," he said menacingly. Zabuza chuckled and held up a falsely defensive hand. He then gestured east toward the land beyond the bridge. "I'd rather die with my dignity intact. I'll concede to you. At least I can say it took a big name to end me," he said. He then muscled his way to his feet despite his mortal wound. "All of that aside, you should all get moving. They'll be here soon," he said vaguely. Before any member of Team 7 could demand elaboration of some kind, the distant sound of pounding footsteps registered in their eardrums. Zabuza promptly made a brief hand seal, which cleared away the mist. Around a quarter-mile from the bridge, like a swarm of locusts, was a mob of armed men. "Who are they? Friends of yours?" Kakashi asked. Zabuza shrugged his shoulders and took hold of the bandages on his jawline. "Only by assignment. They're here for the same thing I am. That's Gato's mob. I'm sure you've heard that name before," he explained. The Jonin nodded and kept his eyes narrowed as the crowd approached. There were 50 of them at a bare minimum. Even if they were all hopelessly weak individually, swarms of enemies were always a pain to contend with. Then, just as Kakashi was about to begin barking orders to his team, Zabuza ripped the bandages from his face. "I'll do you one single favor. I'll handle this trash heap," he said roughly as his injury festered. Kakashi eyed him skeptically and took a step back. "What's in this for you?" "I don't buy it," he asked. The rogue swordsman drew a kunai as a poor replacement for his now lost blade. A smirk then spread across his serrated teeth. I've wanted to make that midget taste his own blood for a while now. He's with them. I can feel him in there. So, I guess you could say I'm treating myself just as much as I'm helping you, he said openly. Though he was far from trusting of Zabuza in any sense, weighing his options quickly produced the conclusion that accepting the proposal was wisest. Giving a curt nod, Kakashi turned his back and gestured for his team to follow him. Let's move. There's a chance he dies before he can take care of them all, so be on your toes, he said to his genin. Before they could move out fully, Zabuza called out to them one last time. Oh, and one last thing. Haku isn't quite dead yet. I'm not sure how she survived the pounding Blondie put on her, but I can sense her chakra. Do with that information what you will, he said just loudly enough for the cell to hear. Kakashi nodded, noting the information mentally. I'll keep that in mind, he said before ushering his group along and leaving Zabuza alone at the end of the bridge. Finally alone, the rogue swordsman planted his feet and awaited the arrival of the man he so hated. You always used to say that I had a gambling problem, and maybe you were right, but that one was for you, Haku. Shikamaru pursed his lips as he made his way toward the bank of the river. Just over 4 hours had passed since the climactic duel upon the bridge just over his head, and judging by the silence and uneventfulness of the day following the events, Zabuza had managed to either slaughter the mob by his lonesome or scare them away. The Nara hadn't made the trek back to ponder those things, though. No, he was there for something he was far less confident in. Far less sure of. Oh, and one last thing. Haku isn't quite dead yet. I've got no way to know if he was even telling the truth. I don't see why he wouldn't have been, but still, he thought to himself with little certainty as he scaled the banks. Beyond the simple question of validity regarding Haku's apparent survival, and whether or not she would even still be alive hours after the fighting had ended, the fact remained that Shikamaru had snuck out unannounced once again. His team had already grown suspicious of him days prior, and now they knew the reason. As he walked along the edges of the water, his aimlessness grew. He knew who he had come for, but he had no concept about what he planned to do if he found the huntress. None whatsoever. Shaking his head, Shikamaru picked up the pace at which he was walking. For the following minute, he did nothing but walk in a straight line, pondering his own decision-making. It was only when he stepped on something of a different density than the damp mud at his feet that he stopped. Taking what was meant to be a cursory glance downward, Shikamaru saw something that froze him in his tracks. He had stepped on a hand. Slowly following the hand up the arm, he identified its owner. By pure chance, he had stumbled upon exactly who he had come to search for against his better judgment. Haku was laying on the bank, with her lower half still submerged in the water. Immediately upon realizing what he had found, Shikamaru knelt down and checked for a pulse on the side of her neck. Though it took time, he eventually found one. It was faint, but it was distinct. She was just barely clinging to life. With her status confirmed, Shikamaru carefully pulled her fully out of the water and laid her on her back. Blue lips, pale skin, cold hands. She's definitely got hypothermia, he thought to himself grimly. Beyond her likely medical ailment, she was also badly injured across her entire body. Her face was covered in cuts and bruises, and her wrist had swelled up from having been broken by Naruto. Shikamaru monitored the rising and falling of her chest for several moments. What do I even want to do? I can't just leave her here, but is bringing her back really an option, he pondered. A brief return to Naruto's brutal rage drew a shuddering breath from his lungs. Naruto would tear me in half for it, and I can't imagine Satsuki would like it a ton either. Sensei, he's a wildcard, he thought to himself. It was a horrid choice. Either leave Haku to inevitably die in the hours to come, or risk alienation from his own cell. Shikamaru Nara was capable of performing under pressure, and largely always had been, but the sheer moral magnitude of the situation before him was crushing. Clenching his jaw, Shikamaru gripped his temples. Why do I even care? You lied to me. That's all you did. You played me like a fiddle. God, I'm such a kid, he hissed to both himself and the unconscious girl before him. His eyes had clamped shut amid his conflicted thoughts. Shaking his head, the Nara sighed heavily. And here I am, down in the mud for you. Just because I can't tell right from wrong anymore, he said quietly. A stirring sound then caught his attention. He snapped to attention, and saw that Haku's eyes were a crack open. She was gazing directly at him. For reasons he couldn't properly pin down, the sight of her eyes made the decision for him. As gently as he could, Shikamaru picked her up off the bank with a grip under her legs and upper back. Why? Haku whispered softly as she was cradled and carried away from the cold water. Shikamaru swallowed a lump in his throat and shook his head, not daring to take his eyes away from the path directly ahead of him. I don't know. I honestly have no idea, he said weakly. The huntress said no more. She simply tucked her head into his abdomen and returned to the hazy sleep that had taken her hours beforehand. Within a few minutes, Shikamaru reached the path that would take him all the way back to Tezuna's house with Haku still bundled in his arms. Unfortunately, the path wasn't empty when he reached it. Well now, what do we have here? Kakashi, who was standing in the center of the path with his arms folded across his chest, inquired. Judging by the look on his face, and by the tone of his voice, he wasn't the least bit surprised by what he was seeing. Casting his eyes to the ground, Shikamaru tried and failed to sound poised. I just think she could have some information we could use. She might have a bounty on her head or something, he muttered. Kakashi sighed and made his way up to his student. He then put a hand on his shoulder. I can't stress this enough, kid. Never get emotionally involved. It's hard, I know, but this is exactly why, he said. Shikamaru glanced up and met the man's eyes briefly. So that's a no to the information idea, he asked. The silver-haired ninja assessed Haku's sleeping form carefully for a few seconds. If she survives, which is a big if, then I'm way too tired to kill her myself. I think the rest of the team are too, even if they'd probably like to try. Thing is, if we bring her back, there's every chance she gets executed anyway. There's no way she doesn't have dozens of bodies to her credit, he said honestly. The Nara nodded dejectedly. I know that, and I know how stupid I'm being. I feel like an idiot. I really do. I just can't walk away. She's a human being, he said. Kakashi put his hand on his left hip. And so will every person that you kill in your career. It's never going to be easy, but getting attached is never going to do you any favors. Especially not at your age, he said bluntly. Shikamaru tensed slightly as Haku shifted in his arms, but calmed again when she remained unconscious. And this is the last time I'll make that mistake, he swore as strongly as he could muster. Kakashi motioned for the genin to follow him, to which Shikamaru obliged. For a time, they walked in silence through the path, which was lined with wild trees. As much as think what you did was stupid, irrational, and just plainly a bad idea, the one thing I will say is that it's convinced me that you'll be a fine man someday, the Jonin said after a time. He then turned and faced his student again. My philosophy is that the rules come second to your comrades. That girl isn't your comrade or your friend, no matter what you've managed to convince yourself of, but I guess you've got the right idea with your priorities. You're a good kid, Shikamaru, he said. Shikamaru adjusted his grip on Haku and nodded. Thanks for that. I'll try to think less emotionally next time, he said. Kakashi gave him a thumbs up and gestured toward the light of the house, which was now visible in the distance. Let's go and get this over with. Chapter 16. A sudden, uncomfortable silence took hold of the living room as the front door of Tezuna's home opened. Though a bit of light conversation had managed to drum itself up between Naruto and Satsuki, who were currently the only occupants of the room, it all vanished upon the arrival of the remainder of their team. However, it was not the added presence of Shikamaru and Kakashi that had sent the pair into silence. No, it was what Shikamaru held in his arms that killed any semblance of normality. Though Zabuza had indeed confirmed that the huntress was still alive despite the absolute torrent of damage Naruto had inflicted upon the girl, neither he nor Satsuki had expected to ever see her again. Contrary to these reasonable expectations, the huntress was cradled in Shikamaru's arms. She was certainly badly injured, as evidenced by the litany of cuts and bruises on her face, but she was still breathing rhythmically. Start talking. This better be good. Naruto said rigidly as he glared at the unconscious girl. Kakashi nodded and directed Shikamaru to sit down in a nearby chair, which resulted in the Nara having to awkwardly balance the huntress on top of himself. I'll give you the official reason that she's here, and then I'll let you all argue until your hearts give out. Getting that first part out of the way, we're technically obligated to either kill any rogue ninja we encounter, or capture them. I usually ignore that rule, because it's a pain in the ass, but that's the legal reason the girl is here right now, he said. He then looked to Shikamaru and drummed his fingers on the arm of the chair he had chosen to sit down in. As for what's actually going on, Shikamaru broke one of the prime rules of this line of work, which is to always keep yourself impartial to the people you meet. In other words, never let your personal feelings interfere with the task at hand, he said. At this, Naruto rose to his feet and stared down at Shikamaru from across the room. Let me get this straight. You got all sentimental about a person who just about murdered a member of your own team? Please tell me I've got this wrong somehow, he questioned. The Nara pensively met his eyes and gathered himself for a few moments. I really wish you were wrong. I feel about as dumb as I look, he said honestly. The blonde's nostrils flared at the response. It was a direct confirmation of his accusations, and that fact angered Naruto greatly. Does what she did literally today not bother you at all, he said tensely. Shikamaru shifted in place and wiped some stress-born sweat from his brow. It bothers me a ton. It wasn't an easy choice, he said. Naruto shook his head and rubbed his temples. He was extremely tired from the events on the bridge, and such intense emotion was quite fatiguing. It should have been an easy choice. Even if you just found her by accident, which you definitely didn't, you should have just left her there to freeze. She deserves it after what she's done, he said angrily. Finally, Shikamaru showed some backbone. Satsuki isn't dead, Naruto. She definitely tried to kill her, and I'm not okay with that, but don't you think what you did to her was punishment enough? She's barely alive, he argued a bit more firmly. Naruto clenched his jaw and stepped forward. Why are you defending her? No, screw that. Why have you been defending her? We had this same argument back on the bridge. What's your problem? Why are you so against the idea of her dying? He asked harshly. Shikamaru took a moment to set the huntress on the floor without damaging her further. He then stood up to meet his teammate. Because I don't think answering every wrong a person commits with murder is a good way to go about things. It doesn't do anybody any good. Let's say Satsuki had died. Would killing Haku have really made you feel any better? He shot back. Naruto barked a short laugh. That's adorable. You even know her name. Want me to make wedding cards? He said sarcastically. Shikamaru held his glare. Answer the question. How'd you feel? Even when you thought both of them were dead. Can you honestly say that you felt any better? Because you still looked pretty damn heartbroken to me, he pressed tenaciously. Naruto's eye twitched. While he certainly had stronger ground to stand on, Shikamaru was a daunting person to clash with intellectually. That much was clear. Nothing could have made me feel better. Not even killing her. That doesn't change that she deserved it, he said seriously. Shikamaru jammed a finger at Satsuki, who was sitting silently on the couch behind Naruto. For the second time, Satsuki isn't dead. If she were, I'd be way more willing to agree with you on this one thing. But she's still alive, so I really can't agree with the notion that she deserves to be dead, he said. Naruto scoffed at his words. Yeah? And do you really think that she hasn't killed other people? Because I'd be surprised if she hasn't slaughtered at least a few dozen, he countered. The Nara held his ground despite the second step the blonde had taken toward him. What gives you the right to be the judge? You didn't know those people, and you never will. She isn't innocent. I'm not even going to try to argue that. I just don't think it's right for any of us to sentence her to something. Leave that up to the people who do it for a living, he said. Naruto prepared himself to speak once again, but was cut off by an unexpected voice. If you feel so strongly about it, then come and make it happen. I won't stop you. Every person in the room turned their attention to the floor, where Haku resided. She was now sitting up, with one hand supporting her weight and the other rubbing her bruised cheek. Slowly, surprisingly, the battered huntress staggered to her feet while using the chair right next to her for support. How much have you heard? Shikamaru asked carefully as Haku steadied herself and wiped dried dirt from her face. Enough. I know what this is about, she said shortly. She then locked eyes with Naruto, who was visibly perturbed by her return to consciousness. After a moment of incredibly uneasy silence, Haku spoke again. You aren't exactly wrong. About me having killed before, I mean. I've killed plenty. You will too in time, but for now, you can still take the high road if it satisfies your morals, she said. Naruto glanced at the coffee table at the end of the couch, where a kunai sat. Don't tempt me, he growled. Haku shrugged and stood waiting for his next move. The blonde slowly found himself feeling more and more uncomfortable with the idea of flatly killing the girl. Though his anger toward her had not waned, his belligerent rage had. He was fully aware and in control of himself for the most part, and that fact seemed to be suppressing his desire to kill. When his silence stretched on for too long, Satsuki cleared her throat. Since I'm the one who ended up in purgatory for a few minutes, I think I've got the right to say my piece now, she said. Somewhat relieved to have been effectively pulled from the platform, Naruto conceded and nodded. With her status as the next speaker established, Satsuki continued with her eyes fixed on Haku. I don't think it'll be any surprise to you that I'm not exactly a fan of you, or the fact that my own teammate went out of his way to save your life, but unlike this hothead, I also don't think that you're really all that much worse than the average ninja. This is a violent business. Murder is a necessity, she began. She then sat up a bit straighter and cracked her stiff neck. Like you said, we'll probably all end up with a long list of graves to our credit. We're just green enough to not be hypocrites when we look at you and cringe. I don't like that you're here, and I'll give Shikamaru a piece of my mind when I have the time and energy, but for now, I won't bother you. Just stay the hell away from me, she concluded. Naruto initially opened his mouth to refute the sentiment, but quickly shut it again. I still hate every part of this, he eventually said. Shikamaru took an uncomfortable glance at Haku, who had seated herself back on the floor. I'd be lying if I said that I liked it either, but I'm not backing down on this. She doesn't deserve to die, he said firmly. Opting to step in before another argument could brew, Kakashi stood up from his seat. Well, let's leave it at that, then. I'd say that Satsuki's take on things is the most reasonable. For now, let's turn in for the night. I think we could all use the sleep, he said while suppressing a yawn. It was still fairly early in the evening, but every single ninja in the room, Haku included, was utterly exhausted. For the first and only time that day, they all agreed on something. Haku blew a strand of hair out of her face as she stared up at the ceiling of the unfamiliar room. Her emotions regarding her present situation were mixed at best, and purely negative at worst. Life with Zabuza hadn't exactly been pleasant, but it had at least been straightforward. Now, all that lay before her was a sea of uncertainty and doubt. Would she be executed by Konoha upon her delivery to its justice system? Would she be set free? Many questions, virtually no answers. Sighing slightly, she glanced across the room into the leftmost corner. In it sat the singular positive of her current reality. Shikamaru had said very little since the lengthy argument he had had with Naruto earlier in the evening, and for good reason. It was clear that his decision had created something of a temporary rift between himself and his teammates. He had plenty to think about, and likely just as much to regret. Though her initial instinct was to feel guilty on his behalf, logic dictated that it was his own fault. I never asked you to save me, boy. I'm not sure why you did in the first place, she thought to herself as she gazed at him. Despite her puzzlement at his decision-making, Haku still found herself unable to hold anything against him. He had shown her the ultimate mercy to no benefit of his own, even after having witnessed her attack his team. Finding that she could take the silence no longer, Haku spoke up. Are you planning on sleeping at all, or is that not possible tonight? She asked. The Nara glanced up from the floor and shrugged tiredly. Maybe, maybe not. I might just pass out by accident, he said honestly. The huntress nodded and rubbed one of her eyes. She had been allowed a bath by the wife of the bridge builder whom she had been tasked to kill, which had made for an interesting, if quite brief encounter with the woman. The bath had been refreshing, though quite uncomfortable at points due to her soreness. I know that you said you weren't sure before, but why? Why did you bother? She asked after a time. Shikamaru sighed and let one of his legs extend out in front of him as he stared at the far wall. You played me. You made me care. Only took you a few days, too. Even if it was all to get information out of me, or even to set this situation up somehow, I can't help but be sort of impressed. You're damn good, he said numbly. He was ashamed of having fallen prey to his own emotions, and he was attempting to hide it behind a veil of apathy. Haku felt her chest tighten slightly at his words. I didn't want to lie to you. I really didn't. I just had to. There was no way around it, she said carefully. The genin in the corner met her eyes for a moment. Is Haku actually your name? He asked oddly. For whatever reason, despite the simplicity of the question, Haku's bottom lip quivered in response. He truly had no faith in any of what she had told him. All the way down to the most personal of details. Yes it is. Haku Yuki, she said britly. Noticing the break in her voice, Shikamaru looked at her more carefully and scooted away from the wall a few feet. Are you okay? He asked quietly. The huntress covered her eyes with her left hand and let out a sad laugh that slowly decayed into a bitter chuckle. I knew that I would have to kill you. I knew I would have to hurt you all, and I still kept coming. Now, the person I made so many mistakes for doesn't even trust me enough to believe in my name. She said shakily. She then shook her head as a tear escaped down the side of her face and down onto her futon. And then you went and wrecked their trust in you by still caring about me when you shouldn't have. Maybe I'm being dramatic, but I feel like a parasite, she said in what more or less amounted to a whimper. Shikamaru slowly scooted his way to her side and settled beside her. You aren't a parasite. I saved you because I saw a good person behind the lies. You aren't the monster Naruto thinks you are, and even if it's gonna make my life difficult, I'm glad you're alive, he said reassuringly. Haku slowly let her hand slide down her face and onto the floor again. You're too pure for your own good. That innocence will get you killed someday, she said. The Nara smiled and scratched the back of his head. It's probably a good message for me to hear. It's a lesson worth learning. But even if you end up being right, I'd rather die knowing that I saved a life before I kicked the bucket, he said honestly. Haku gazed at him for a few moments before sitting up and drawing her knees to her chin. It's such a cruel thing that people like you, or even Naruto, are forced to become ninja. I did it out of necessity, but from what I've seen, who your family is determines your career path in the hidden villages. You deserve more peace than this path will ever afford you, she said. Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders once again. Nothing I can do about it, so I don't complain all that much, even if I think most of what we do is a serious drag. Besides, I can't say it's been all bad. Traveling has been weirdly fun, he said. Haku settled into a cross-legged position. I hope that enthusiasm carries you as far as it possibly can. I'd hate to see you become as cynical as I am, she said. The Nara raised an eyebrow and cracked a smile. You were full of jokes out in the forest. I don't think you're all the way gone yet, he said. Haku thought back to the night fondly and sighed. She then worked her way forward little by little. That was the first time I'd laughed like that in years. The only other time was by myself, too. Left on my own, I'm completely inert these days. I can think, I can eat, I can survive, but I can't laugh anymore. You brought that back out of me again. That meant a lot to me, she said quietly. Shikamaru itched his cheek absently. Everybody deserves to laugh. I'm not a comedian at all, that's Naruto's job, but I'm glad you got to laugh a little. Sounds to me like you've earned it, he said. Finally unable to stop herself, Haku lurched forward and wrapped him up in a tight hug. I haven't earned a damn thing, and I think you're a fool for caring, but thank you for saving my life. You reminded me what it felt like to enjoy myself. You're a lovely person, Shikamaru-kun, she whispered in his ear. The Nara blinked several times at the affectionate honorific she had attached to his name. And no problem. I think you're exaggerating a little, but still, he said awkwardly. Haku separated from him, but kept her hands gently resting on his shoulders. I'm not, but it's clear that you don't take compliments well. I'll leave it at that for now, she said with a smile. She then lowered herself back onto her futon and closed her eyes. Sleep. We both need it, she said. The Nara nodded and stood up to leave. He hadn't made it 3 steps before he stopped and returned to his corner. The huntress, having tracked his movements by ear, opened her eyes once again. Feeling bold, are we, she said sarcastically. Shikamaru rolled his eyes and settled back into place across the room. Nope, nothing like that. I just think it'd be better if I'm in here just for tonight. I don't think he'd try anything, but Naruto's in a bad mood, and he doesn't like you very much. I won't do anything weird, don't worry, he said matter-of-factly. Haku felt a small part of herself melt at the implication of his words. Pulling her covers up so only her nose and eyes poked out from under them, she curled up into a ball beneath the blankets. Even if I'm executed, I'm glad to have met you, Shikamaru Nara. Naruto exhaled through his nose absently as he completed scratching a small geometric design into the floor of his room with a kunai. The shapes were meaningless, but they provided an easy distraction from the dull silence. He was hardly happy to begin with, which made his present inability to sleep all the more irritating. He wanted the day to be over in the worst way, and that luxury wasn't being afforded to him for whatever reason. As he blankly began to scratch another set of shapes into the floor, the sliding door to his room creaked open. Can I come in for a few minutes? Satsuki, whose head was poking in through the small opening she had created, asked quietly. Finding that he had nothing better to do with his time, Naruto nodded and observed her curiously as she gingerly stumbled her way into the room. She was still more or less incapable of walking long distances, but as it turned out, most of the reason was that the vegetative state Haku had rendered her to had muddled her circulation. As it returned, so did her mobility. So, what's on your mind? Naruto asked once she was inside and settled. The raven-haired girl tucked a strand of hair behind her left ear and made a wide gesture with her hands. A lot of things. A lot happened today. We completed our first mission, I pretty much died, and then Shikamaru brings my murderer home for whatever reason. A lot to process, she said honestly. Naruto prickled at the reminder of the situation regarding Shikamaru and Haku. That last part is probably why I can't sleep. I just don't get it. What good reason could he have had to do it, he said frustratedly. Satsuki shrugged and claimed Naruto's unused blanket for herself by wrapping it around her own shoulders. I'm not him, so I can't say for sure, but we do know that they had met a few times before the bridge. Way out here, it's possible they made fast friends, she suggested. A humorous smirk then spread across her lips. Or maybe he's just a sucker for a pretty face. Because that girl is gorgeous. I'd kill to have her skin, she said only half-jokingly. Naruto snorted and leaned his face on the ridge of his hand. He better not be. I'll beat some sense into him if that has anything to do with it, he muttered. Satsuki waved a dismissive hand and further wrapped the blanket she had taken around herself. I doubt it's the case, but that's neither here nor there. My guess is that they got to know one another just well enough for him to get attached. She was definitely lying to him for most of it, but even a liar can let their personality slip through sometimes. Somebody as smart as him would probably pick up on that, she said. The blonde picked at some leftover dried blood on his forehead that even the bath hadn't washed away. I guess that makes some sense. It's still dumb that he saved her. Even if you're still here, she tried to kill you. That's not okay, he said. His teammate shook her head. She was actually trying to kill you in the moment, but I took it instead. Your point still stands, though. It was stupid of him to do, but even so, the circumstances feel so specific that I doubt it'll be any sort of issue with him going forward, she said. Naruto raised an eyebrow and studied the girl. You're way more fine with all of this than you should be, you know, he said. Satsuki shifted in place to alleviate the pressure on her left leg. I'm not fine with it. I just don't see the point in letting it ruin me right now. Besides, people have done way worse things than get emotionally involved in a mission. It happens more than they probably tell us. He made a mistake. A big one. He'll be punished for it, but I don't think that's our place, she said. The blonde considered her logic briefly. Yeah, you're probably right. I'm still pissed at him, and I'm not gonna let him forget just how dumb this was, but it'll probably happen to all of us at some point, he admitted. The pair then lapsed into a fairly lengthy silence, with no words being exchanged for an upwards of 3 minutes. Can I ask you a question, Naruto? Satsuki inquired to break the streak. Naruto glanced back up at her from the floor and nodded tiredly. Sure, knock yourself out, he said. The raven-haired girl pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes. She was grappling with something, that much was clear. When I woke up on the bridge, I saw you at the edge. You had red eyes. Your nails were long, and you had fangs. I'm guessing that change is how you beat up Haku, but I'm totally lost other than that. What happened to you after I dropped out? She asked carefully. The blonde instantaneously tensed and balled up on himself. His posture shrunk inwards, his eyes averted away from her, and his arms tightly hugged his knees to his chest. Quickly sensing his discomfort, Satsuki scooted a foot closer to him. I feel like a bitch for pushing you on this, since it clearly bugs you, but I feel like I have a right to know. You had nothing for her when I took the needles for you, and the next thing I knew, you'd beat her senseless, she said gently as Naruto clammed up. It took him several moments, but the blonde eventually spoke. I really don't want to tell you. It's not something that you really want to know. Trust me, he said. Satsuki tilted her head to one side. I want to know. If you're worried about me thinking less of you for whatever that power was, I'll probably be more concerned if you don't tell me, she said. Naruto kept his eyes glued to the floor. He had greatly feared being questioned on his explosive reaction to Haku's attempted murder of Satsuki, and now it had come. Worst of all, it was coming from the last person he wanted to explain it all to. Despite his dislike of the situation, the genin forced himself to speak. What happened on October 10th, 16 years back, he asked vaguely. Satsuki furrowed her brow in puzzlement at the seemingly random question, but answered it anyway. The nine-tailed fox attacked Konoha. We lost a few thousand people, and then the fourth put the fox down. He died in the process, she summarized. Naruto sighed and shook his head. You're mostly right, but one big part of that is wrong. The fox never died. The fourth was strong, from what I've heard, but he couldn't take it down. He solved it another way, he said. He then took a deep breath and steeled himself. Outside of Kakashi already being well aware of his status, he had never verbally told another human being of what he harbored. He found an infant, and he sealed the demon away inside it. He died doing it, he said. Satsuki's eyes widened just a tad as she connected the dots being provided to her. And that baby was. She began, trailing off near the end as the magnitude of what she was learning truly sunk in. Naruto nodded stiffly and finally looked her in the eyes. You're looking at him. I've got a demon inside me. That's what happened when Haku killed you. I got so angry that whatever weird sealing jutsu the fourth put on my body slipped a little. It's never happened to me before, but I know what the fox feels like, he said. The Uchiha girl simply stared at him silently for a time. It was an enormous chunk of information to process, and it was clear that she needed time. Finally, after nearly 2 minutes, Satsuki moved. When she did, Naruto flinched and scuttled back a foot. At this sight, Satsuki frowned. Did you think I was going to hit you? She asked, drawing an ashamed nod from her teammate. The girl responded by obliging to his silent wish and giving him space. Part of me is shocked to hear all of this, but at the same time, it definitely explains what happened today, and it also explains why our classmates treated you like garbage, she said thoughtfully. Naruto smiled sadly. Yup. They've got every right to hate my guts, he said depressingly. His gaze then fell to his own lap. He utterly despised feeling so exposed and alien. Then, against all his expectations, something surprising happened. Hey, look at me, Satsuki said softly. Before he could respond, the raven-haired girl gently laid her hands on either side of his face and turned his head upward. Once they were eye level again, she let her hands slide down to his arms, where they stayed. If you were worth hating, or anywhere near as bad as you clearly think you are, I wouldn't even bother making fun of you, and I definitely wouldn't joke with you as much as I do. You're a demon's container. not the demon itself. Don't get that confused, she said firmly. Naruto tried to respond, but found that he had no clue what to say. As such, Satsuki continued on for him. Using her grip on his arms, she pulled him forward and wrapped him up in an uncharacteristically warm hug. I'm not gonna treat you any better or worse just because of what you keep under wraps. I'll treat you just the same. I'll make fun of you, I'll give you grief, and I'll get prickly when you fire back. Nothing is going to change, she said. Despite none of her words being precisely positive in a literal sense, their true meaning hit Naruto like a massive stone. And even if it's a little weird to think that you woke up a demon to defend me, it's still really touching that the idea of me dying pushed you so far over the edge. That was really sweet of you. In a violent sort of way. Satsuki said, a trace of humor working its way into her voice by the end. She then made more space between them and smiled. And hey, I got to awaken my Sharingan today, so I can't be too mad about how things turned out. Just keep your head up, okay, she said. Naruto nodded, but said nothing. Sensing that his voice was entirely gone, Satsuki released him from her grip and flicked him on the forehead. I'm gonna head to bed. If you want to murder Haku or something, she's probably asleep by now, she joked. A moment later, she exited the room with a still awkward walk. Once she was gone, Naruto collapsed onto his back. That went way better than it could have, he thought to himself. Satsuki's reaction had been entirely unexpected. Full and unwavering acceptance. It felt out of place given how volatile she was 70% of the time, but he had no room to complain. Why are girls so confusing, he grumbled. He then reached out for the covers he had been using for warmth. After a few seconds of searching, he came up empty-handed. She stole my blanket.